It was the 3rd year of King Robert Baratheon's reign, and the chill of winter's breath threatened the edges of every conversation in the Seven Kingdoms. Though the war was over, the scars of Robert's rebellion clung to the realm like ivy on ancient stone. From the arid deserts of Dorne to the bleak crags of the Iron Islands, everyone remembered the taste of blood and the stench of burning fields, and the name Targaryen still hung in the air like a secret oath. Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, found himself once more in the capital city he had long despised. He had come only for the sake of his king and friend, Robert. If duty were not so deeply ingrained in Ned's bones, Winterfell would never have released him from its cold yet comforting embrace. But letters had flown in from King's Landing with summons. Urgent ones. Over the last moon's turn, rumors had reached even the frigid halls of the north that Daenerys Targaryen, the last known daughter of the Mad King, had been wed to a Dothraki Khal. Whispers said that Robert's fury had grown, that his restlessness had returned, that there was talk of hiring assassins to ensure no Targaryen would ever again set foot in Westeros. Ned had traveled with his usual retinue, though the journey south felt heavier this time. The roads were thick with mud from recent rains, and the wind carried an uneasy omen. As he neared the sprawling city of King's Landing, with its pungent smells and labyrinth of slums, something in his gut clenched. It was as though he walked once more into a nest of vipers. But duty steeled him, honor guided him, and so he strode up the stone steps of the Red Keep with his head held high, ignoring the insults of the city watch, ignoring the suspicious glances. He was Eddard Stark, and he was here to serve the king. He entered the throne room quietly, noting how the torchlight glimmered off the long swords of the Iron Throne. Robert was on that twisted seat of steel, his thick beard bristling and his broad chest rising and falling in a barely checked rage. There was none of the warmth in his eyes that Ned remembered from their younger days. Instead, there was a grim resolve, an anger that burned as bright as wildfire. A hush fell as Ned walked across the marble floors, boots echoing in the vastness. He bowed, though less from deference than from decorum. "Robert," Ned began, pitching his voice low and calm, "I came as soon as your letter reached me. What troubles you?" Even as he spoke, Ned saw the members of the small council shifting uncomfortably. Lord Renly stood with arms crossed, face pale. Stout Lord Stannis was absent, apparently busy at Dragonstone, but Grand Maester Pycelle hovered at the periphery with a thoughtful frown. Peter Baelish, ever the cat with a secret, smirked from behind a column, and Varys the Spider observed from the shadows, no doubt collecting morsels of intrigue for his web of whispers. King Robert pressed his lips into a grim line. "You know what troubles me, Ned," he growled. "Viserys Targaryen is out there, somewhere in the east, and now the girl is wed to a horse lord. I have good intelligence that this Khal Drogo has an army of savage riders, tens of thousands. If they cross the narrow sea, they could put a Targaryen on the Iron Throne again. I won't have it." He slammed a fist on the throne's arm, the metallic clang echoing through the hall. Ned took a step forward, meeting Robert's gaze. "You have won the rebellion. The people bent the knee. The Targaryens are all but gone. Why borrow trouble from across the seas?" Robert rose, his movement a forceful presence that swelled through the throne room. "Borrow trouble? It is trouble that is coming, my friend. The realm is not safe as long as any Targaryen draws breath. They are a plague. Their madness runs in their bloodline, and I won't let them breed more monsters." Ned's jaw tightened. "They are children. Well, at least Daenerys's. And Viserys. I do not know much of the boy, but there are no armies here clamoring to crown him." "Not yet," Robert spat, but with all the exiles and malcontents that might rally to their banner, he shook his head. "No, we end it now. I plan to send men across the sea. Or if not that, a purse full of gold for the right cutthroat in Pentos or Bravos. We'll see the end of them." The words felt like a slap to Ned. His memory spiraled back to the sack of King's Landing, to the horrors inflicted upon Rhaegar's family, and how Robert had excused it all in the name of the rebellion's victory. "Is that who we are now, Robert?" he said softly with an edge of steel. "Hired murderers, assassins? We have to be better than that. You, as king, must be better than that." For a moment, the old friend in Robert flickered behind his dark eyes. He sighed. "You speak as though they haven't earned it. Gods, Ned, they killed your father and your brother. They would have killed your entire line if they had the chance. Was it not the Mad King who called for your head for all your heads? Must I remind you of the atrocities we fought to end? Ned swallowed, recalling the day he heard of his father's and brother's gruesome deaths. I remember too well, he said. And I remember what we fought for. We fought for justice, not vengeance. You sit upon the throne as a just king, Robert barked a hollow laugh. A just king? Then perhaps you would have me sit idle while the last Targaryens gather their strength. I cannot. I will not. Ned felt a pang of disappointment twist in his heart. He glanced around and saw Baelish's mocking grin, the stony expressions of the King's Guard, Renly's uncertain gaze. Silence filled the room like an unwelcome guest. I had hoped you would see reason, Ned said. They pose no immediate threat. They're exiles, living on the kindness of magisters and Sel's words. Your realm needs peace, not another war, especially not a war on foreign soil to kill a frightened girl. Robert slammed his fist again. And if they come back with Dothraki at their side, it'll be a war on our soil, Ned. By the time we see them land, it will be too late. Ned steeled his voice, quietly reminding himself that Robert was now his king. Fear can be more dangerous than an actual threat. There are other ways. We can keep watch, ensure no alliance forms in the free cities. But sending an assassin for a child, that is not the realm we wanted. Robert stared at him with fury bright as wildfire. Then he laughed, a short, bitter sound that made the torches flicker. Ah, I see. You want to coddle them. This is why I called you here, Ned, because you always speak with the voice of your damned honor. Very well. Let us adjourn. We shall speak more at the council, and I'll make my decision then. The following days in King's Landing were no easier. Ned found himself at odds with nearly every member of the small council. Baelish teased him for his scruples. Varys offered honeyed words about the realm's best interests, but never quite committed to a stance. Pycelle offered caution, suggesting that Targaryen blood was tainted with madness and that swift action might be wise. Renly seemed torn, perhaps swayed by Ned's moral stance but also cowed by Robert's dominance. In all these meetings, Robert would grow red-faced, cursing the Targaryens, cursing Rhaegar's name, and demanding swift justice. But Ned never wavered in his opposition to regicide, especially the murder of children. Then came the day he dreaded, a closed-door session where Robert announced that he had sent gold, plenty of it, across the sea to have Daenerys Targaryen killed. Ned stood, his heart hammering in his chest, and declared that he would have no part in this. He demanded that Robert rescind the order. But the king refused, dismissing Ned's pleas with a brusque wave. In that moment, something deep within Eddard Stark broke. He realized that he had always known Robert was never truly the same after the rebellion. His hatred of Targaryens burned too deep. And Ned, the honorable friend, had overlooked it for the sake of their bond, for the sake of what they had fought for. But no longer. He could not stand by and watch an innocent child, innocent of her father's sins, slain by hired killers. Ned said the words that would change the course of the realm. I will not stand for this, Robert. If you insist on this path, I will return north, and I will declare the North will not support such an abomination. The silence was thunderous, punctuated only by the labored breath of the king. Robert stared in disbelief, face turning from ruddy to pale. You would betray me? I stand by the oaths I swore, Ned answered, voice resonating with quiet intensity. To defend the realm. That includes not indulging in tyranny. You sought to free the realm from the Mad King's cruelty, only to perpetuate it now in your own reign. Robert's eyes narrowed, and he roared for the King's Guard. Arrest him for treason. Ned's retinue of Northmen, a small guard who had accompanied him to the capital, quickly stepped between Ned and the White-Cloaked Knights. Swords were drawn. The council chamber rang with steel on steel as the King's Guard and the Northmen glared at each other, tension crackling in the charged air. Varys and Baelish both moved to intervene, spouting words of caution and compromise, but the threat could not be doused so easily. Robert stood, glowering at Ned. Leave then, he spat, voice trembling with anger. Take your northern wolves back to their frozen wastes. But if you raise your banners against me, I will see Winterfell burn. Ned Stark's voice was grave. I pray it never comes to that. May the gods be with you, Robert. In a tense march, Ned and his guard left the Red Keep. He could hardly believe how quickly everything had escalated. But there was no turning back. Robert had threatened his home, threatened the execution of a child, and declared Ned a traitor for objecting. The wedge was driven. The lines were drawn. Word spread through King's Landing with the speed of a wildfire spark. The realm was on the brink once more, and the capital buzzed with speculation and fear. By the time Ned and his men reached the city's gates, ravens were already flying to the great houses of Westeros. Robert would demand fealty. Ned would demand honor. and the realm would tear itself apart once again. There was no more time for regret, no more time for quiet counsel. The die was cast. With a final glance at the red walls of the capital, Eddard Stark turned northward and prayed to the old gods that reason would prevail. But in his heart he knew there could be no easy path, for Robert's hatred had festered too long. And now, with Ned's open defiance, the realm itself would be forced to choose between a king's vengeance and a lord's honor. There would be blood. They rode hard under a sullen sky, the clouds swollen with the threat of storm. The Northmen who followed Ned carried grim expressions, for they had witnessed the king's fury firsthand and now rode beneath the shadow of an uncertain future. None spoke much on the journey, though a few whispered their doubts when they thought Ned could not hear. It was not that they lacked faith in their lord, only that they feared for the realm. If King Robert sent his armies north, countless innocents would suffer. Despite the weight on his heart, Ned pressed on, driven by the conviction that he had done what was right. Each mile that separated them from King's Landing brought a semblance of clarity. He began making plans in his head, anticipating Robert's next moves. The king would marshal his forces, the Crownlands, the Stormlands, likely the Westerlands under Lord Tywin, for Tywin Lannister had little affection for Targaryens or for anything that threatened the king's stability. The trident might be torn between old loyalties to the Tullis, Catelyn's kin, and a desire to remain on good terms with the Iron Throne. The Vale was a question mark, too. Jon Arryn had been like a father to both Robert and Ned, but he was gone, taken by a mysterious illness some moons before. As for the North, Ned knew his bannermen would rally to his side if war came. But he also knew the North was vast and isolated, mustering forces would take time. More importantly, he had no desire for open conflict. He had challenged Robert, hoping the king might pause, consider his conscience, and relent. The notion seemed more and more foolish as the miles rolled by. At a small inn halfway between the Neck and the Crownlands, they paused to rest for a day. Ned took a seat in the inn's common room, wrapping his cloak tightly around him to ward off the early chill of autumn. The smell of stew and stale ale mingled with the odor of the muddy rushes underfoot. His men huddled at various tables, nursing their own worries. Suddenly, the door creaked open, letting in a gust of cold air, and a hooded figure slipped inside. A few Northmen reached for their blades, but Ned raised a hand to still them. The hooded one pulled back the cowl, revealing the sharp features and mocking eyes of Peter Baelish. Littlefinger, they called him, though never to his face. Lord Stark, Baelish said with a thin smile. I had to ride rather fast to catch up with you. Might I join you for a moment? Ned's wariness flared. How did you slip out of the capital so quickly? Baelish shrugged with a show of nonchalance. I have my ways. And the king is hardly paying attention to who comes and goes these days, with all the storms brewing in his mind. May I sit? Ned gestured to the bench opposite him. I see no reason to turn you away, but I'll ask you to speak plainly. Baelish laughed under his breath as he settled onto the bench. Speak plainly? And deny myself my greatest pleasure? Nevertheless, for you, Lord Stark, I'll try. He glanced around, ensuring no one else was within easy earshot. You've done something momentous. You've turned your back on the king in a rather public fashion, all because you object to killing a certain silver-haired girl. Ned frowned. A moral stance, if that's what you mean to imply. Baelish tilted his head. Oh, yes, quite moral. You were ever the honorable one. Now, to the matter at hand, the king will not forget your words. He sees it as treason. And treason, well, you know how kings deal with that. Especially Robert, who tends to see the world in black and white as friend or foe. A silence stretched. Ned kept his voice low. If you have nothing useful to say, Baelish, but I do. I have come to deliver news, or at least to pass along certain possibilities. You see, Varys is worried. He fears open war. Or perhaps he thrives on the prospect of it. I can never quite tell with him. But he told me something before I left. Daenerys Targaryen is with child. Ned's eyes widened, though he kept his composure. You're certain? As certain as anything in this world of illusions. If it's true, it will only stoke the fires of Robert's hatred. He will pay double, triple to have her killed now, lest there be another heir to the Targaryen line. A wave of sick unease washed over Ned. So you've come to tell me that? Why? Baelish smirked, toying with a loose thread on his cloak. Because knowledge is power, and I do so enjoy being powerful. And because, should you want to intervene, you'll need to be quick. The assassins will be dispatched if they haven't been already. Your presence in King's Landing might have slowed them, but now that you've gone, the king will act freely. Ned stared at the table's rough wood grain. And how do you suggest I intervene? Storm across the narrow sea to protect a girl I have never met? I have enough trouble waiting for me in the north. Littlefinger shrugged. I'm merely offering you the chance to consider your moves. The board is being set, as they say. The Targaryens remain a lightning rod, and if Robert's plan succeeds, perhaps the realm remains peaceful unless you challenge him, of course. If his plan fails and the Targaryen girl gains the Dothraki at her back, then we might see an invasion. In short, events will spiral, and if you'd prefer not to be a helpless observer, you might want to act. However, do note that acting could bring you into direct conflict with the Iron Throne. Ned felt a flicker of anger. I will not let the realm slide into murder and chaos. I said what I said because I believe this path is wrong. If Robert brings war to my doorstep, I will defend my people. I take no pleasure in it. Baelish inclined his head. Just so. Now I must be off. I have personal matters to see to. A wise man once told me that opportunities abound in times of crisis. I do wish you luck, Lord Stark. You'll need it. With that, he rose, pulled up his hood, and slipped back into the stormy twilight. Ned exhaled slowly. Baelish's words left him uneasy, but at least they confirmed that the danger to Daenerys Targaryen was real and imminent. For a moment, Ned considered riding east himself, but that would be madness. He had responsibilities to the north, and without a fleet or significant support, he could not hope to get close to the girl in time. No, he would return to Winterfell, secure his seat, and try to avert the worst. Perhaps he could appeal to the other great lords. Maybe Jon Arryn's memory still held some sway in the Vale. Possibly the Riverlands under Hoster Tully would recall old alliances with House Stark. Even the Reach might not be too eager for another round of bloodshed not so soon after the last rebellion. If enough of the realm's lords refused to support regicide, perhaps Robert would back down. Or perhaps not. They continued north. Along the way, ravens flew overhead, black harbingers of news and orders. Ned guessed that each day brought fresh messages from King's Landing. His friend-turned-foe would be mustering allies with the swiftness of a man who felt his authority challenged. Ned's party encountered few travelers, though once they met a small group of hedge knights who swore they had been summoned to the Crownlands. Ned let them pass unmolested, ignoring their probing questions and the uneasy stares they gave the dire wolf sigil on his men's cloaks. At Mo Caelan, the ancient stronghold that guarded the neck, Ned paused. The fortress's moss-covered towers and the boggy terrain around them had deterred armies for centuries. If Robert marched north, this would be the first major point of resistance. Ned spent 2 nights there, ensuring its defenses were as prepared as they could be. He left a small garrison of loyal men commanded by a trusted bannerman and then continued on. Finally, Winterfell's walls came into view. The sight brought Ned both relief and trepidation. Relief because he was home. Trepidation because he knew how precarious the situation was. The gates opened to welcome him, and he rode through the courtyard to be greeted by Robb, his eldest son, now nearly a young man, and the rest of his children, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon. Catelyn stood on the steps, her eyes filled with concern. She understood, without words, that Ned's journey south had gone badly. Once inside the great hall, with the children occupied elsewhere, Ned recounted the events in hushed tones. Catelyn's face went pale. He threatened Winterfell? Ned nodded gravely. He did. In a moment of rage, but Robert is not the sort of king who forgets a threat. If we do not bend to his will on this matter, he'll see us as traitors. And I refuse to bend. Catelyn's voice trembled. What can we do? We can prepare. Send word to our bannermen, White Harbor, the Dreffort, Deepwood Motte, the Karstarks, the Umbers. We must raise enough strength to dissuade the king from marching. And if he does march, we must be ready to defend our land. Catelyn's eyes shone with worry for her children and for all the North. Robert was your friend. How did it come to this? Ned let out a long breath. He was my friend, but hatred of the Targaryens has poisoned him. He's convinced that if even one remains alive, the throne is not secure. I cannot condone the murder of a child, let alone the attempt to kill a pregnant girl. He sees that as betrayal. A heavy silence followed. Ned squeezed her hand. I'm sorry, Cat. I never wanted to bring war to our doorstep. Let us hope it will not come. Over the next weeks, the North stirred. Messengers rode out bearing Ned's sealed letters. Ravens flapped from the rookery in a steady stream. Slowly, responses trickled back. The majority of the Northmen pledged their unwavering loyalty. Some letters were more cautious, but the men behind them still spoke of defense. The general sentiment was that House Stark had ever guarded the North's interests and had rarely asked them to march. If Ned Stark believed a line had been crossed, they would stand with him. Yet Ned knew that raw numbers might not be enough. The north was large but sparsely populated compared to the Reach or the Westerlands. Winter would come eventually, sapping resources, and if Robert allied with House Lannister, Tywin's gold would fund any army he pleased. Ned did not relish the thought of facing the combined might of the Iron Throne and Casterly Rock. One crisp morning, as he walked the battlements, Ned caught sight of riders approaching. At first, his heart leapt, fearing a royal host. But soon he discerned a smaller party, no more than half a dozen. They bore no banners. Ned ordered the gates opened and descended to the courtyard to meet them, flanked by guards. From the group rode forth a tall, slender man in hooded traveling garb. When he lifted his hood, Ned recognized Ser Jorah Mormont, an exiled knight of the north. His father, Jeor Mormont, was Lord Commander of the Night's Watch now, and Jorah had disgraced himself by selling poachers as slaves. Ned had pronounced the sentence that led to Jorah's flight. This was an unexpected visitor indeed. Ser Jorah slid from his horse and bowed with a contrite expression. "Lord Stark," he said, voice hoarse, "I come seeking your counsel and perhaps your mercy." Ned tensed. "You have some boldness to return to the north, Ser Jorah. You know that you stand accused of crimes. Why are you here?" Jorah lowered his gaze. "Because I have news of the Targaryens. I served them for a time in Essos, in hopes of earning a royal pardon to come home. But now things have changed. I learned that Robert means to kill the girl, Daenerys, along with her unborn child. I couldn't watch that happen." He paused, his voice thick with remorse. "In my travels, I heard that you had parted ways with the king over this very issue, so I took a risk. I came to offer my knowledge, in the hopes that it might help you prevent more bloodshed." A wave of conflicting emotions washed over Ned. Disgust for Jorah's past crimes warred with a grudging respect for his willingness to stand against regicide. "What do you know?" Jorah cast a glance at the men around them, then cleared his throat. "May we speak privately?" Ned led him to a side chamber. Catelyn joined them along with Robb, who had begun to take on more adult responsibilities. Jorah stood before them, wringing his hands. "I was spying on the Targaryens for Varys on Robert's orders. In exchange, I hoped for a pardon. But I found the girl, she was innocent. Barely more than a child, though married to a warlord. And when I saw her vulnerability, saw her quickening belly, I could not continue. Khal Drogo's people are fearsome, but crossing the sea is not something they do lightly. I tried to warn Robert in my reports that the threat was not imminent. But the king is deaf to caution when it comes to Targaryens." Catelyn studied Jorah skeptically. "Why come here? Why not just flee and vanish in Essos as you've done all these years?" Jorah bowed his head. "I grew tired of running. I realized my loyalty truly belonged to the north, to the place where I was born. I know I shamed my house, but I did not want my father's last memories of me to be those of a traitor to our honor. So here I am, ready to face whatever judgment you deem fit, my lord. But before you pass the judgment, let me help you. I have knowledge of how Robert's assassins might operate in Essos, who they might contact, and how they might succeed. If we can find a way to warn Daenerys, perhaps smuggle her away or convince the free cities to protect her, it could avert this murder and possibly stave off war." Ned's expression grew thoughtful. "You're speaking of an intervention across the sea. The North has no ships to spare for such a mission, and we cannot openly defy the king in foreign lands without causing an even larger conflict." Jorah nodded. "I know, but there may be ways. I have contacts among the Magisters and Pentos, and I know certain cell sales. If you could provide me with minimal resources, I could attempt to intercept Robert's killers." A heavy silence fell. Ned glanced at Catelyn, then at Robb. Robb's young face burned with the desire for action. "Father," Robb said, "if we do nothing, the king's men will kill her. That could spark a war from the Dothraki, or if not them, from any Targaryen loyalists who remain. But if we involve ourselves, we risk Robert's wrath." Ned nodded slowly, measuring his words. "We're risking Robert's wrath simply by existing now, Robb. If a war can be prevented by sparing a single girl's life, perhaps it's worth that risk." Still, he hesitated. Jorah Mormont was not a man to be trusted easily, given his past. But then again, who else had the knowledge and will to act in Essos? Ned knew there were lines he was unwilling to cross, but also that it might be the realm's best chance at avoiding further bloodshed. "If you do this," Ned said at last, "you will not do it under the banner of House Stark. I cannot openly sanction such a mission, but I can offer you supplies enough to undertake the journey." And if you succeed in preventing the assassination, perhaps Robert will come to realize the futility of his vendetta. Perhaps he'll see reason. Yor knelt, bowing his head. Thank you, my lord. I will do all in my power to see this done. As Yor left to prepare for the covert voyage, Ned turned his attention back to the pressing matters at home. The North was mobilizing. Lords and their levies began to arrive at Winterfell or sent word that they would do so by the next moon's turn. The great hall echoed with the clamor of men training, with the bustle of stewards allocating resources. Winterfell itself felt both alive and on edge, the air fraught with the possibility of war. During this time, Ned wrote letter after letter to the other great houses, imploring them to recall the principles for which they had fought in Robert's rebellion: justice and an end to tyranny, not vengeance. He stressed that the Targaryens, especially Daenerys, were not an immediate threat and that an attempt to murder them would only plunge the realm into chaos. Most responses were polite but vague. Lords Tyrell and Martell were circumspect, as their houses had been burned before by both Targaryens and Baratheons in different ways. Lord Tywin Lannister sent no reply at all, which Ned took as a bad sign. The Eyrie, under the regency of Lisa Arryn, offered neither condemnation nor support. She wrote only that the Vale's interests were to remain safe and neutral, reminding Ned that her son, the young Lord of the Vale, was paramount in her concerns. So the North stood alone, at least for the moment. Then came the next hammer blow. A raven arrived from King's Landing, carrying Robert's proclamation. In florid language, it declared Eddard Stark a traitor to the crown for refusing the king's lawful command. It demanded that the North yield Ned Stark to the king's justice or face the wrath of the Iron Throne. It also offered pardons to any northern lord who would deliver Ned's head. Ned read it aloud in the great hall, his voice echoing off the stone walls. An undercurrent of anger rippled through the assembled lords and knights. They spat on the floor at the idea. When Ned finished, he set the parchment down and looked around. The men of the North, from the great lords to the lesser knights, erupted in an uproar of protest. Cries rang out, "Will not yield. The North remembers. Stark for Winterfell." Catelyn stood beside him, trembling with rage at the blatant treachery in Robert's words. Robb clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened. "He calls you a traitor, father. He wants us to hand you over like a common criminal?" Ned put a hand on his son's shoulder. "That is what the king demands. And he threatened to burn the North if we refuse?" Robb asked, voice hot with indignation. Ned nodded solemnly. "Then we have our answer. We stand firm. The North will not betray its liege lord. But we must be ready for war. We will defend ourselves if King Robert sends his armies." A chorus of agreement rose from the gathered men. Lords Manderly, Karstark, and Bolton each pledged their strength, their swords, their gold. Ned felt an ache in his chest, recalling the time not so long ago when Robert had knelt with him in the aftermath of the rebellion, promising a new era of peace. Now that brotherhood lay in tatters. Ravens were dispatched to confirm the North's refusal. War loomed as a nearly inevitable storm cloud on the horizon. Days stretched into weeks. Scouts watched the roads south of Moat Cailin for any sign of a royal host. The clash of swords and pikes on the training grounds became a relentless backdrop to daily life in Winterfell. Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon each grappled with the sudden realization that their world could be torn apart by war. Arya took to practicing her needlework of a different sort, with her small sword under the watchful eye of a grizzled master-at-arms. Sansa prayed each morning in the Godwood, longing for the songs of gallant knights and kind kings, unable to reconcile them with this grim reality. Bran hovered on the edges, gazing at the men in the yard, imagining himself a warrior. Rickon was too young to fully understand, though he sensed the tension in the air and took to clinging to his dire wolf pup. Meanwhile, Ned held council daily with his bannermen. Food stores were accounted for, supply lines established, and watchers set along every approach. House Reed guarded the bogs of the Neck diligently, ensuring that no southern host could slip through unnoticed. The lords of the mountain clans in the north were called upon. Uncertain rumors filtered in about the king's plans. Some said Robert was summoning all his bannermen, that the Lannisters were sending an army north. Others claimed that Tywin Lannister remained in the west waiting. No rumor was fully confirmed. In the midst of this mounting crisis, a second raven arrived from across the sea. It was addressed directly to Ned Stark, written in an elegant hand. The writer introduced himself as Illyrio Mopatus, a magister of Pentos, and expressed concern for the rumored attempts on Daenerys Targaryen's life. He stated that if House Stark wished to forestall such violence, it might send an envoy to Pentos to discuss a solution. Ned reread the letter multiple times, uncertain whether it was a trap, but the tone suggested a genuine willingness to negotiate. The same day, word arrived that Jorah Mormont had sailed for Pentos. It seemed likely that this Illyrio Mopatus was the same magister who had once housed Viserys and Daenerys. The pieces were aligning. Ned debated sending someone to follow, but the time was short and the risk high. Instead, he sent a cautiously worded reply to Illyrio, delivered by a swift ship out of White Harbor, indicating that House Stark condemned any attempt on Daenerys' life but could not openly defy the king without plunging the realm into war. If there was a chance for a peaceful resolution, Ned was willing to hear it. But as the days turned colder and the winds began to blow more fiercely from the north, Ned's hopes for a peaceful resolution dwindled. More letters came from other houses, some bearing ominous signs of alliance with the Iron Throne, others proclaiming neutrality. The Tyrells of Highgarden, after some hedging, announced they would honor the king's call if war broke out, for they could not oppose the Iron Throne on their own. Dorne remained silent, still nursing old wounds from the death of Princess Elia and her children. But that silence was not necessarily an ally to the north. The Martells had their own grudges. The Tullists sent a letter of concern but provided no promise of soldiers. They seemed torn, not wishing to fight their king nor to betray their son-in-law. The Vale under Lisa Arryn declared it would not become embroiled in another war. All the while, Robert's fury, so far as Ned heard, had not abated. If anything, rumors said the king's hunts had grown bloodier, as though he sought to vent his rage on the beasts of the forest. Some even whispered that Queen Cersei Lannister and her powerful kin fanned the flames, encouraging Robert to crush the North's defiance swiftly, lest other lords grow bold. Yet, for the moment, no army had appeared on Winterfell's doorstep. Perhaps the realm was not eager for another round of bloodletting. That fragile stalemate broke one gray morning when a raven arrived bearing the sigil of House Baratheon. The message was short, written in Robert's own hand. Surrender Eddard Stark to the crown or face the might of the Iron Throne by the first snowfall. There would be no more entreaties, no more delays. If Ned refused to come south, Robert would come north with fire and steel. Ned read the message by the flickering light of a brazier, the cold creeping in through the stones of the castle. He felt a familiar ache behind his eyes, the weight of duty and sorrow pressing down. He summoned his council, and they debated long. Some lords suggested a last attempt at parley, traveling south to treat with Robert face to face. Others insisted that the time for talk had passed, that the king had proven himself deaf to reason. Perhaps they should strike first, while the king's forces were still assembling. Ned dismissed the notion of a preemptive strike as dishonorable and foolish. The North had no wish to conquer the South. It only wished to remain free from this madness. But to remain free might require turning away from the Iron Throne entirely. Some suggested the North should declare itself independent, as it was in the age before the Targaryen conquest. That idea sent a hush through the room. Could they truly sever ties with the rest of the realm? The North was proud, but it was also not as wealthy or populous as the southern kingdoms. Such a step would be irreversible, a plunge into the unknown. After the council, Ned stood alone in the godwood, the ancient weirwood's red leaves rustling overhead. He laid a hand upon the bone-white trunk, seeking guidance from the old gods. He thought of his father and brother murdered by Aerys Targaryen. He remembered the war that had torn the realm apart. He recalled Robert's laughter in the days of their youth before the crown had twisted him. Was there still a chance to stop this from becoming a second rebellion? Or was that naive? He found no clear answers. Only the sound of wind through the leaves and the distant cry of a lone wolf. That night, as Ned tried to sleep, his mind roiled with doubts. But dawn brought new resolve. He could not hand himself over to Robert to be executed like a common criminal, for that would serve no one's cause. Nor could he allow the murder of a pregnant girl across the sea. He would stand for what was right, as he always had, even if it cost him dearly. When the lords gathered in the great hall the next morning, Ned spoke plainly. Robert demands my surrender and threatens war if we do not comply. I will not surrender, nor will I order a preemptive attack upon him. But I will prepare the North to defend itself. If King Robert leads an army against us, we shall meet him on the field if we must. But we shall not yield. Our honor will not bend to regicide. A roar of approval rose from many of the Northmen. Yet the tension remained, thick as the northern snows that threatened to fall. War had not yet come, but all could sense it looming like a distant thunderstorm. For now, all Ned could do was hold his ground. He prayed to the old gods that somehow, someway, Robert would relent or a new solution would emerge. Across the sea, in the sun-scorched plains of Essos, Daenerys Targaryen's fate intertwined with that of the north. If the assassins failed, she would live and Robert's rage would burn hotter. If they succeeded, the murder of a princess and her unborn child would stain the king's reign with a cruelty as dark as the Mad King's. Either way, the realm tottered on a knife's edge, and Eddard Stark could only brace himself for the day the blade would fall. The chill deepened in Winterfell as the days passed without word of surrender. Snow dusted the courtyard each morning, a subtle reminder that the northern cold could devour an army unprepared. Despite the tension in the air, life had to continue for those within the castle walls. Winterfell's residents rose before dawn to kindle hearth fires and attend to their tasks. Stewards saw to the counting of grain, blacksmiths labored over weapons and armor, and the master-at-arms drilled fresh recruits from surrounding holdfasts. Yet every face was drawn tight with worry. The knowledge that King Robert might bring the full might of the Iron Throne against them weighed on hearts and minds alike. Catelyn's presence lent a fragile warmth to the halls. She organized the running of the household with quiet efficiency, though her eyes often strayed to Ned, measuring the lines of worry on his brow. He spent hours each day locked in council with his bannermen, reading new reports, preparing for the worst. Couriers arrived with more tidings, inconclusive whispers from the south, sightings of gold-cloaked envoys in the Riverlands, or rumors that the Lannisters were gathering men. Nothing was confirmed, everything a swirl of uncertainty. Robb Stark, standing on the cusp of manhood, grew restless with the tension. He practiced with sword and shield until sweat soaked his tunic, determined to show he could defend his home if war came. He trailed after his father in the Great Hall, listening to the discussions of lords and knights, absorbing each debate about fortifications, supply lines, possible alliances. More than once, Ned caught Robb's young face twisted in a fierce resolve that bordered on eagerness, a spark of the same fire that once drove young men like Robert Baratheon to challenge a dynasty. Ned worried for him. War offered nothing but sorrow in the end, and he hoped his son would not learn that lesson too soon. Far to the south, in King's Landing, the mood was no lighter. Word reached Ned through reluctant ravens, sometimes from spies, sometimes from half-trustworthy merchants, that Robert was indeed gathering forces, though in fits and starts. The Stormlands were called upon. The Crownlands mustered levies. Tywin Lannister, still silent, had not publicly declared his next move, but it was common knowledge that if the king demanded it, Tywin's gold and men would march. Grand Maester Pycelle was said to mutter in the Red Keep's corridors that any threat to the throne must be crushed swiftly. Varys, however, quietly counseled caution, though his precise motives were anyone's guess. Peter Baelish, it was rumored, spent his time whispering in the ears of lords and ladies, weaving a tapestry of half-truths. Some claimed he was urging negotiations, others that he was fanning the flames for personal gain. In the Vale, Lisa Arryn refused to commit more than polite words to either side. She invoked her young son's fragility, her motherly duty, and the isolation of the Eyrie. For all the bonds that once united Ned and Robert under Jon Arryn's guardianship, that old sentiment held no power over Lisa. She guarded the Vale's neutrality jealously, and no persuasion, soft or hard, could shift her resolve. Though the realm whispered of conflict, winter's slow approach still held some sway over men's hearts. No one wanted to fight a major war on the cusp of the cold season, especially not in the inhospitable north. But Ned knew Robert's hatred for Targaryens might conquer all sense. That hatred, once a weapon to free the realm, had festered into something far darker. Days stretched on. Ravens delivered the same refrain, "Steel yourself, for war is near." And in the great hall of Winterfell, the lords of the north made ready. Then, at last, an undeniable sign arrived. A patrol posted south of Moat Cailin sent a rider galloping up the King's Road. The man arrived near dusk, exhausted, mud-caked, scarcely able to stand. Ned met him in the courtyard, Robb at his side. "Speak," Ned ordered gently, helping the man to a bench. The rider gulped water, wiping sweat from his brow despite the chill air. A host, some 1,000 strong, banners of the Crownlands. They're led by men sworn to the king, a vanguard, not the full might of King's Landing. But they ride north toward Moat Cailin. Ned exchanged a grim glance with Robb. 1,000 men was not yet an army capable of subjugating the north, but it was a scouting force or an advance guard. Robert was testing the waters or preparing to push Ned to yield without risking his entire strength in the first wave. Either way, the confrontation could not be avoided. "Go, rest," Ned told the rider. "You have done well." That night, the courtyard buzzed with motion. Men-at-arms hefted arms and saddled horses. Lords and knights convened again in the Great Hall, poring over rudimentary maps. The question arose, should they march south to meet the Crownland's host in the neck? Some among the gathered lords urged they strike swiftly, trap the king's men in the bogs. Others counseled caution. If they defeated the Crownland's vanguard too handily, Robert might respond by unleashing all his fury, including House Lannister's formidable armies. But if they let the Crownland's men approach too near, it could threaten supply lines or give the enemy a foothold in the north. Ned listened, stone-faced, as arguments flew. Finally, he spoke. "We will not allow a hostile host to pass Moat Cailin. That fortress stands for a reason. We cannot invite them closer. There is no sense in bloodshed, but we must make our stance clear. They come as enemies. We shall treat them as such if they will not parley." The lords nodded, accepting his decision with only a few muttered reservations. The next morning, Ned mustered a sizable force, 2,000 men. He would ride to Moat Cailin, Robb at his side, along with many of the great Northmen, Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort, Great John Umber, Galbart Glover, Rickard Karstark, and more. Catelyn remained at Winterfell to maintain order and protect the younger children. The parting was tense and brief, each word laden with the fear that this march might be the first step in a new war. They rode south under a bleak sky. Snowflakes drifted occasionally, melting on cloaks and horses' manes. The men wore furs over their armor, for the North's chill would not spare them simply because they held swords. Moat Cailin loomed ahead on a low rise, its 3 squat towers standing like ancient sentinels. Reeds and marshland spread all around, for this was the gateway to the neck. If an invader hoped to drive a large army north, they had to pass these bogs, and Moat Cailin was famously difficult to take from the southern approach. When they arrived, Ned inspected the defenses. The old walls were crumbling in places, but with enough men behind them, Moat Cailin could hold off many times its own number. He stationed archers along the ramparts and placed men in each tower, trusting in the boggy ground and the fortress's vantage to give them a sturdy position. The Crownland's host appeared 3 days later. From atop the tower walls, Ned looked through afar eyes. He saw men in half-plate and mail, the crowned stag's sigil fluttering on banners, though Robert himself did not seem to lead them. Instead, a knight with a gilded helm commanded. Through the device, Ned recognized Ser Barristan and Selmy riding at the head, though not in the place of highest honor. With him were a few of the king's guard, their cloaks a ripple of white among the otherwise drab, muddy colors of the vanguard. Ned felt an ache of conflicting emotions. Ser Barristan was a legend, the finest knight in the realm, an honorable man. If Robert had sent Barristan to treat, perhaps it was not all hopeless. He descended to the gate, summoning Great John Umber, Bolton, Karstark, and Robb. Outside the battered portcullis, an outrider for the Crownland's host approached with a white cloth fluttering overhead. The outrider called for parley. Ned led a small group out into the soggy ground, the only sounds the sucking of mud and the low moan of wind over the marsh. Ser Barristan and Selmy rode forward to meet them, flanked by 2 knights in golden brown cloaks. His solemn face was set like stone. The only sign of greeting was the slight bow of his head. "Lord Stark," he said, "I come in the name of King Robert Baratheon to seek your compliance with his royal command. His grace does not wish the realm to bleed. He urges you to see sense and spare the north from ruin." Ned studied the older knight's lined face. "And what sense does he demand, Ser Barristan?" Barristan exhaled slowly. "He demands your presence in King's Landing to answer for your refusal to see Targaryen threats ended. He demands you lay down your arms and trust in his mercy. If you do so, this need go no further." Ned's temper simmered, but he kept his voice calm. "Robert knows I will never agree to the murder of an innocent girl. I have offered to keep watch so that if Daenerys Targaryen ever does indeed threaten the realm, we would face that threat together. He refused, and now he sends good knights to bring me in chains." Ned paused. "Tell me, Ser Barristan, do you truly believe the realm is better served by slaughtering a pregnant young woman across the sea?" Barristan pressed his lips together. I serve the king's will. I believe the Targaryens did monstrous deeds, but I also know that King Robert sees them as a blight on the realm. My oath is to the crown." "Is your oath to the crown, or to the realm?" Ned asked quietly. "They are not always the same." Barristan's knuckles tightened on his reins. "I cannot question the king. I merely deliver his terms. If you will not yield, Lord Stark, his grace's armies will come. The realm cannot abide rebellion. I am no rebel, Ned replied, meeting Barristan's gaze. I stand for the very principles we bled for in Robert's rebellion. We wanted an end to tyranny. Now Robert threatens to commit tyranny himself. How can I yield to that? Barristan closed his eyes for the briefest of moments. Ned sensed the knight's inner turmoil, but duty was duty. Then I must ask you to allow me and my knights to pass peacefully north. Our orders are to establish a loyal presence in the neck, ensuring you do not march south. Ned glanced at the bogs stretching around them. If we let you through, you'd entrench yourselves, and the next wave would not be so small. Would you expect us to welcome you to Winterfell? He shook his head. I cannot let an armed host loyal to Robert pass. Return south, Ser Barristan. I'll not fight you if I don't have to, but Moat Cailin bars your way. Silence stretched. One of Barristan's knights scowled, hand drifting to his sword. The older knight gestured for calm. Then we have no choice but to remain in the marshes, he said. The king's orders are clear, and I will not simply withdraw empty-handed. Ned took a slow breath. We stand at an impasse. If you do not withdraw, and if you attempt to force passage, we will fight. There's no need to die in the mud. Carry my words back to the king if you can. Tell him I stand ready to parley under honorable terms, but I will not sacrifice a girl's life to do it. Barristan inclined his head. I shall try, my lord, but I do not expect him to listen. I will encamp here and send word to King's Landing. If reinforcements come, I fear there will be no turning back. With that, the parley ended. The small group of knights returned to their ranks, and Ned and his men retreated behind Moat Cailin's walls. Great John Umber growled with frustration. That's as good as a declaration of war. Ned nodded grimly. Robert has forced our hand. We cannot yield, and he will not relent. We will hold. Let them sit in the mud until he deigns to recall them, or until he sends a force large enough to break us. Pray the old gods that day does not come. They settled into a tense stalemate. The Crownlands contingent built a makeshift camp in the reeds, raising tents on platforms hastily fashioned from rough timber. Sentries lined the edges of their encampment, mindful of the Northmen perched in Moat Cailin's towers. Each side watched the other warily. The wet ground and the onset of cold nights made the Crownlands camp a miserable place. The Northmen, at least, had the advantage of walls, a few stone chambers, and some stored provisions. Weeks crawled by. Ravens flew daily from the Crownlands host to King's Landing, likely pleading for instructions or reinforcements. Ravens from Moat Cailin flew to Winterfell, then from Winterfell to White Harbor and the other northern seats, warning them that open conflict was only a spark away. Ned walked the walls each morning, scanning the horizon for any sign of a larger army. None came yet, but it felt inevitable. He sensed Robert might be biding his time, or perhaps still maneuvering the chessboard of southern politics to ensure a swift victory. Under the unremitting tension, small incidents flared. Once, a pair of Crownland scouts ventured too close and were spotted by Karstark men. They shot warning arrows, driving the scouts back. Another time, some hungry Crownland soldiers tried poaching in the bogs near a local Crannogman's village, only to find themselves chased away by fierce locals armed with spears and nets. It was not yet war, but it was close enough that any misstep could ignite the flames. Meanwhile, in the great, sun-baked plains of Essos, Jorah Mormont arrived in Pentos under a false name. The city's spiced air and pinkish domes felt almost familiar, for he had once lingered there seeking a royal pardon. Now, he came with a different purpose. Through contacts among the Magisters, he learned that Daenerys Targaryen and her Dothraki Khalasar had moved east toward Vis Dothrak. But rumors also suggested she had returned to Pentos for a brief time, at the invitation of Illyrio Mopatis, seeking respite from the rigors of travel. The news was contradictory. Jorah worried that each day lost meant the assassins would have greater opportunity to strike. He scoured the docks, forging introductions with smugglers. His coin purse was modest, given to him by Ned Stark for this covert mission, But Pentos was a place where gold talked louder than honor. Eventually, he secured an audience with Illyrio Mopatis himself. The Magister welcomed him into a lavish estate, with polished marble floors, sweet-smelling incense, and tables laden with platters of roasted meats and honeyed fruits. Illyrio, thick-bodied and smiling behind oiled whiskers, spread his arms in greeting. "Ser Yora, I had heard whispers of your arrival," Illyrio said in a voice like butter. "You come from Westeros, do you not?" "Here on behalf of that honorable fellow, Lord Stark, if my guess is correct." Yora inclined his head warily. I'm here to prevent a tragedy. The king in Westeros has placed a price on Daenerys Targaryen's head. She carries a child, and King Robert will see her and the babe destroyed." Illyrio's mouth curved in a sly smile. "Yes, I am aware of the king's dark intentions. Poor girl. She scarcely understands the fierce hatreds she has inherited." He gestured for Yora to sit and partake of the feast laid out. Yora complied, though with caution. "I have done what I can to protect her," Illyrio continued, "but I can only do so much without antagonizing powerful factions in Pentos. Daenerys has gone to the Dothraki Sea with her husband, Khal Drogo. However, I expect her to return to these coasts eventually, once the Khalasar is ready for the next stage of her brother's ambitions, if that fool Viserys still clings to the notion of a Westerosi crown." Yora scowled. "Viserys is half-mad with delusions of kingship. He might push the Dothraki to cross the narrow sea one day, but not anytime soon. However, that does not matter to King Robert. He'll pay assassins to kill her wherever she is." Illyrio waved a scented handkerchief. "Unfortunate, but perhaps we can dissuade them. The Dothraki are not easily infiltrated, mind you, but a cunning killer might find a way, unless someone warns her or offers her safe haven. I have already told her that Pentos's doors will open to her if she needs sanctuary, but I suspect she will remain with her call for now." Yora leaned forward. "Then I must find her. If I can reach her before the assassins do, I might protect her or at least alert Khal Drogo's warriors. Their wrath would be swift if they catch any man trying to kill their Khaleesi. But traveling in Dothraki lands alone is a gamble, and I have little gold left." Illyrio tapped a bejeweled finger on the table. "I can provide you with a guide and perhaps a small escort. In exchange, I ask for some small courtesy from Lord Stark when next he writes. A gesture of friendship between Pentos and the North, if you will. Perhaps improved trading privileges, or a letter praising my generosity." Yora bit back a retort. He despised the politicking, but Ned Stark had made it clear that any alliances formed to save Daenerys were worth the trade. "I will speak well of you, Magister." "Excellent," Illyrio purred. "Then I shall prepare a suitable arrangement. But do be careful. You are not the only one seeking our silver-haired princess." The next day, Yora departed Pentos with half a dozen hired riders. They rode small, sturdy horses east toward the grasslands, where the Dothraki roamed. The plan was to locate Daenerys Targaryen and warn her. It was a desperate mission, but Yora carried within him the knowledge that he was finally doing something worthy of his name, protecting life rather than chasing a pardon for past crimes. In the labyrinthine warrens of King's Landing, Robert Baratheon's fury burned unabated. He paced the halls of the Red Keep like a caged animal bellowing at council sessions. His knights, courtiers, and even Queen Cersei were not safe from his outbursts. Whenever a new report came from the Crownlands camp at Moat Cailin, he grew red-faced and roared of traitors, Targaryens, and the need to end Ned Stark's folly. Some members of the council privately lamented the demise of the king's better nature. Others, chiefly Pycelle and certain Lannister-aligned courtiers, stoked the fires, reminding him that if he showed weakness now, the realm might see him as indecisive. Varys alone made softly worded protests, suggesting that more bloodshed would only destabilize the Seven Kingdoms. But Robert had ceased to care. "I beat Rhaegar on the Trident," he muttered in one council session, his voice carrying a dangerous edge. "I'll beat his little sister if she dares come here, too. And if Ned wants to side with her, let him share their fate." When the news came that Ser Barristan was encamped in the marsh, unable to move forward or backward, the king made his choice. Reinforcements would march north. He ordered Tywin Lannister to send a force of at least 10,000 men. Tywin, who had been biding his time at Casterly Rock, promptly complied, if only to demonstrate that the crown still owed much to Lannister steel. In addition, Robert called upon the Storm Lords, House Penrose, House Swan, House Tarth, and the Crownlands Lords, forging an army that might total 20,000 or more. The realm was about to witness a fearsome show of strength. Robert himself would lead them. He would crush Ned's defiance, retake the north, and teach all the lords of Westeros that the Iron Throne was not to be challenged. Cersei watched him don his armor in their private chambers. She smirked, though it lacked warmth. "You ride off to war again, my king. And here I feared your appetite for battle had grown stale." Robert glowered at her. "I'll show you how stale it is when I mount your father's cavalry on the neck." She tilted her head, golden hair spilling over one shoulder. "Just be certain you come back victorious. There are many who remember the Targaryens more fondly than you think. If you fail, or if you tarry, all manner of rebellions might spring up. But if you succeed, none will dare cross you again." He grunted, slamming down his visor. "I will succeed. The North cannot stand alone against the might of all the South. They'll bend the knee or perish." He left the queen behind and strode to the yard where 100 knights waited on horseback. Robert mounted his warhorse, a massive destrier that snorted steam in the cool dawn. The rest of the royal army would march in columns behind him. It would take many days for all to assemble on the King's Road, but soon enough, a veritable wave of steel would flow north. In an unsteady hush, the capital watched its king depart, some with dread, others with quiet excitement at the prospect of fresh battles and new spoils. The roads leading north grew choked with men, wagons, and supply trains. Foot soldiers trudged through mud, their breath rising in puffs of vapor. Knights polished plate and mail. Camp followers trudged alongside or rode in supply carts. War had come again to Westeros so soon after the last rebellion, and no song could mask the bitterness of it. At Moat Cailin, word reached Ned that the king himself was marching with a vast host. The messenger's hands shook as he delivered the news. Great John Umber cursed, smashing a fist into a table. Roose Bolton wore his usual unreadable mask, though his pale eyes flickered with a calculating gleam. Rickard Karstark demanded they muster every last sword in the north and march south to meet Robert before the entire host arrived. But Ned took a measured approach, summoning more men, yes, but still remaining behind Moat Cailin's walls. The neck was their natural defense, and they could not abandon it lightly. If Robert forced a battle here, at least the bogs would hamper his vast numbers. Ned wondered, often in those days, if there was any way to avoid the bloodshed. He penned letters to the Riverlands, to the Vale, even to the Reach, once more asking for mediation. Most of these letters vanished into silence. The Tullis wrote back that the king had demanded they not offer armed support to Ned unless they wished to be considered traitors. They pleaded for him to bend the knee, to find some compromise. But Ned saw no compromise that would spare Daenerys Targaryen's life. If Robert was so set on her death, it meant condoning murder or facing war. He chose war. At sunrise on a frosty morning, Ned gathered his closest advisors in the courtyard within Moat Cailin's walls. Robb stood by his father, chainmail draped over thick furs. Though only 15, Robb's features had taken on a grim cast. He watched and listened as if each detail might shape the fate of his future. Ned addressed the men. "When the king's host arrives, we will have limited options. Moat Cailin can hold off a large force, but only so long as the supplies last and the men remain resolute. Once they attempt to flank us or bypass us through the swamps, we'll be forced to meet them on open ground or retreat north." Great John Umber bared his teeth in a wolfish grin. "Let them come. We'll show them what northern steel can do." Karstark looked uneasy. "The king's host is rumored to be enormous. Even if we hold them here, we risk being pinned in place if another force sails around to White Harbor or the eastern coast." "That's why I've sent word to White Harbor," Ned replied. "They'll watch the sea approaches. Lords Manderley and Glover stand ready. We'll not be caught unawares." Roose Bolton, voice soft as a whisper, noted, "We can bleed the king's army in these marshes. But to truly push them back, we would need to strike decisively. Perhaps at night, with the advantage of terrain." Ned nodded. "We'll consider every option, but my preference is to avoid a full battle. A single battle might set the entire kingdom ablaze. Our best hope is that we hold them long enough for someone in King's Landing to talk sense into Robert. Or that we force a negotiation, one that doesn't involve the murder of a girl in Essos." Robb looked at his father with troubled eyes. "Father, do you truly think the king will negotiate?" Ned hesitated. "I hope so, Robb. Robert was once a good man, but he's changed. The Targaryens have always been his blind spot. Still, if we show we won't be intimidated, perhaps he'll see reason." Yet when Robert finally arrived at the perimeter of the Crownlands camp, flanked by armored knights and a war trumpet's bray, reason was nowhere in sight. From the ramparts, Ned watched him ride in, a bear of a man, broad-shouldered, dressed in gleaming black plate etched with the golden crown stag. Robert dismounted and conferred with Ser Barristan, who had endured these miserable weeks in the bog. Barristan's posture conveyed deep unease, but the king barely seemed to notice. Soon after, Robert's forward ranks began fortifying the camp with sharpened stakes and earthen berms as though settling in for a siege. Ned ordered a raven sent to Winterfell, telling Catelyn that the king was here in force. Over the next few days, more and more men trickled in behind Robert, swelling the camp until it sprawled across the drier stretches of marsh. Tents rose in orderly rows, standards fluttered in the biting wind, supply wagons rumbled. The southern lords had come, lords from the Stormlands, lesser bannermen of the Crownlands, and even a few knights from the Westerlands wearing the Lion of Lannister upon their cloaks. The rumors of a Lannister host on the march were true, though they had not yet fully arrived. A contingent had come ahead to show the Rock's readiness. As the camp grew, so did the tension. Twice, the king's outriders tested the bogs, searching for a hidden path. They encountered deadly arrow fire from crannogmen allied to the Reeds, who guarded those swamps with savage cunning. Several men drowned in the quagmire. Others returned wounded, arrow shafts protruding from limbs or torsos. Robert fumed at the losses, cursing all the damp in the north. On a particularly raw morning, the king demanded parley. Ned met him with a small entourage just beyond bowshot, in a patch of ground thick with mud. Robert arrived accompanied by Barristan Selmy, a pair of Kingsguard knights, and a tall blonde lord wearing the lion crest, Ser Jaime Lannister himself, his arrogance practically radiating through the gloom. Jaime watched Ned with a smirk, as if itching for a chance to prove his prowess. Robert stalked forward, spattering mud. "You damned fool," he growled. "By the gods, look what you've done. The realm stands on the brink of war because you won't accept that Targaryens must die." Ned bristled at the words. "I've done nothing except refuse to murder innocents. If the realm is on the brink of war, it is because you have brought an army here to kill me for your pride." Robert's face darkened. Pride? Is it pride to want to keep that dragon spawn from birthing another monster who might burn us all? "You would burn us all first?" Ned shot back, voice calm but cold. "You are not the man I remember, Robert." A flicker of pain crossed the king's face, then vanished. "The man you remember died when Rhaegar killed Lyanna. Or have you forgotten that? How can you side with the spawn of the Mad King who tortured your own father?" Ned's voice trembled. "I side with no Targaryen. I side with honor. That child did not choose her parentage, nor did her unborn babe choose to carry Targaryen blood. We do not slaughter children for crimes they have not committed." Jaime Lannister gave a derisive snort. "Mercy to Targaryens. How touching. My father once showed them mercy, after sacking King's Landing, if memory serves." Robert shot Jaime a warning glare, then returned to Ned. "So you'll keep harping on innocence? Fine. But what if this Daenerys spawns a new rebellion the moment she sets foot on our shores? Then we handle it if and when it happens," Ned said. "Not by sending assassins to kill a pregnant girl. That's an act of terror, not justice." Robert roared. "This talk is pointless. I offered you a chance to come south in peace. You spat on it. Now you hide behind these bogs. You always were too stiff-necked for your own good." Ned squared his shoulders. "Is there any chance you will call off your vendetta if she gives birth and remains across the sea?" The king's lip curled. "No. As long as a Targaryen lives, there's a threat. She dies, her child dies, and that's the end of it. I'll pay any cell's word, any assassin, any traitor to see it done." Ned's hand twitched at his sword hilt, but he forced himself to remain still. "Then we have nothing left to discuss." Robert's eyes glinted with a mix of anger and sorrow. "We do not. When you lie dead beneath this bog, maybe the next Lord of Winterfell will have the sense to bend the knee." Ned couldn't keep the bitterness from his voice. "May the gods forgive what you've become." The king turned abruptly, splattering more mud. "I'll give you one last chance to yield, Ned. One day. After that, we begin. And I'll do what's needed. Pray to your old gods if you like, it won't save you." He stalked back to his lines, flanked by Barristan and Jaime. Ned watched them go, feeling as though he stared at a stranger in Robert's armor. Then he signaled his own men to return to the fortress. In the tower's gloom, Ned explained the failure of the parley to his captains. Robb listened quietly, fists clenched. The older lords grimly accepted that bloodshed was imminent. They had come too far to bow now. One day's respite, then the might of the South would fall upon them. Night wrapped Moat Cailin in silence. The men whispered and prayed around small fires. Some made crude jokes about southern knights drowning in the bog, while others sharpened blades in tense anticipation. Inside a drafty chamber, Ned sat with Robb and the other leaders, finalizing the battle plan. Scouts would patrol the swamps, archers would line the walls, and heavier infantry would wait behind the gate in reserve. If Robert's men tried to storm the fortress directly, they would pay dearly. If they attempted a wide flanking maneuver, the Crannogmen loyal to House Reed would hound them mercilessly in the bogs. This was all they could do: hold, endure, hope to force a stalemate. But a stalemate could crumble if Robert's numbers kept growing, or if he found a cunning new tactic. Dawn broke with a slate-gray sky. Trumpets sounded from the southern camp, horns echoing over the marshes. Ned stood atop the walls, gazing at the mass of men. Banners snapped in the breeze, stags, lions, and a scattering of lesser sigils. The day of reckoning had come. Across the bog, a thunderous roar of voices heralded the king's approach. Battle lines formed, knights shining in half-light, foot soldiers bracing spears. The king advanced with an arrogance born of past victories, leading a wedge of cavalry along the drier ridges that approached Moat Cailin from the southwest. Archers behind them readied bows, while siege engineers struggled to maneuver cumbersome scorpions through the mud. Ned's archers answered from the fortress towers, sending the first volley hissing through the air. A handful of men dropped, but the main column pressed on, shields raised. The entire swamp seethed with men and horses, mud-sucking at hooves and boots alike. Then the horns of the north bellowed a deep challenge, answered by the howls of Crannogmen hidden among the reeds. Figures emerged from the soggy ground, loosing darts and arrows. Men fell screaming, horses reared. Chaos rippled through the vanguard, but Robert's men struggled forward. They hacked at the Crannogmen, or forced them to retreat into the deeper bogs. Step by bloody step, they pressed toward the fortress. On the walls, Ned commanded his archers to pick targets carefully. The range was short, but the angles were poor. More southern soldiers dropped. Among them, Ned glimpsed glimpses of golden armor, Jaime Lannister urging men forward, cutting down a Crannog fighter. From the fortress gate, Great John Umber's booming laughter rang out as he led a sally of Northmen into the shallower pools, aiming to break the enemy's formation. They clashed in a frenzied melee, steel clanging, mud splashing. Men screamed. Horses flailed, half-sinking, unseating riders. Robert himself waded into the fray, warhammer in hand. He struck with terrifying force, caving in a man's helm, sending red spray across the bog. A group of Umber men-at-arms tried to surround him, but he roared like a bear, smashing aside a spear, hammering another soldier's shoulder. The man collapsed, howling. Ned watched with a heavy heart. That raw ferocity reminded him of the Robert who had killed Rhaegar Targaryen at the Trident, but it was twisted now, fueled by rage that had lost all sense of mercy. Still, the bog and the fortress combined to wreak havoc on the southern assault. Men sank to their knees in thick mud, lost boots, floundered. Crannog fighters darted from cover to cover, lancing them with spears. Arrows from the walls rained down. The southern lines faltered, morale wavering under the punishing environment. Ned dared hope they might break and retreat. But Robert's presence seemed to hold them together, cursing them onward, refusing to yield. Hours slid by in the grisly dance of skirmish and retreat, surge and repel. The first major assault ended in a stalemate. The Crownlands and Stormlands men fell back to regroup. The Northmen withdrew behind the walls, bearing their own wounded. The bog was littered with corpses, mostly southern soldiers, though many Crannogmen and Northmen had perished too. The stench of blood and swamp gas clung to everything. Ned, exhausted, walked among the wounded. Men groaned on straw pallets, arms or legs mangled by warhammers, pike thrusts, arrows. Maesters did what they could with boiled wine and bandages. Robb stood nearby, face pale. "So this is war," the boy said in a hollow voice. Ned could only nod. "Remember it well. This is what happens when pride and hatred rule men's hearts." But the day was not over. The king's army, though bloodied, was not broken. From the walls, spotters saw fresh columns arriving, more Stormlanders, more Crownlands levies, and a small contingent of Lannister knights. They erected palisades and watchtowers around the bog's perimeter, clearly preparing for a siege. Catapults, though difficult to place in such uneven ground, were being assembled on the closest patch of firm land. Night fell. and the moans of the wounded were all that broke the silence. By dawn, the second assault began. Robert had ordered catapults to hurl pitch-soaked stones at the walls. Some soared overhead, plopping into the marsh with harmless splashes. Others slammed into Moat Caelan's ancient masonry, knocking loose chunks of stone. Fire hissed upon contact with the wet fortress, sending up greasy black smoke. Under cover of the barrage, the king's men advanced once more, this time deploying large wooden screens to guard archers who peppered the battlements with arrows. Ned commanded a disciplined response. Hold the walls, loose arrows in steady volleys. Do not waste men in a reckless charge outside. The fortress's defenders inflicted many casualties, but the repeated impacts from catapults slowly damaged one of the towers, threatening collapse. By midday, the king's men managed to push close enough to the base of Moat Caelan to try hooking ropes onto cracks in the walls, hoping to pull them down. A savage struggle ensued, with Northmen leaning over the battlements, cutting rope or pouring boiling water. The Crownlanders howled in pain but fought on. Then an entire section of the old wall gave way with a thunderous crack, plunging stones and defenders into the muddy ditch. Cheers erupted among the southern ranks. Dozens of men rushed forward, trying to exploit the breach. Ned, cursing, led a group of heavy foot to reinforce that spot. They clashed in a narrow gap filled with rubble and bodies. A brutal melee erupted, swords and axes slicing in close quarters. Ned himself parried a thrust from a Crownlands knight, driving the man back with a shield bash. Roose Bolton's men joined the fray, methodical and grim, forming a shield wall that checked the southern advance. The mud and debris made it nearly impossible for the attackers to coordinate, and wave after wave broke upon the defenders' line. Across the fortress, battle raged. A second attempt at the gates was met by Great John Umber, who led a countercharge that splintered the assault ladders. Robb Stark fought among the foot soldiers, adrenaline and fear warring in his eyes. He took a shallow wound to the arm but persevered, pushing a foe back with raw determination. Ned saw it happen, and though his heart twisted with fear for his son, he had no time to intervene. The fight near the collapsed section demanded his every breath, every ounce of stamina. Slowly, the defenders held. The king's men, battered and exhausted, withdrew once more before dusk. Moat Caelan's walls were cracked, but still standing. The yard behind them was strewn with wounded and dying, the moat clogged with corpses. Ned and his battered troops sagged with relief. They had survived the second onslaught, but the cost was high. Among the fallen was Rickard Karstark's youngest son, a youth not much older than Robb, his face set in a final grimace. A dreadful routine took shape. Each day brought fresh assaults. Each assault left more dead in the bog and more damage to the fortress. At night, Robert's catapults hurled flaming projectiles, seeking to sap the defenders' morale. Sleep became a scarce commodity, overshadowed by the thunder of war. Stores of food and arrows ran lower and lower. Some men deserted, slipping into the swamp. Others cursed Robert Baratheon's name with every breath. From within his tent, the king planned each day's push, driven by fury and a thirst to end the stalemate. Barristan and Selmy occasionally urged negotiation, but Robert refused. "I will not treat with a man who defies me for the sake of a dragon whelp," he snarled. He's made his choice. At King's Landing, Queen Cersei and the small council watched the ravens describing the brutal engagements. The realm shook with fear that the war would expand. If the Riverlands decided to intervene, if the Vale changed its mind, if Dorne or the Reach saw an opportunity to avenge old wounds, no one knew how far the chaos might spread. Yet for now, most houses clung to neutrality, hoping the king would quickly break the North's resistance. Day after day, that victory did not materialize. Whispers began that perhaps Ned Stark was not alone in seeing Robert's wrath as unjust. Far across the sea, Daenerys Targaryen felt the first stirrings of her unborn child. It was a strange comfort in a world of uncertainty. Khal Drogo's massive Khalasar roamed the grass seas near V's Dothrak, leaving her little time for reflection. But she sensed a growing tension around her brother Viserys, who grew impatient for ships and armies to invade Westeros. One evening, as the sun dipped blood-red over the plains, Daenerys stood outside her tent, resting a hand on her swelling belly, remembering the gentle words Jorah Mormont had once offered about the lands beyond the sea. Something had changed in him before he departed, a new resolve in his eyes. Perhaps he had truly found a way to return home with honor. Unbeknownst to her, Yora was at that moment riding hard along a dusty trail, guided by a Dothraki Sel's word who claimed to know the Khalasar's route. In his saddlebags, Yora carried letters from Ned Stark confirming that assassins were undoubtedly on their way with orders from King Robert. He prayed he would not be too late. Back at Moat Cailin, Ned dragged himself through another sleepless night. The fortress teetered on the edge. Despite inflicting heavy losses on the king's army, the Northmen were running out of time and resources. Each new wave of southern reinforcements ensured Robert could keep up the pressure indefinitely. By contrast, the North simply did not have enough men in position to break the siege. Winter was creeping closer, and if the snows grew thick, supply lines to Moat Cailin would be cut off. Morale had begun to fray. Robb approached his father one dim morning, pale and grim, blood still staining the bandage on his arm. "Father, the men are saying we can't hold out forever," he said softly. "Some want to sally forth and die with honor in open battle. Others say we should retreat and lure Robert deeper into the north, where winter will do our work. But is that not a greater slaughter?" Ned rubbed a hand across the stubble on his jaw. "Retreat might be wise, but we'd leave Moat Cailin to the king. From here, he could march on Winterfell eventually. That's what we've tried to prevent. But this siege is draining us." He let out a weary breath. "I had hoped Robert might break. I see no sign of that." Robb's eyes flickered with a mixture of fear and resolve. "What if we send another appeal? One last chance to talk?" Ned considered it. Each attempt had been rebuffed, but the alternative was more death. A final attempt at negotiation, yes. But who would carry it? "Not me, I cannot leave. Barristan Selmy would not trust any envoy. Perhaps we can find a neutral voice." In the end, they found no one truly neutral. The best they could do was write a letter couched in the most conciliatory terms possible. "We do not seek the throne, nor do we side with Targaryens. We only refuse to condone murder of innocents." But by now, Ned suspected Robert would tear the parchment apart without reading. Just after the letter was sent via a rider under a white flag, a fresh assault began. This time, the king's men made a concentrated effort to pound the weakened tower with siege engines. The battered structure crumbled further, sending chunks of stone tumbling onto defenders below. In the confusion, the Crownland's infantry charged the breach. In the swirling melee, Ned glimpsed Robert again, hammer flashing. One stroke shattered a Stark bannerman's shield. Another crushed a helm. The defenders wavered, forced back from the rubble. Greatjon Umber barreled into the fray, bellowing curses. He traded fierce blows with Robert, steel clashing. Robert's greater strength eventually knocked Greatjon to his knees, but not before Umber slashed him across the side. The king roared, staggering. Barristan Selmy jumped in to defend him, pushing Umber back. Northerners surged around their fallen champion, dragging him from the fight before the king could finish him. But the damage was done. Robert had taken a wound, though no one could say how grievous. Nightfall ended the day's battle, each side withdrawing to nurse wounds. Whispers spread through both camps that the king had been hurt, that Barristan himself was grim-faced. But the next morning, Robert appeared again atop a ridge, bandaged and furious, showing the North he was still alive and still determined to win. If the wound slowed him, it did not quell his resolve. Meanwhile, Ned's men were truly at their limit. The fortress was near collapse. Food had grown scarce, and the battered defenders were running out of arrows. Each day saw more men fall. The unstoppable tide of the South continued, at terrible cost, but continued all the same. Ned felt the heartbreak of it. He prayed to the old gods for a miracle. That night, the miracle arrived in a form he could never have predicted. As Ned stood on the ramparts, scanning the gloom for any sign of a night assault, a horn blast sounded from the south, but distant, behind the king's lines. Another, then another, a series of clarion calls echoing in the marsh. Confusion rippled through the camp below. Torchlight bobbed like a swarm of fireflies as men scurried to see what new threat approached. From his vantage point, Ned could see flickers of movement at the southern edges of Robert's sprawling encampment. Then came shouts, the clash of steel, and an uproar that spread like wildfire. The southern army's rearguard was under attack. But by whom? He strained his eyes. Under the moonlight, a large banner appeared, though the sigil was unclear in the distance. Another war horn bellowed. Robert's men scrambled in the darkness, unprepared for an attack from behind. Some rumor in the northern lines hissed that it was the Riverlords or perhaps the Vale. Others muttered the word treachery. Ned could only guess. But as he watched, the chaos intensified, panic seizing the southern ranks. The sound of fighting came closer and closer to the main body of Robert's camp. Ned seized the moment. He ordered his men to rally in the courtyard. If some new foe was striking Robert's lines, it might provide a chance to break the siege. Robb, battered and bandaged, stood ready at his father's side, eyes alight with the spark of hope. Great John Umber, though wounded, insisted on joining. Even Roose Bolton, ever the calculating man, showed an odd glimmer of satisfaction. Before they could sally forth, however, a great plume of fire lit the southern sky. Something was burning in the camp, possibly the pitch stores for the catapults. Men screamed, horses bolted, confusion rippled. Ned saw an opportunity to send a vanguard out the battered gate while the catapults and Southern Command were in disarray. They moved swiftly, crossing the bog with an urgency that overcame the mud's drag. Sure enough, the Southern Watchers were too busy fending off the attack from behind to notice the Northmen charging from the front. Ned's force slammed into the unprepared flank of Robert's lines. Shouts of Winterfell and Stark resounded. For a moment, there was a danger of the Northmen being swallowed up by the superior numbers, but the chaos in the camp was too great. Some pockets of Crownland's men tried to rally, only to be cut down or driven back, with arrows whistling from hidden Crannog archers. All the while, the mysterious attackers from the south pressed forward, forcing Robert's men to fight on two fronts. Ned pressed through the confusion, searching for the king. He glimpsed Robert's tall form in the distance, shouting orders to a cluster of knights. They looked ready to form a rear guard so the rest of the army could regroup. Before Ned could steer his horse that way, a wave of fleeing soldiers threatened to trample him. He lost sight of Robert, swallowed by the knights' mayhem. Soon, the Crownland's center crumbled. Some men dropped their weapons and fled deeper into the bog. Others surrendered outright. The king's host, carefully built over weeks, was falling apart in the span of an hour. Realizing the battle was lost, large contingents of Stormlanders began retreating, while the Lannister knights, furious and proud, fought a desperate withdrawal. Fire raged in parts of the camp, sending an orange glow across the waterlogged terrain. Only when the rout was almost complete did Ned's men encounter the mysterious southern force. The flickering light revealed banners bearing a silvery trout on a red and blue field, House Tully. Alongside them were the black and gold of House Blackwood, the red stallion of House Bracken, and other Riverland sigils. At their head, astride a chestnut horse, rode Brynden Blackfish Tully. His angular face showed a ruthless satisfaction as he surveyed the chaos of the king's camp. Ned found himself face to face with the Blackfish near a series of burning tents. They reined in, breath coming in gasps. "Brynden!" Ned exclaimed. "What are you doing here?" The Blackfish gave a curt nod. "Fighting for the realm's honor, Ned. My brother's health is failing and Edmure is stuck in Riverrun, but I and some other Riverlords won't stand by while the king commits open butchery. Your letter finally convinced us it was time to pick a side." Robert lost his damned senses. "You were right." Shock and relief warred within Ned. "You realize what this means. The king will call you traitors too." Brynden's face hardened. "Better than being complicit in murder. This is not the rebellion we signed on for when we helped Robert dethrone Ares. We left enough men to secure Riverrun if the crown tries to punish us, but for now we marched swiftly up the King's Road, hoping to catch Robert off guard. It seems we did." Around them, men pressed in, some cheering, some tending the wounded. The last pockets of Robert's loyalists were scattering into the night. Ned searched for any sign of the king himself. "Is Robert taken?" Brynden shook his head. "He and a band of knights cut their way free. Barris and Selmy was with him, I believe. They fled west, perhaps hoping to meet Lannister reinforcements. It was too dark to pursue effectively." Ned's relief mingled with regret. He had hoped to speak with Robert once more, perhaps even capture him, force him to see reason. But if Robert escaped, this war would continue. Still, Moat Cailin was free, the siege broken. Scores of southern men lay dead or dying, and many more had scattered. The victory was bittersweet, but it was victory. Dawn revealed the scale of the devastation. Black smoke curled from the remnants of the king's camp. Bodies sprawled in grotesque tableaus across the bog. The stench overwhelmed even hardened warriors. Moat Cailin's battered towers loomed in the backdrop of the carnage. The Riverlords and Northmen gathered on what dry ground they could find, sorting captives from corpses. Men hailed Ned Stark as the victor, but he felt no triumph. War was an ugly business, and it was not over. The king had fled. House Lannister was still at large. The North had proven it could not be taken easily, yet the final outcome lay shrouded in uncertainty. Brynden Tully spoke of forging alliances with other houses that might see Robert's madness for what it was, but none could predict how many would join them or how the rest of the realm would respond. That evening, Ned stood on the highest surviving rampart of Moat Cailin, gazing out over the wreckage. Robb stood beside him, arm in a sling. The boy's eyes burned with a fierce mix of horror and resolve. "We beat them," Robb said softly, as if testing the words. "We survived them," Ned corrected, voice weary. "Robert will come again. Or he'll send his allies in the west or the south. This is only the beginning." Robb's jaw tightened. "Let him come. We will not bend." Ned placed a hand on his son's shoulder. "I pray it doesn't come to that again. We must try to end this before more men die, before winter truly sets in." As the moon rose over the marsh that night, Ned prayed once more under the clouded sky. He prayed for an end to the bloodshed, for the realm to find a better path. Far away, Daenerys Targaryen's child grew in her womb, unwittingly the catalyst for all the strife. And somewhere in those dark plains of Essos, Jorah Mormont rode to avert her murder by the king's assassins. Whether he would succeed and whether the news of her continued life would stoke Robert's fury beyond measure lay in the hands of fickle fate. Ned Stark watched the moonlight shimmer on the muddy waters surrounding Moat Cailin and realized that, for the first time since leaving King's Landing, he could breathe without expecting an arrow in his back. The siege was broken. Yet ahead lay a tangled road of alliances, betrayals, and more battles if Robert refused to see reason. The realm was indeed split, torn between the old friendship and new hatreds, between a king's wrath and a lord's honor. Perhaps, Ned thought, tomorrow they would salvage peace. Or perhaps tomorrow would bring only a deeper plunge into darkness. Honor was all he had to guide him, and he wondered if it would be enough to save the kingdom he had once fought so hard to protect. The pall of smoke still hung over the bogs surrounding Moat Cailin 2 days after the siege was shattered. Even the cold northern winds failed to sweep it away entirely, leaving an acrid taste in the mouths of those who dared venture out among the mud and scattered corpses. Crows circled in black flocks, their raucous cries punctuating the hush that followed the storm of battle. Men moved like ghosts through the ruins of the king's encampment, searching for their slain friends or gathering what supplies could still be salvaged. Ned Stark stood amid the wreckage, exhaustion carved into every line of his face. He directed his men to stack the enemy dead in rows, identifying those of higher rank if possible. There was no joy in the aftermath. Victory had come at a grievous cost, and Robert remained at large, somewhere west with what remained of his host. The North would have to contend with that threat soon enough. For now, triage took priority, tending the wounded, burying the fallen, comforting the survivors who wandered in shock. Brynden Blackfish Tully oversaw his own river lords in a similar task, his expression as stony as the ramparts of Riverrun. Most of his men were still grappling with what they had done. They had turned their swords against their king, many for the first time in their lives, convinced it was the only honorable path. A quiet sense of grim resolve pervaded the Riverlanders' camp. They had intervened to prevent what they deemed an unjust war of annihilation, yet the realm would surely name them traitors now. The Blackfish wore no regrets on his face, though. He had read Ned Stark's letters in Riverrun, heard how the king demanded the murder of Daenerys Targaryen and her unborn child. He had weighed that atrocity against his oath of loyalty and chosen a side. If Robert saw that as treason, so be it. Ned moved to where the two forces, Northmen and Riverlanders, mingled. The men parted respectfully for him. He stopped by a rough wooden table where Lord Rickard Karstark hunched over a map, his eyes still red from weeping over his youngest son. Karstark had lost the boy in one of the fierce assaults on the walls. Great John Umber, bandaged around his torso and arm, stood with him, grumbling low. Roose Bolton was there too, silent and watchful, his pale eyes betraying neither grief nor relief. They all looked up as Ned arrived. He placed a hand on Karstark's shoulder. "How do we fare?" Karstark exhaled, voice raw. "We're bloodied, my lord. The fortress walls will need rebuilding, we're low on supplies, and my men grow more fearful by the hour that Robert will return at full strength. But we stand. We stand because we have no choice." Greyjohn jerked his head in a semblance of a nod. "Aye, we do, by the gods. If Robert tries to fling the rest of his army at us, we'll damn well meet him again. But I'd sooner march south and pay him back in kind before he gathers Lannister reinforcements." Roose Bolton's soft voice interrupted. "A bold suggestion, but perhaps unwise. The North is not built for a grand invasion, especially with winter near. We must not forget the rumors that Tywin Lannister marches with 10 or 20,000 men. We cannot know the truth of those numbers, but they will be formidable. House Lannister has wealth, resources, and no fear of a short campaign. Should we surge into the Westerlands, we might well be crushed between Tywin's host and Robert's remnants. Ned nodded gravely. We cannot blunder forward. That would cost more lives. Our victory here was possible only because of our terrain and the surprise arrival of Brynden Tully. He glanced around. Where's the Blackfish? Karstark gestured toward the southern camp. He's out there surveying. Said he wanted to catch any stragglers that might be lying low in the reeds. Ned inhaled. I must speak with him. We have to decide how to proceed, and quickly. He took his leave, passing through the muddy remains of the once expansive siege camp. Men from both armies worked side by side, piling wreckage, dousing smoldering embers of burned tents. The stench of death hung heavily. Off to the far right, crows squabbled over a mass of unclaimed corpses. At the southern perimeter, Ned found Brynden Tully standing on a low hummock of dry ground. The Blackfish's mount stood nearby, muzzle drooping in fatigue. A half-dozen of his men fanned out, crossbows in hand, scanning for any sign of an ambush or hidden survivors. Brynden turned at Ned's approach, dipping his head in somber greeting. Stark, he said. Hell of a thing, isn't it? Ned looked out over the bog. The king's force was large. I can still hardly believe they're scattered or dead. They'll regroup, Brynden said. I've heard from prisoners that Robert took several hundred men west, cursing all the while. He was wounded if the rumors are true, but not so severely as to cripple him. He'll be dangerous when cornered. Men who followed him here may try to rejoin him, or he might link with the Lannisters. A grim note hardened his voice. It'll not end with this one victory. Ned's eyes drifted to the horizon. We owe you a great debt. Without you, Moat Cailin would have fallen, eventually. Why did you come? I know you said my letters convinced you, but you stand alone among the River Lords. Edmure Tully must be in an uneasy position back in Riverrun. Brynden shrugged with a certain rugged grace. My nephew, Edmure, inherited all of Hoster's duties, but he's still learning to pick his battles. He hesitated to break with the crown. It was I who gathered the lords outraged by this business of murdering a pregnant girl. I reminded them what our rebellion had once stood for, an end to tyranny. Now Robert demands tyranny in the name of safety. Some lords found their consciences again when I invoked that. Others found, well, at least enough pity for an unborn child not to watch from the sidelines. We mustered quietly and rode north before the rest could talk themselves out of it. Ned clasped Brynden's forearm. The North remembers such loyalty, and we shall not forget it. The Blackfish allowed himself a slight smile. We do what we must, but the question remains, what now? King Robert is still your friend, at least he once was. You truly think he'll see reason? Ned's gaze dropped. I don't know. Each time I've tried to talk to him, he was too blinded by hatred of the Targaryens to listen. Perhaps if we could force him to a negotiation table. But that would likely require capturing him or cornering him so thoroughly he has no choice. And we lack the strength to chase him into the west. Tywin Lannister is an even greater threat than Robert if he's had time to call the banners. Brynden studied the distant waters. So we hold. We fortify. We gather allies if we can. The Riverlands can't openly declare for you without forcing every house to a choice. Some might prefer to keep faith with the crown. That means civil war in the Trident. The seeds of the last war are still fresh in many memories. It could grow ugly fast. Ned closed his eyes, remembering the Tully marriage alliances and how the Riverlands had suffered under the last conflict. We need to exhaust every possible route for peace. But if the king spurns us again, we must be ready for the worst. They parted ways for the moment. Brynden went to see to the wounded among his men while Ned returned to Moat Cailin's partial shelter. He found Robb waiting just inside the half-ruined gate. Ned's son stood straighter than he had before this ordeal, his face bearing a new hardness. The bandage on his arm had been changed, and he no longer winced when he moved. Around him, a small gathering of younger Northmen nodded in deference. Father, Robb said, his tone subdued. Some of our scouts returned. They found no sign of King Robert in the immediate vicinity. He's fled beyond the reach of Moat Cailin's watchers. Ned nodded. Thank you, Robb. Go rest if you can. You fought bravely. We'll need you strong for what comes next. Robb shook his head. I'm too restless to rest. Let me help with whatever tasks remain. I want to do my part. Ned placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Very well. Go speak to Maester Luwin about the ravens. We need to inform Winterfell of what has happened here. Then check on the food stores. We must prepare to hold for as long as needed. Possibly we'll have to withdraw to Winterfell in time. But for now, we stay. Robb's eyes flicked with a brief spark of determination, and he left. Ned watched him go, grateful and sorrowful in equal measure to see how war had shaped his eldest child so swiftly. As the day wore on, the battered fortress bustled with forced productivity. Archers repaired what sections of the ramparts still stood, gathering salvageable arrows and refletching them. Workers fashioned makeshift palisades in the breach, hoping to provide at least a temporary barrier. A few crannogmen scouted the deeper bogs, seeking any pockets of the king's men who might still be lost or in hiding. Occasionally they dragged prisoners from the reeds, men half dead from wounds or exposure. Ned found a moment of respite in a corner of the courtyard where a portion of the wall still offered partial shelter from the wind. He sank onto a wooden bench. His limbs felt weighted, his mind clogged by the turmoil of the past weeks. Victory in one battle had never felt so hollow. An image rose unbidden. Robert's face, contorted with rage and pain, leading men to their deaths in the name of exterminating the Targaryen line. Where was that carefree youth who had once roamed the Vale at Ned's side under Jon Arryn's guidance? Had Robert's demons always lain dormant beneath the surface, waiting to be unleashed? His thoughts returned to Daenerys Targaryen, half a world away, unwittingly the fuse to this entire conflict. If Robert continued to fixate on her death, how many more would fall? The irony was not lost on Ned. They had overthrown the Mad King to protect the realm from his cruelty, only to see the new king fall into a similar pattern of merciless pursuit. A sudden commotion near the gate roused him. He stood, heart pounding, wondering if Robert had returned. But as he approached, he saw that it was only a small group of men bearing the sigils of White Harbor and the Manderleys. They had arrived under a banner of the Direwolf as well, though travel-worn and splattered with mud. When Ned reached them, the leader bowed. He was a middle-aged knight with silver hair braided in the Manderley fashion. "My lord," said the knight, breathing hard, "I come bearing greetings from Lord Wyman Manderley and urgent tidings from the coast. We heard of the battle here, and my men rode with all speed once we learned the southern host was broken." Ned ushered him inside. The man's name was Ser Marlon Manderley, a cousin to Lord Wyman. With a cup of spiced wine in hand, Ser Marlon explained, "We have watchers in White Harbor who keep an eye on the sea lanes. There is troubling activity out there, my lord. Sizable ships, possibly war galleys, have been spotted sailing under the banners of the crown, some also rumored to carry the Lannister lion. We suspect they might attempt a landing further up the coast, circumventing this fortress entirely. Lord Wyman has increased our defenses, but we are uncertain how many ships approach. If King Robert or Tywin Lannister commands a fleet, they could strike at White Harbor or even attempt to sail into the Bay of Seals and land near the Dreadfort." Ned rubbed a hand across his brow. "So Robert tries another avenue. That stands to reason. The neck is nearly impenetrable if we defend Moat Cailin vigorously. A seaborne invasion might bypass us." He thought of the potential for a massive pincer strike, armies pressing from the west and a fleet striking from the east. The north could be squeezed until it bled. "What does Lord Wyman propose?" Ser Marlon's lips flattened. "He begs you to send men. Warships, if you can muster any, though the north is not famed for its navy. He wants to ensure White Harbor is not overrun if the king commits to an attack by sea. Lord Wyman also wonders if you plan to remain here. If the king is truly shifting his focus, Moat Cailin may no longer be the critical hold." Ned listened carefully, torn. The north's long coastline was indeed vulnerable. White Harbor was the largest port, the key to trade and the wealth that funded many of his bannermen. If Robert seized White Harbor, he could ferry troops directly onto northern soil without braving the swamps. "We cannot abandon Moat Cailin without being sure the king won't simply regroup and strike here again from the south. But perhaps we can send part of our force to reinforce White Harbor. We must protect the Manderleys. They have been loyal beyond measure." Bolton's voice emerged from behind them, quiet and measured. "We must weigh that carefully, my lord. If we divide our already diminished strength, we risk failing on both fronts. The Manderleys are resourceful and White Harbor has stout walls. Moat Cailin, however, is half in ruins. If Robert returned with even a fraction of his previous might, could we withstand him?" Ned glanced at the other lords who had gathered, Karstark, Great John Umber, Brynden Tully, and a scattering of younger knights. The question hung in the cold air. Karstark spoke first, voice still hoarse with grief. "Robert took a heavy blow here. He may not chance a second assault so soon. More likely, he or the Lannisters will attempt to cripple us elsewhere on the coast or even in the west if they ally with the Ironborn. We've heard rumors the Greyjoys might stir again at the promise of war. The Iron Islands aren't far from the Neck by sea. They could reeve along our shores. The mention of the Greyjoys conjured unwelcome memories for Ned. Balon Greyjoy's rebellion some years past, the siege of Pike, the cost of stamping out that insurrection. He pressed his lips together. We cannot rule anything out. The realm is fracturing and opportunists will seize any chance for plunder. We must rely on the loyalty of our own bannermen, and we must see if we can bolster White Harbor without leaving Moat Cailin naked to attack. Brynden Tully made a suggestion. Send me and my Riverlanders to White Harbor. The North is not our home, but we came here to fight for your cause. We're somewhat fresh, having arrived recently, though we did see battle. Still, we have not been reduced by a long siege the way your garrison has. If Lord Manderley will have us, we can stand with him, fortify the harbor, and free you to keep your men concentrated here. Ned rubbed his jaw. That is a generous offer, but it might be difficult for you to hold White Harbor if a full royal fleet lands there. We'll hold until we can't. Then we'll fall back and keep the harbor from feeding Robert's war. We can at least slow them, force them to fight for every inch. That might buy time for the North to muster more forces or for you to regroup, Brynden said. I won't pretend it's a flawless plan, but it's better than splitting your own core host into two. Ned studied the man's resolute face. You risk much riding farther north into an uncertain battle. Brynden shrugged. We risked everything by coming here in the first place. My men and I stand by your cause until we see how the realm answers. Besides, I'd rather fight on the walls of White Harbor than freeze in these bogs waiting for Robert's next move. Ned nodded slowly. Then so be it. Ser Marlin, ride back to Lord Wyman with news that the Blackfish and his host will arrive within the fortnight if the roads allow. Tell him to expect reinforcements from the Riverlands, not from the north alone. That might confuse any watchers in the city loyal to the king. And if a fleet does come, well, you'll not stand alone. Ser Marlin brightened. I'll leave at once, my lord. Lord Manderley will be grateful. He's as loyal as ever to House Stark. We stand together in these dark times. With that resolved, the meeting broke. Brynden Tully began preparations for his men to march, distributing supplies, organizing wagons for the wounded who could be moved, and sending scouts ahead. The morale of the Riverlanders lifted somewhat. They had chosen their path, and at least now they had a clear objective. As the bustle continued, Ned retreated to an alcove in the courtyard, where a battered table had been set up for writing. Despite the chaos, a small scribe's kit awaited him. He needed to inform Catelyn at Winterfell of these developments. He dipped a quill in ink, pausing to marshal his thoughts. The letter would be short but urgent. Update her on the victory, on Robert's retreat, on the prospective threat by sea, and on the arrival of the Riverlords at White Harbor. He also instructed her to keep watch for any infiltration. War had a way of breeding cunning attempts to capture or coerce key figures. When that letter was done, he penned another to the Vale, specifically to Lisa Arryn, though he doubted it would do much good. He implored her once again to remember the old alliance that had bound Ned, Robert, and her late husband Jon Arryn in brotherhood. He asked her to recall that this war began over the question of killing children, something Jon Arryn would never have condoned. If the Vale would not send armies, could they at least close the high passes to any forces loyal to the king, or refuse them passage? Every small hindrance might help. But Ned had little hope Lisa would end her policy of neutrality. Lastly, he wrote to Riverrun, addressing both Edmure Tully and Lord Hoster Tully, though Hoster was said to be in failing health. He explained that Brynden was leading a contingent north. Ned tried not to demand or guilt them, but he made the point plain. The Blackfish and these Riverlords were now effectively outlaws in the eyes of the king. Riverrun might be next on Robert's list if the war expanded. House Tully should prepare. Perhaps if more Riverlords joined Brynden's stance, Robert would see how precarious his claim to moral authority had become. Perhaps it would force him to negotiate. That evening, the crackle of fires in the fortress courtyard did little to dispel the gloom, though men tried to celebrate survival with a few cups of ale. Ned made the rounds, checking on the wounded. He found Great John Umber propped up by a wagon, bellowing at a poor maester to hurry and stitch him up. Nearby, a boy no older than Arya lay shivering with a feverish wound. Ned knelt and pressed a hand to the lad's brow, murmuring quiet words of comfort. The boy was a distant cousin of the Glovers, one of the many who had taken up arms for the defense of the North. No knight spurs, no shining armor, just a farm lad. Yet he had bled all the same. The next morning, Brynden and his men departed. They left in a column, banners furled to avoid drawing undue attention on the roads. The men wore cloaks of dull browns and greens, better suited to traveling discreetly. Ned stood on the partially collapsed gatehouse as the Blackfish rode out, waving in farewell. The older warrior lifted a mailed fist in acknowledgement before disappearing into the mist. The Riverlord's departure left Moat Cailin quieter. Yet the quiet was not peaceful. An undercurrent of dread lingered. For another week, Ned and his men remained stationed in the bog fortress, rebuilding as best they could, sending out scouts to probe the south. Reports trickled in of scattered pockets of Crownland's men who had deserted or hidden, uncertain whether to return to King's Landing or attempt to slip home. Some sought mercy and bent the knee to Ned. He granted it and sent them north under escort, deciding that feeding prisoners was better than fueling further grudges by slaughter. He suspected many of the captives were disillusioned with Robert's campaign. He could only hope they would spread word that the North was not looking to overthrow the throne, only to stop a grave injustice. On the 9th day after the Riverlords left, a new set of ravens arrived, one from Winterfell and one from White Harbor. Catelyn's letter spoke of tension in the castle. Word of the Moat Cailin victory had sparked both relief and anxiety. Many lords were urging Ned to return home, claiming it was too dangerous to remain at the Neck indefinitely. But Catelyn assured him that she supported his decision. Winterfell was safe for the moment, but the atmosphere had turned grim. Even the children felt it. Bran asked if the war would come to the gates, and Arya had grown even more restless in her sword practice. Sansa prayed each day that Robert would relent. Rickon was too young to fully understand, but sensed the fear in the adults. Catelyn also mentioned that rumors from the south indicated King's Landing was in disarray, with Robert absent and Queen Cersei half-ruling in his stead. The letter from White Harbor carried dire tidings. The Watchers on the sea had spotted sails bearing the Golden Lion of House Lannister. The ships kept their distance so far, as if scouting. But there were at least 10 war galleys, and more might be behind them. Brynden Tully had just arrived with his force, strengthening White Harbor's garrison, but the city was on high alert. The next days would confirm if the Lannisters intended to disembark or simply blockade the port. Meanwhile, Lord Wyman Manderly asked for more men if Ned could spare them, or at least for direct word of how Moat Cailin and the rest of the North fared. He ended with a line of defiance. White Harbor stands for Winterfell, come storm or siege. Ned read and reread the messages, feeling the tension coiling tighter in his chest. He summoned his captains again. Karstark, Bolton, the Lesser Lords, and a handful of seasoned men-at-arms convened around the same scarred map that had presided over so many anxious councils. Ned explained that the Lannister fleet hovered near White Harbor and that Robert's location remained unknown. Some said he was in the west with Tywin, others that he recovered in the Riverlands or even returned to King's Landing under guard. Rumors were thick, facts scarce. Whatever the truth, Ned concluded, we cannot sit idle. We have perhaps 2,000 men here, exhausted by siege and short on supplies. Even if Robert does not return, Tywin Lannister might come from the west to join any seaborne invasion. I propose that we withdraw to Winterfell. In winter, defending a fortress deep in the north is easier than holding this battered ruin on the frontier. Moat Cailin can still be garrisoned with a token force to slow any major army, but we cannot let the bulk of our strength be pinned here if a stronger host arrives. Karstark bent his head as though the final blow to his pride had been struck. I can't fault the logic. None of us relish leaving Moat Cailin half-ruined, but it's better than losing the north entirely. I will do as you command. Roose Bolton inclined his head in a gesture of acceptance. Winterfell is more defensible, and if the war grows desperate, we can shelter behind the Wolfswood and the frozen fields. An invading army would starve. Ned nodded, though the thought chilled him. The old northern defense. We withdraw deeper into our lands, let winter do our work. But the cost in farmland in small folk lives, it's not a strategy one choose lightly. If the king or Lannisters burn their way north, the realm will pay a heavy price. Great John Umber grunted. War's never clean, my lord. But better that than letting them take us on open ground while we're starving or half-broken. Let us gather at Winterfell. At least the Grey John will find warmer halls there. That settled, they devised the logistics. A garrison of 100 loyal men would remain at Moat Cailin, well-stocked for a short holdout. The rest would march north in stages, collecting local levy troops who needed rest. They would move swiftly, mindful that if any southern force surprised them on the road, they might need to fight a rearguard action. Ravens would inform Catelyn of their approach. Within 2 days, the preparations were made. Wagons were loaded with wounded who could still travel. The dead were mostly buried, save for some high-born knights whose remains were returned to their houses with messages of honor. At dawn, the host began its weary march north. Mud sucked at the horses' hooves and a fine drizzle chilled the air. Once again, Ned found himself leading men along the King's Road to Winterfell, but under far graver circumstances than before. They carried the weight of a realm on the edge of civil war. Robb rode at his father's side. The boy had insisted on it, though he still looked drawn and pale. Each day's travel left him silent, lost in thought. Ned wished he could offer more comfort, but the best comfort he could muster was to ensure his son saw leadership in action, mercy, caution, and perseverance. The long journey stretched over nearly a fortnight as they navigated the muddy roads, picking their way around recent rains. Messengers rode ahead and behind, trying to keep track of any movement from the south or the seas. The news was patchy. No sign of Robert, conflicting reports about Lannister ships. Some mentioned that the Vale might close its passes to the crown or might not. At last, one late afternoon, the worn columns of men came within sight of Winterfell's gray walls. Relief rippled through the ranks. The fortress stood strong, the great towers familiar, the smoke from countless hearths rising into the leaden sky. Archers on the battlements gave a shout of welcome and the gates swung wide. People thronged the courtyard to see their returning lord. Catelyn was there on the steps, flanked by Maester Luwin and a cluster of anxious retainers. Arya darted through the crowd, face alight with both anger and joy, while Sansa lingered behind, tears glimmering in her eyes as she saw her father's battered form. Bran and Rickon waited with stoic attempts at bravery, though Rickon soon burst into tears, hugging Ned around the waist. Ned dismounted stiffly. Catelyn came to him, her face etched with relief and anxiety. They embraced briefly, and Ned allowed himself a moment to rest his forehead against her temple. The homecoming felt both welcome and overshadowed by the knowledge that the war was not over. Soldiers filed in behind him, many leaning on each other or on makeshift crutches. The courtyard turned into a swirl of activity, stable boys taking horses, servants guiding the wounded to the infirmary, captains barking orders. Winterfell, built to endure the harshness of northern winters, found itself hosting an entire war-weary host. When the initial rush subsided, Ned joined Catelyn in her solar. Robb came too, along with Maester Luwin, a handful of senior lords, and soon Sansa and Arya slipped in. Ned raised no objection. Perhaps it was time his daughters learned how precarious their world had become. They all settled around a large wooden table. Outside, the sky darkened and torches in iron sconces cast flickering shadows. Catelyn spoke first, directing her words to Ned. "We've heard little in the way of official word from King's Landing. Only that Robert remains absent and that the Queen has taken a larger role in governance. Lords are uneasy. Some suspect the Queen pushes for harsh measures against traitors, which is to say, us. Varys's whispers do not reach us here, so all we have are tidbits gleaned from merchants or traveling singers." Maester Luwin added, "Lord Tywin's movements remain uncertain. A few outriders claim they saw large Lannister forces on the Gold Road, but conflicting accounts say Tywin remains at Casterly Rock, sending out smaller hosts to gather in designated mustering fields. Also, there are scattered rumors that Stannis Baratheon on Dragonstone disapproves of the king's actions, though I cannot confirm that. Stannis is notoriously closed-mouthed." Ned massaged his temple. "So we have multiple threats but no clarity. White Harbor is braced for a possible naval assault. We've withdrawn from Moat Cailin, leaving only a skeleton garrison. If Robert or Tywin tries to force the neck again, they'll find it less defended, though the bog remains a natural barrier." Robb stared at the table. "Father, do we fight if they come? Or do we pull back even further?" Arya spoke up, surprising them all with her intensity. "We can't just keep running, can we? We have to stand. The songs say the Starks never run from a fight." Ned gazed at his daughter, torn between pride and regret. "We stand where it's wise, Arya. There is a difference between courage and recklessness. If we must face the king's host again, we do it on our terms, not his." Arya opened her mouth to protest further, but Sansa laid a gentle hand on her wrist. The older girl's eyes were rimmed with sorrow. She glanced at her father. "Is there still no hope of making peace? Robert was once like an uncle to us. Surely he wouldn't truly march an army to kill us." Ned's shoulders slumped. "I wish I could believe that, but I've seen his fury. I fear his hatred of the Targaryens blinds him to all else." Catelyn folded her hands. then we must consider alliances of our own. If the Tullus have already committed, perhaps we can persuade more riverlords to join. If the Vale closes its passes, that hampers any royal approach from the east. The Tyrells might remain loyal to the crown, but Dorne is anyone's guess. Their old hatred of the Lannisters might sway them. Ned nodded. Though contacting Dorne would be delicate. They have no love for House Stark either, given that we joined Robert in the rebellion that ended Princess Alia's life, and her children's. Still, times change. Karstark spoke up from the corner, voice low. My lord, do you trust we have enough time to gather alliances before the king makes his next move? He could be assembling a force in the west right now, or he might ally with the Ironborn and strike our coasts. True, Ned said, but we can do nothing until we know more. Let us send ravens to every house not yet declared, houses in the Riverlands, the Crownlands, the Vale, the Reach, Dorne, imploring them to see reason. The Queen's grip in King's Landing might be tenuous with Robert absent. If the realm sees that the King's campaign is not as popular as he believes, more might refuse to send troops. We can still hope to end this without further bloodshed. That decided, the council dispersed. Ned lingered in the solar, letting the rest file out, until only Catelyn remained. She approached him and touched his cheek. You look so tired, my love. He closed his eyes, savoring her warmth. I feel old, Cat. So much has happened so quickly. She guided him to sit on a cushioned bench. Tell me truly, do you still think Robert can be brought to reason? Ned wanted to cling to that hope, but he could not lie. I don't know, but we must try. War will ravage the 7 kingdoms if this goes on. The small folk will suffer first. Already the Riverlands brace for another round of chaos. I've never wanted that. We fought to free the realm from madness, not to replace one madness with another. She squeezed his hand. You are right. We must try. And if he still refuses, we will do what we must to protect our children. They sat in silence a while, the glow of the brazier casting long shadows on the stone floor. At length, Ned stood, kissed her brow, and excused himself to see to more duties. Sleep would not come easily tonight, nor any night soon. In the days that followed, Winterfell hummed with subdued urgency. Scribes worked late into the night, drafting letters to lords across Westeros. Ned personally penned messages to Stannis Baratheon on Dragonstone, appealing to his sense of law and justice. He wrote to Prince Doran Martell in Dorne, acknowledging old wounds and urging a fresh start based on shared abhorrence of needless bloodshed. He even tried sending a carefully phrased letter to Renly Baratheon, Robert's younger brother, reminding him of past friendship and the tenets that Robert's rebellion had once championed. Weeks passed with no immediate response. The realm seemed caught in a tense pause, as though everyone were holding their breath to see who would make the first decisive move. Reports from White Harbor indicated that the Lannister fleet hovered at a distance, occasionally sailing close enough to display their banners, then drifting away again. Brynden Tully was certain they were testing the city's defenses, waiting for reinforcements or for the right moment to strike. Lord Wyman Manderley had increased patrols along the coastline, enlisting local fisherfolk to watch for landings. Meanwhile, from the south came only scattered news. Glimpses of armed bands crossing the Riverlands, uncertain who commanded them. Whispers that King's Landing grew tense under Cersei's rule. Talk that Tywin Lannister demanded the immediate surrender of all rebel houses or face the Lion's wrath. But no open declaration of war beyond what Robert had already made. Perhaps the king's injury slowed him. Perhaps Tywin bided his time, waiting for better weather in the new year. The arrival of the first snows would hamper any grand offensive. Ned could almost hear the clock of the seasons ticking. If the king did not move soon, winter might freeze any southern host that marched too far north. Yet winter had its own dangers. The north could starve if the war disrupted harvests and trade routes. White Harbor was a crucial link for importing grain from the south. If that harbor fell under blockade, the north would face scarcity quickly, especially with an influx of soldiers to feed. So even winter could become a blade against them, if the Lannisters played it cleverly. Amid the mounting tension, small personal dramas continued. Arya challenged the master-at-arms nearly every day, demanding more sword practice. Sansa wrote fervent letters to friends in the south, hoping someone might speak sense to Robert. Bran asked endless questions about the battles at Moat Cailin, eyes alight with the curiosity of a boy who dreamed of knights, though the mention of bloodshed made him pale. Rickon clung to Catelyn or his wolf pup whenever thunder rumbled across the skies, associating the sound with far-off battles. And Robb steadily stepped into his role as the heir, attending councils, learning how to command men, though the weight of it often left him sleepless. One gray afternoon, as Ned oversaw the training yard where recruits drilled with spears, a flurry of commotion erupted at the main gates. A line of riders galloped into the courtyard, escorted by Stark guards. Their cloaks dripped with melted snow. At their head was a familiar figure wearing a worn cloak of dark green. Ned recognized him at once. Ser Roderick Castle, who had been traveling on errands for Winterfell, though no one expected him back so soon. Ser Roderick dismounted, his usually neat whiskers bristling with anxiety. He bowed quickly to Ned, then spoke in a low voice. "My lord, I've urgent tidings. I went south on your behalf, trying to gather information at the crossroads in and near the Trident. On my way back, I encountered a small party traveling under a white flag. They carried a letter for you, from King Robert himself." Ned felt his stomach tighten. "From Robert? He's reappeared." Then, Ser Roderick nodded, casting a glance around. "He's at Harrenhal, or so they say, recuperating under the Lannister banner. Word is that Tywin has gathered a portion of his forces there, and Robert is considering his next move. But he sent you this." He reached into his cloak and produced a sealed parchment. The wax bore the crown stag. Ned accepted it, heart pounding. Could this finally be a chance to avert more bloodshed, or was it another demand for surrender? He broke the seal with his dagger and unrolled the parchment. Robert's handwriting was bold, though it looked shakier than usual. The message was short. "Ned, I linger at Harrenhal to mend my wounds. The Lannisters honor my cause, but I've no taste for further delays. If you've any shred of sense left, meet me at the Trident. Choose a place. We'll speak under the watch of neutral witnesses. If you refuse, then soon I'll be well enough to finish what began at Moat Cailin. Robert Baratheon, King of the Undulls and the First Men." Ned reread it twice, feeling a swirl of emotions. Had Robert come to his senses enough to propose a parley, or was this a trap? It was not exactly a conciliatory letter, no apology, no admission of wrongdoing. Only a grudging offer to talk before more swords were drawn. Ser Roderick watched Ned's face. "My lord, is it genuine?" Ned folded the parchment. "I believe it is. The seal is his, the words fit. He wants to meet on the Trident with neutral witnesses. He says if we refuse, he'll come at us again. But if we accept, we risk him springing a trap. And yet, we might have a chance to reason with him face to face, away from the Lannisters' direct influence." That evening, Ned convened his lords in the Great Hall. Word of Robert's letter spread rapidly, igniting fresh debate. Some declared it a ruse. The king would lure Ned to a remote site, then have him seized or killed. Others argued that if they refused, it would only confirm Robert's worst suspicions that Ned wanted open rebellion. If Robert was genuinely offering a parley, ignoring it could doom them to renewed warfare. At last, in the swirl of conflicting opinions, Ned stood to address the gathering. "This war began because I would not condone the murder of an innocent. I still cannot. But Robert is not wholly without memory of the man he once was. If there is even a small chance that meeting him can prevent further slaughter, I must take it. I'll send word that I accept his parley on the Trident. We will select a neutral place, say, the ford near Lord Harroway's town. We will insist on terms that limit the number of men on each side." Karstark muttered his doubt. He might not honor them. Ned inclined his head. "We'll bring watchers of our own. Perhaps we can invite representatives from the Vale or the Riverlands to stand witness, even from the Faith if need be. If Robert breaks his word, it will be plain to all that he has forsaken honor." Despite continuing misgivings, the majority agreed that refusing the king's offer spelled certain disaster. Catelyn said little, but her eyes brimmed with worry. When the meeting ended, she cornered Ned. "You must be very careful," she pleaded. "Robert might not kill you outright. He is not so far gone as that, perhaps, but the Lannisters might. Harrenhal is near the heart of the Riverlands. They could fill the area with hidden archers." Ned kissed her hands. "I know, Cat. But if we do not at least try, the realm bleeds anew. I'll choose a strong escort, men of proven loyalty. We'll arrange the meeting on open ground where treachery can be seen. I have to believe there is still some shred of the man I once called brother in Robert's heart. She nodded, tears threatening to spill. May the gods be with you. Our children need their father. Preparations began at once. Karstark, Umber, and a select guard of skilled men volunteered to ride with Ned. Roose Bolton offered to come as well, though Ned found the man's presence unsettling. Ultimately, Ned accepted. Bolton was cunning, and that might be useful. The assembled party would head south again, traveling lightly to avoid provoking the king with a large armed host. Letters were dispatched to Robert, naming a date and location along the Trident that lay equidistant from Harrenhal and from the borders of the north. Ned also sent ravens to the Vale and to Riverrun, requesting neutral observers if they dared. The day before Ned's departure, snow fell softly over Winterfell. The castle courtyard glowed with a quiet hush, the first real taste of winter's creeping arrival. Robb helped oversee the loading of provisions, though none in great quantity. This was not an army, but a diplomatic mission. Arya watched from the side, chewing her lip, while Sansa stood behind her mother, hands clasped. When Ned emerged, cloaked in heavy furs over his brigandine, he paused by his daughters. Arya muttered, "I wish I could come. I can handle a sword better than some men." Ned gave her a sad smile. "I know you're strong and swift, but this is not a place for children. Words and caution are our best weapons here, not steel." Sansa swallowed. "Father, I'm frightened. What if the king tries to kill you?" Ned brushed a lock of her auburn hair aside. "He might try, but remember, we have done nothing to dishonor ourselves. If Robert commits such a crime, the realm will see it. Stay strong, Sansa, and keep faith." He embraced them both, then turned to Catelyn. Their parting was softer, unspoken. She pressed a small token into his hand, a piece of polished weirwood carved into the stark direwolf. He closed his fingers around it. "Return to me," she whispered, fighting tears. He nodded, kissed her, and joined the group of riders assembling at the gate. About 50 men in total, a cautious but able escort. Among them, Karstark with a heavy cavalry contingent, Great John Umber riding a massive destrier, Roose Bolton with a pair of silent men wearing the flayed man sigil of House Bolton. They set out under a cloudy sky, white flecks drifting across their cloaks. The road south had never felt so foreboding. They traveled with forced haste. Each night they camped in guarded clearings, posting double watches. The men spoke little, their breath steaming in the freezing air. By day, they followed the King's Road until it bent toward the Trident. Ravens were sent ahead, confirming that Ned would arrive near the chosen ford in 7 days' time. As they drew closer to the Riverlands, the land grew less bleak, though still gray under winter's approach. News reached them of roving bands of outlaws or displaced soldiers, but none dared challenge an armed column of northern lords. Occasionally, they glimpsed burnt farms or pillaged villages, likely remnants of earlier skirmishes or opportunistic raids by brigands. The realm already showed cracks from the tension gripping the throne. At last, on the appointed morning, Ned's party reached the broad waters of the Trident near the fording place. Low hills ringed the area, covered with sparse trees stripped bare by autumn's end. The river itself ran wide, the shallows betraying the rocky bed that gave riders a passable crossing in dry seasons. Now, in the cusp of winter, the water was cold and swift. A chill wind rattled the branches overhead. Ned scanned the scene, heart-thudding. No sign of Robert yet. He recalled how Robert had won his crown on the banks of the same river, slaying Rhaegar Targaryen at the Battle of the Trident. How cruelly fitting that they might face each other here again over the fate of Rhaegar's sister. Karstark and the others spread out, searching for any sign of traps. They found no hidden archers in the hills, at least not yet. Bolton recommended dismounting and forming a defensive ring if needed. Ned agreed. They built a small fire, more for a signal than warmth, and waited under the overcast sky. Near midday, the sound of hoofbeats thundered from the south. A line of knights emerged, armor glinting dully. At their head rode Robert Baratheon, clad in black mail with the crowned stag emblazoned on his surcoat. Even from a distance, Ned could see the bandages on Robert's side and the drawn lines of pain on his face. Behind him was a retinue of perhaps 30 men, some in Lannister crimson and gold, others bearing the Baratheon stag. Among them, Ned recognized Ser Barristan Selmy, expression grim, and Jaime Lannister, face set in a sneer. The Kingsguard's white cloaks moved in the wind, a stark contrast to the muddy ground. Ned ordered his men to stand firm, swords sheathed but ready. He stepped forward, crossing halfway to meet Robert. The king urged his horse ahead, leaving most of his retinue behind save Jaime and Barristan. Slowly, the two old friends who had once shared an unbreakable bond approached each other on the same riverbank where the Targaryen prince had fallen. They halted, close enough that Ned could see the faint scars on Robert's neck, the network of broken veins in his cheeks, the tension in his jaw. Robert's once laughing eyes were haunted now, shot through with bitterness. He reined in, letting out a labored breath. For a moment, neither spoke. The hush of the breeze across the water seemed deafening. Finally, Robert broke the silence. "You've made a fine mess of things, Ned." Ned inhaled slowly, calming the roil in his gut. "You left me no choice. You demanded the death of a pregnant girl, Robert." The king's lips twisted. "A Targaryen. Gods, you keep forgetting that. Her father butchered your kin, burned your father alive, murdered your brother. And you call her an innocent." Ned steadied his voice. "She is not her father. Are you your father, Robert? Nor is her unborn child. Do you propose killing babes for the sins of their grandsire?" Robert's thick fingers flexed on the reins. "You speak of sin, and yet you allied with traitors, riverlords, and gods know who else to kill my men at Mokalan. That was no child's game, Ned. I bled there. I lost good men there. You brought an army to the north," Ned countered. "Was I to welcome them with open arms while they tried to arrest me for refusing your order to commit murder?" Robert barked a bitter laugh. "Honor. Always your damned honor. You see the realm threatened by a Targaryen princess as a trifling matter. You'd have me wait until she births a new line of dragons, is that it?" "There are no dragons left, Robert," Ned said quietly. "Only people. The realm needs peace, not more vengeance. If you kill Daenerys, you become the very tyrant we fought to overthrow." Robert's face reddened and he clenched his jaw as if physically holding back a torrent of curses. Jaime Lannister, watching from behind, smirked, clearly amused. Ser Barristan's face was unreadable, but Ned thought he saw flickers of empathy. At length, Robert spoke again, voice tight. "Why did you even come here, Ned? Did you think a few pretty words would melt my heart? I gave you the chance to yield. You spat on it. I marched north to put an end to your insolence, and you turned Mokalan into a slaughter." Ned closed his eyes briefly. "I came because you offered a parley. Because I still hope we can end this without turning the 7 kingdoms into a graveyard. Because you once were my friend, and I cannot believe you're beyond reason." Robert's gaze flickered. For an instant, Ned glimpsed something old and wounded in those eyes, a flash of recognition from days long past when they had been as close as brothers. Then Robert snarled, shaking his head. "Reason? The only reason you've given me is that you're a traitor who stands in the way of wiping out the dragon's pawn. How can we be friends when you stand between me and the safety of the realm?" Ned felt the tension in the air, the hostility radiating from Jaime Lannister. The knight's hand hovered near the hilt of his sword as though itching for a fight. Behind Ned, he knew his own men were coiled, ready to protect him if needed. He took a calming breath. What if the realm does not wish for more bloodshed? What if many lords now see your campaign for what it is, an excuse to exterminate a girl half a world away? The North will not bend to that. And the Riverlands are already in turmoil because of your push. The Vale might turn you aside if you try to move armies through it. Dorne remembers how your rebellion ended for Elia Martell. Do you truly think they'll applaud you for killing another Targaryen mother and child?" Robert's eyes glinted with dangerous light. "I am the king. The realm is mine to protect. If these lords rebel, I'll crush them as we crush the Mad King." Ned sensed this was slipping away fast. "Crush them, or talk to them, Robert. If Daenerys remains in Essos, if she poses no immediate threat, can we not watch her, contain her, rather than slaughter her? If she crosses the sea with an army, we stand together against her. But until then..." Jaime laughed harshly. "Listen to him. He'll have us cower until the Dothraki ride up our shores." "Brilliant." Barristan shifted uncomfortably. "With respect, Ser Jaime, those riders would need ships to cross the narrow sea. It's said the Dothraki loathe the ocean. It's not certain they would follow her here." Robert's head snapped to glare at Barristan, but he controlled his anger. He turned back to Ned. "You propose an idle watch while a Targaryen grows in power. I cannot abide that. Io." He stopped, grimacing, pressing a hand to his bandaged side as if the wound pained him. For a moment he swayed in the saddle, breath ragged. Ned almost reached to steady him, purely from old instinct, but Robert jerked upright and scowled. Jaime Lannister moved closer, looking concerned despite himself. "This talk is worthless," Robert spat, wiping sweat from his brow. "You stand for the Targaryen girl, I stand for the realm's security. There's no bridging that gap." Ned's heart sank. "Then why did you call me here, Robert?" A heavy silence. Then Robert scowled, averting his gaze. "Because I had to see if you'd come to your senses. Or if there was any chance you'd bend the knee. But I see now you won't." "Not if bending means becoming a butcher of children," Ned said, his voice hollow. Robert's jaw worked. "Then we are done." He gestured sharply, a sign for Jaime and Barristan to fall in. Jaime's hand remained on his sword hilt. Tension crackled. Ned glanced back at his own men, saw Great John Umber's massive form, Karstark's stern glare, Bolton's eerie calm. He feared a single slip could unleash a melee. That would be the end of any age. "Hope for peace." Robert noticed the standoff. He let out a bitter laugh. "You see, Ned? We stand on the brink, you and I, all because of one Targaryen whelp. I told you in King's Landing that I'd burn Winterfell if you defied me. I haven't forgotten." Ned's voice was quiet. "I remember. And I told you we cannot bend." Their eyes locked for a heartbeat. Then Robert snapped his reins, turning his horse away. Jaime and Barristan followed, white cloaks fluttering. The entire Baratheon Lannister party moved to withdraw, scowls and muttered curses in their wake. Ned's men tensed, waiting to see if the Southerners might attack. But they did not. They rode south along the riverbank, the hoofbeats receding into the cold wind. Ned stood there, the wide trident rushing behind him. He felt numb. The only part of the conversation that lingered was Robert's final grim expression, the raw hatred mingled with old sorrow. It was as if the ghost of Rhaegar Targaryen stood between them on that riverbank, beyond all attempt at exorcism. Karstark approached, voice hushed. "Is that it, my lord? No peace, no compromise?" Ned forced himself to breathe. "He gave us no room. He wants her dead. He'll accept nothing else." Great John Umber let out a string of curses. Roose Bolton merely watched Ned with a mild, unreadable look. The men formed around Ned, bracing for pursuit that never came. At last, Ned turned away from the water. "We ride north," he said. "Let us be gone from this place. We know where we stand now." They mounted and headed back toward the King's Road, each lost in his own thoughts. The realm had reached the edge, and the last faint chance to pull back seemed gone. Robert would not yield on Daenerys Targaryen, and Ned would not betray his own honor. The next time they met might be on a battlefield once again, or amid the ashes of a kingdom undone. Even as he rode, Ned wondered about Daenerys herself. Was she alive? Did she know the storm she had inadvertently unleashed across the sea? He thought of Jorah Mormont racing to intercept assassins of Illyrio Mopatis's letters. If they managed to safeguard her, Robert's wrath would only intensify. If they failed, Ned's stance would have been for naught, yet the realm might still tear itself apart in the aftermath of such a vile deed. Night fell swiftly. They camped in a small stand of trees, building low fires for warmth. No one spoke much. When Ned tried to sleep, he dreamed of the trident awash in blood, of Robert's hammer swinging endlessly, of Rhaegar's rubies scattering in the water. He awoke with his heart pounding, half expecting to see King Robert looming over him. But only the cold shapes of leafless branches surrounded him. This war was real, not a dream, and it would follow him wherever he went. The journey back to Winterfell took on a grim pace. They evaded roving bandits in the riverlands and saw fresh signs of chaos, travelers on the road with haunted eyes, stories of random violence. Now that Robert had signaled he would not lay down his arms, the fracturing of the realm would accelerate. The seeds of the Second Rebellion were sown, and the weather grew harsher by the day. By the time Ned and his escort approached the neck, sleet slanted from an iron sky, coating the road in treacherous slush. Every step of the horses threatened to break a leg on hidden ice. They arrived at Winterfell to find new snows dusting the battlements, though not thick enough to halt daily life. Catelyn rushed to meet Ned in the courtyard, scanning his face for any hint of success or failure. One look told her all she needed to know. She embraced him tightly, as though trying to shield him from the bitter wind. He whispered, "He will not yield, Cat. He demands Daenerys' death. We stand on the brink of war truly now." Tears glistened in her eyes. "Then we must be strong. The children, they've waited, hoping." Ned's throat constricted. He nodded and went inside, greeting the others with forced composure. The great hall provided warmth, but the mood remained cold. Lords gathered to hear the outcome of the parley, and Ned related it plainly. No settlement, no compromise, only the king's promise to continue his crusade. A hush fell as his final words echoed. Then Great John Umber slammed a fist on a wooden table. "So be it. If the king wants to march on us again, let him break himself on our walls." Karstark added, more somberly, "We have the advantage in winter. Let Robert come if he dares, or let him stay in Harrenhal as his wounds fester. Perhaps the cold will take him before we must cross swords again." Roose Bolton suggested quietly, "We should double our ravens, gather every ally, alert White Harbor. If Tywin Lannister commits to an invasion by sea or land, we must be ready. The realm is about to quake." Ned stood by the high seat, pressing his hand to the carved direwolf on the armrest. He recalled the vow he had made so long ago when Robert raised him to Warden of the North. Now that vow clashed with the moral stance that had set them on this path. But if Robert insisted on tyranny, Ned could not follow him. The old gods bore witness. "We fortify," he said. "We gather allies, and we pray that Robert sees sense before more blood spills. If not, the North shall not bow to his demands. We shall weather this storm as we have weathered all storms before." In the dim torchlight, the lords murmured their agreement. The flicker of the flames cast shadows that loomed large on the walls, as if unseen forces gathered, waiting to devour them. The fortress that had stood for thousands of years felt both secure and frighteningly small against the might of a unified southern host. That night, Ned walked the ramparts alone, ignoring the biting wind. Snow swirled around him, dusting his hair and cloak. Down in the courtyard, stable lanterns bobbed as men tended the horses. Beyond the walls, the dark expanse of the north stretched out, silent, vast, impenetrable. He thought of the day he had parted from Robert after the rebellion, how they had both believed in a new era of peace. But peace had fled, scattered by old grudges and new fears. Their friendship lay in ruins. He lifted his gaze to the sky. No stars were visible through the thick clouds. He whispered a prayer to the old gods for mercy, for wisdom, for a miracle. In the gloom, no answer came but the winter wind howling across the battlements like a wolf. Still, Ned Stark remained, silent and steadfast, resolved to face what must come. If the realm was to break, he would hold to his honor until the last breath, whatever the cost. Far to the south, Robert nursed his wound in Harrenhal's drafty halls, cursing Ned's name with every twinge of pain. To the east, Tywin Lannister's war galleys prowled near White Harbor. And across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen carried a growing child beneath her heart, oblivious to the tempest she had awakened in Westeros. Jorah Mormont rode tirelessly to find her, to shield her from the assassin's blades. The world teetered on a narrow edge, with every house, every knight, every peasant bracing for the final plunge into chaos or the faint hope of an impossible peace. In Winterfell's Godwood, ancient weirwood trees stood watch by the black pool. Their carved faces wept red sap, eyes blind to mortal illusions but seeing all that was timeless. Snow whispered against their roots as if singing a lament for the Seven Kingdoms. And Ned Stark, Lord of Winterfell, bowed his head in silent communion, carrying in his heart the desperate desire to save his people from a second rebellion, one that might eclipse even the horrors of the last. The hush of winter thickened around Winterfell as the days stretched on, turning into weeks. The first true snows had begun in earnest, drifting over the battlements and carpeting the courtyards in white. Lanterns and torches gave the ancient stone walls a feeble glow, while hearth fires roared in every hall to keep the bitter cold at bay. Men wrapped themselves in layers of fur over their mail, and the stables were filled with the low whickering of horses confined by the ice-slick roads. Yet in that hush, no sense of peace prevailed. The tension that gripped the north was sharper than any gust of cold wind off the shivering sea. Word had spread of Ned Stark's fruitless meeting with King Robert at the Trident. Those who had prayed for a last-minute accord felt their hopes gutter out. Robert demanded the death of Daenerys Targaryen, and Ned refused to condone such slaughter. War loomed. The realm was fracturing before winter's relentless advance, and whether that war would come immediately or after a brief lull remained uncertain. But in corridors and council rooms, on ramparts and in quiet corners of the yard, men spoke in low voices of gathering swords, of storing grain, of mustering the bannermen more fully. The North prepared for the worst. In the privacy of his solar, Eddard Stark stood at a wide wooden table littered with scrolls, maps, and half-finished letters. A brazier glowed nearby, doing little to chase the chill from his bones. Catelyn stood opposite him, arms crossed under her cloak. She watched with grave attention as Ned read and reread a fresh Raven's message. He set the parchment down and rubbed his temple. It's from Brynden Tully in White Harbor. Lannister warships continue to patrol the coast but haven't attempted a landing. There are rumors, unconfirmed, that Lord Tywin himself is massing a larger fleet in Lannisport. They may be waiting until the narrow sea is less prone to storms. Or they might be testing the city's mettle. Catelyn bowed her head. At least they have not attacked outright. The Blackfish and Lord Wyman can hold White Harbor if it's only a few war galleys. But if Tywin sends a great fleet or if Robert appears with an army behind them. I know, Ned said softly. The city could be blockaded, starved. Or assaulted from both land and sea if the Lannisters strike through the Riverlands. The onset of winter might delay them, but we cannot rely on the weather alone. She stepped closer, resting a hand on his arm. Any word from Dorne? From the Vale? You sent so many letters seeking an alliance, or at least neutrality. Ned shook his head. Nothing. I suspect Lisa Arryn has locked the Eyrie behind her own fears. As for Dorne, Prince Doran Martell is notoriously cautious. He may well be weighing which side to favor or whether to remain aloof until forced to act. Catelyn's brow furrowed. Didn't the Martells once vow vengeance upon the Lannisters for the murder of Elia and her children? Perhaps they see in Robert's campaign against Daenerys more cause to loathe him. Perhaps, Ned allowed. But hating the Lannisters does not mean they'll side with House Stark. And the Targaryen question muddies the waters. Elia was Rhaegar's wife. Some Dornish houses might still feel loyalty to the Targaryen bloodline. Others might have no desire to raise arms again so soon. Catelyn's eyes flicked to the table. And what of the smaller houses in the Crownlands or the Stormlands? Any sign that they might withhold support from Robert? Scattered rumors, no more, Ned said, weariness etched in his voice. He is still their king, and many revere him for the victory over the Mad King. They can't simply cast that aside, not unless they see a strong alternative. So far, they see only a rebellious North. Catelyn moved around the table, her footsteps echoing faintly. You tried your best at the Trident. By the gods, you did. If Robert has chosen the Lannisters over reason, the blame lies with him. And yet, she fell silent, voice trembling. Ned closed his eyes, letting out a slow breath. I know. My heart tells me to keep trying, but each day that passes pushes us closer to open conflict. The North is large, but we're not invincible. Not against the combined might of the South. From outside, the dull ring of hammers and the scrape of shovels drifted through the window slit. Winterfell's men were fortifying. Ladders and walls were repaired, arrow slits cleared of ice, gates reinforced with iron bracings. Barrels of pitch had been rolled into towers for potential siege defense. The yard bustled with blacksmiths forging arrowheads and patching mail. Everyone felt the days ticking away, the quiet before the storm. Ned lifted his gaze. I need to speak with our bannermen. We have to decide how best to meet an invasion if, or rather, when it comes. Catelyn gave him a small, sad smile. Go. They await you in the Great Hall. He left, crossing the courtyards where snow lay in light drifts. Along the way, he passed Robb, who was drilling with a group of older boys under the watchful eye of the Master-at-Arms. Robb gave his father a brief nod, sweat beading on his brow despite the cold. The boy looked older than his 15 years, fatigue and responsibility etched across his features. Yet he showed determination with every swing of the practice sword. Ned's heart clenched. He forced a faint, encouraging smile and continued on. In the great hall, a fire roared in the immense hearth and torches lined the walls. Lords and knights stood or sat around the dais, talking quietly as they waited. Great John Umber loomed near a trestle table, arms folded, his bandaged chest showing through a gap in his furs. Lord Rickard Karstark, pale and grave after losing a son at Moat Cailin, conferred in hushed tones with the Glover and Manderley representatives who had journeyed from their own keeps. Roose Bolton was present too, speaking little but observing all. They straightened as Ned entered, hats and hoods doffed out of respect. Ned took his seat at the high table, gesturing for them to resume their places. My lords, thank you for gathering. I've received messages from White Harbor, the Riverlands, and a few scattered reports of the king's whereabouts. We must decide our stance should an attack come from either land or sea. Great John cleared his throat. We'll meet them with steel, that's our stance. Their king wants to burn the north? Then let him try. He'll find a colder reception than he bargained for. A handful of men murmured agreement. Karstark, however, spoke in a somber tone. Bravery is not in question. We know how to fight. The problem is where to fight. The last time, at Moat Cailin, we had strong defenses and the advantage of terrain, yet we only prevailed because Brynden Tully surprised the king's camp from behind. Without that stroke of fortune, we might have been overwhelmed. Ned inclined his head. True. Moat Cailin is half ruined. If the king returns in force, we won't hold there long. Another lengthy siege might reduce our men again while the rest of the realm either stands idle or, worse, sides with Robert. If the south marches as one, the neck alone cannot stop them forever. Roose Bolton spoke in his quiet manner. Perhaps the wise course is to let them into the north and then harry them relentlessly. In winter, an invading army would face cold, hunger, the threat of snows cutting off supply lines. We could draw them deeper, strike their foraging parties, leave them stranded far from home. That strategy cost the Ironborn dearly in the old days. The Great John let out a growl. Aye, we can do that. But what of our own lands burned, our small folk ravaged? That's a steep price, letting them trample half the north just so the snows starve them. Ned's gaze flicked across the lords. I want to avoid widespread destruction if we can. If Robert marches, we might stage a defense near the White Knife or at the Last River or even near the Barrowlands. But none of those are easily fortified compared to the Neck. Karstark added, the dread fort sits in the east, which might guard against a sea landing if they come far north of White Harbor. My men can hold it, but if Tywin Lannister sends a truly massive fleet, the dread fort alone won't suffice. A hush. They all knew the shape of the problem. The north was vast yet sparsely populated, with few major strongholds. Winterfell was the heart, Moat Cailin the ancient southern bulwark, White Harbor the coastal bastion. The rest was a sprawling land of forests, mountains, and frozen plains. That could be an advantage or a curse, depending on how the war unfolded. Ned sighed. Let us finalize measures to evacuate some of the outlying farms if we see a southern army cross the Neck or land on our coasts. We can bring small folk behind stout walls and stockpile food. Meanwhile, we keep watch. If Robert's or Tywin's banners appear, we choose the field carefully. Is that agreed? Nods went around. None were eager, but all recognized the necessity. They turned to other matters, provisioning, forging alliances, gleaning intelligence from any raven that arrived. House Mormont on Bear Island sent a terse note of readiness. House Serwyn indicated willingness to muster once the snows worsened. Lords of the mountain clans signaled that they would remain vigilant in the high passes, though those wild clans could be unpredictable allies. Every shred of loyalty was needed now. When the meeting ended, Ned retreated to the small council chamber where Maester Luwin awaited him with fresh letters. Catelyn joined them along with Robb, who Ned had begun inviting to these councils for the sake of training. Robb settled in a corner, bruised from the day's drills but listening intently. Luwin adjusted his chain. We've a reply from Riverrun, my lord. Lord Edmure Tully wrote that he faces tensions among his vassals. Some are sympathetic to your cause, especially those who followed Brynden Tully north. Others fear the king's wrath or resent the chaos that war could bring to their lands. Lord Edmure says his father's health is worsening, so the final decision rests more upon Edmure himself. Ned accepted the parchment and skimmed it. The words practically bled indecision. Edmure Tully seemed torn between family loyalty and the realm's demands. He also mentioned that many riverlords seethed at the presence of Lannister outriders skirting the edges of their territory. But the Tully letter made no firm commitment. Brynden Tully's intervention at Moat Cailin did not appear to have turned the entire Riverlands to House Stark's side. Civil war threatened to tear the Trident apart if lines were drawn. Luwin continued, another letter arrived from the Vale, though not from Lady Lisa. This one bears the seal of Lord Yon Royce. He states that the senior lords of the Vale find Lady Lisa's neutrality questionable. Some suspect she might lean toward the crown to safeguard her son's inheritance. Royce himself expresses sympathy for your stance, but he dares not openly defy the Lady Regent. He suggests you not expect immediate help from the Vale. Robb muttered a curse under his breath, then looked chagrined when Ned glanced at him. Apologies, father. It's just we're so alone. Even mother's kin in the Riverlands waver. Catelyn touched her son's shoulder. We have some allies. The Blackfish, Lord Wyman Manderley, the houses loyal to us here in the north. That must suffice for now. Ned set the letters aside and turned to a third scroll. His brow furrowed. This one comes from Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon. I hardly dared hope for a response. At Robb's questioning look, Ned explained, Lord Stannis is Robert's younger brother, older than Renly. He's a grim man, a stickler for law and duty. He served the crown by holding Dragonstone for Robert. If he disapproves of the king's actions, it might mean something. Ned broke the seal and read in silence. Stannis's words were terse, to the point. Lord Stark, your letter reached me. I am sworn to serve the realm. If the king's campaign is unjust, it is not my place to say so openly without proof. I will do nothing to harm the realm, but I cannot raise my banners against my own brother. If evidence arises that the Targaryen girl poses no threat or that the king's advisors mislead him, I may speak further. For now, I urge you to avoid rash acts. The realm stands upon a razor's edge. Stannis of House Baratheon, Lord of Dragonstone. Ned exhaled. In ambiguous stance. He claims he cannot defy Robert, yet he hints that he might if circumstances change. We cannot rely on that alone. Robb tapped a finger on the table. What proof could ever satisfy him that Daenerys Targaryen isn't a threat? She's across the sea with a Dothraki call. We can't exactly invite her to a parley. And from what I understand, the king has already paid assassins to kill her. Catelyn's eyes clouded with worry. If the assassins succeed, what then? Would Robert's anger subside, or would the realm still boil because of what's already happened? Ned frowned. If word came that Daenerys and her unborn child were slain, Robert might claim victory. But the cost to our honor would be immeasurable. And the war might still continue because we've already resisted him. He'd not forgive that lightly. If anything, he might turn all the more vicious once no Targaryen threat remains to distract him. A weight settled in the chamber. None saw a clear path forward. Ned dismissed them with a quiet thanks. Robb lingered, gazing at his father before leaving. Catelyn also lingered, resting her hand on Ned's shoulder. He covered it with his own, drawing comfort from her presence. Every path leads to blood, he whispered. I fear we cannot save the realm from that. She brushed a knuckle along his cheek. We save as many as we can. Perhaps that is all we can do now. Outside, the snowfall thickened and darkness fell early. The next day arrived with a raw wind sweeping down from the lands of always winter. The castle yard was awhirl with drifting flurries. Men scurried to stack firewood, feed the horses, and check for breaks in the outer walls. The newly arrived cold made even the simplest tasks laborious. Through it all, letters continued to come in, none bringing good news. Worse, scattered merchants arriving from the south spoke of raids in the Riverlands, though no one could say who led them. Some blamed House Lannister's foragers, others rumored they were sellswords or bandits taking advantage of the chaos. Edmure Tully had not declared open war on the king, but he faced open strife nonetheless. Meanwhile, Robert was said to remain in Harrenhal, convalescing, though no one could confirm. If Tywin Lannister had joined him, that spelled trouble on a grand scale. In that uneasy lull, life at Winterfell tried to continue. Maids bustled about, children giggled in corners, though the older ones carried wooden swords, playing at battles. The stables rang with the sound of farriers at work. Arya roamed the castle with restless energy, practicing footwork and sword stances under the watchful eye of a master-at-arms who had learned never to underestimate the sharp eyes of a Stark girl. Sansa turned to prayers in the gods wood each morning, tears sometimes glittering in her lashes as she begged the old gods or the Seven, whoever would listen, to spare her family another war. Bran asked questions about battles, both enthralled and horrified. Rickon trailed after the direwolves, too young to grasp the enormity of what loomed. Even Catelyn found solace in the castle sept, though the north was not a land of the Seven. She prayed that her husband and children would see peace again. Through this tense stillness, the hours blurred until one bleak afternoon, when Winterfell's watchers on the eastern wall sighted a distant column approaching from the south. Word spread quickly. Ned, summoned from a meeting with local stewards, hurried to the ramparts. From the vantage of high walls, he could see a long line of riders, perhaps 100 strong, winding through the snow-laden hills. They carried no familiar banners, only the occasional flash of steel from their armor. The watchers sounded no alarm yet. It might be a friendly company or traveling merchants with heavy escort. Ned ordered a contingent of guards to assemble in the yard, and he descended to meet the arrivals at the main gate. The portcullis stayed half-lowered, archers above with arrows nocked. If these newcomers proved hostile, Winterfell would not be caught off guard. As the riders drew nearer, horns signaled for them to halt at the gates. The leading figure raised a hand, and the company slowed. Ned stepped forward cautiously, flanked by Robb and a pair of loyal guards. Snow stung his cheeks. "State your name and purpose," he called, voice echoing off the walls. A woman's voice answered. "We come as travelers seeking refuge. I am Lady Brienne of Tarth, sworn shield to Lord Selwyn Tarth. We bring news from the Stormlands." Ned hesitated. Lady Brienne of Tarth was known in certain circles as a warrior woman, unusual in Westeros. He had never met her personally, But he knew House Tarth was sworn to Storm's End and thus to House Baratheon. Could she be an emissary of Robert's? Or was there another cause? He nodded for the gate to be raised partway, enough to let her pass but keep the rest at bay. "Enter alone, my lady. We'll speak within." The tall, broad-shouldered woman dismounted and walked into the gateway arch with cautious steps. Snow clung to her mail and surcoat, which bore the sapphire insignia of House Tarth. Her features were plain, her posture stiff with the tension of one unused to receiving a warm welcome. Behind her, the line of riders waited, weapons stowed but within easy reach. Ned stepped aside, motioning for her to follow him to the courtyard. He studied her face. Earnest, guarded, no sign of duplicity. Robb remained near, hand on the hilt of his sword, while on the walls above, archers watched every move. Lady Brienne inclined her head. "Thank you for receiving me. I swear by my honor I mean no harm. My men and I have traveled far, harried by bandits in the Riverlands, seeking safe passage north." Ned kept his voice neutral. "You mentioned news from the Stormlands. Is that news for Winterfell specifically?" Brienne nodded. "My lord, Storm's End is restless. Lord Renly Baratheon has been in frequent argument with some of the Storm Lords who question King Robert's recent policies. There is talk that if Robert proceeds with a bloody war, certain Storm Lords might hold back support unless they're directly threatened." Ned arched an eyebrow. "You bring tidings of potential discord among Robert's own bannermen?" She cleared her throat. "Yes, my lord. And I humbly request shelter, for we have nowhere else to go safely. I cannot return home at present. Lord Selwyn tries to remain loyal to the crown, but local lords near Tarth are divided. There have been skirmishes with Selsales in Shipbreaker Bay. We rode north, hoping to avoid the worst of the conflict until matters settle. I promise we'll cause no trouble in your halls." Ned studied her face for a moment longer. He recalled that Tarth was an island near the Stormlands, often overshadowed by Storm's End and the controlling influence of whichever Baratheon ruled there. If Robert's hold on the Stormlands was cracking, that might be crucial to the war's outcome. But he also wondered, was this a Trojan horse, an infiltration attempt? He trusted his instincts, which told him Lady Brienne seemed sincere. After a short hesitation, Ned inclined his head. "Winterfell does not turn away travelers in need, especially not in such times. Your men may enter. They'll be quartered in the guest wing. But know that we keep watch carefully. If any prove false, they'll answer to our steel." Brienne bowed. "Understood, my lord. You have our thanks." She waved for her company to approach. The guards parted to let them enter, watchful. Robb gave Ned a questioning glance, and Ned murmured, "We'll keep them under a close eye, but we cannot shut our gates to every soul who knocks." "Not yet." Robb nodded, though he looked uneasy. The men from Tarth led their horses inside, weary from travel. Stable boys guided them to the stables. Maids hurried to set aside a portion of the common hall for these arrivals. Snow swirled in the courtyard, and Lady Brienne's gaze swept the walls as if noting every detail of Winterfell's defenses. Over the next hours, Ned questioned her more thoroughly in the privacy of a side chamber. Catelyn joined him, as did Maester Luwin. Brienne recounted that Lord Renly had grown frustrated with Robert's intransigence. She claimed some of the Storm Lords, House Penrose, House Cairn, House Swan, whispered that they did not sign on to kill children across the sea. Yet none openly defied Robert. They were waiting, watching, fearful of being crushed by the king's wrath or overshadowed by Tywin Lannister's might. "Lord Renly is younger, charming, and sometimes impatient," Brienne explained. "But if he sees an opportunity to sway men against a course he deems ruinous, he might take it. I cannot say if he'd openly stand with House Stark, but he might counsel moderation if it came to that. At least, that was the tenor of rumors when I left." Catelyn exchanged a look with Ned. "So the Stormlands might be a fissure in Robert's strength," she said softly. "That's something." Ned folded his arms. "But rumor alone won't keep an army from marching north. In any case, thank you for sharing what you know. You'll find courtesy under our roof. Rest while you can. Winter is only beginning here." Brienne bowed again, stiff and formal. She left to see to her men. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the shutters. Ned and Catelyn shared a silent moment, absorbing the new possibility that Robert's own lords might waver. Yet it was as fragile a straw as any they'd grasped before. Robert still wore the crown, and the Lannisters still commanded gold and armies. A few disgruntled Storm Lords would not easily tilt the scales. Days turned into a fortnight, and the snows deepened. Winterfell functioned almost as a refugee camp, with more travelers arriving from the south. Some were petty knights who claimed loyalty to the realm but disliked the prospect of a war for the sake of a distant Targaryen. Others were small folk fleeing the Riverlands, having heard that Ned Stark would protect them. Ned felt the weight of their desperation. He gave what hospitality he could, mindful of the strain on Winterfell's stores. Each new mouth to feed threatened their ability to last the winter if trade routes shut down. And then, on a day when the sky was a leaden gray and the courtyard drifts rose to men's knees, another raven arrived from the east. This one carried the sigil of White Harbor. Ned's heart clenched before he even broke the seal. He read quickly, face growing taut. Catelyn hovered at his shoulder. "They're landed," Ned said. "A Lannister force has made landfall south of White Harbor. Smaller than we feared, 15 ships perhaps, but enough to threaten outlying villages. Brynden Tully and Lord Wyman are preparing defenses along the coast, but the population near the shore is in uproar. Sellswords or Lannister men have begun raiding local hamlets for supplies." Catelyn's face went pale. "They test us, trying to see if we'll commit a large force to drive them off. Likely. If we send men, we weaken ourselves in Winterfell and the Neck. If we do nothing, Lannister raiders might ravage the coastline." Ned's voice grew grim. "I cannot stand by while my people are slaughtered. I'll dispatch a force at once." He assembled a war council in haste. Great John Umber roared his readiness to lead the vanguard. Karstark also volunteered. Roose Bolton quietly offered to send men from the Dreadfort, though his expression gave little away. They debated how many men to commit. The roads to White Harbor would be snowbound in places, making travel slow. The Lannisters might entrench or withdraw as they pleased. No one knew if more ships lurked at sea waiting to reinforce. Ultimately, Ned decided on sending 800 men, enough to handle a raiding force without stripping Winterfell's defenses entirely. Great John Umber would command them alongside a seasoned Stark captain. Karstark, still grieving and short on manpower, would remain behind, though he promised more riders when the roads allowed. The same day, Ned penned a letter to Brynden Tully advising him of the reinforcements and urging caution. He warned that the Lannisters might simply be baiting them into a skirmish while Tywin prepared a larger strike. The Blackfish would know best how to handle such trickery, but communication was vital. Another raven flew from Winterfell's rookery, black wings beating against the swirling snow. Within 2 days, Great John and his company departed. The yard bustled with last-minute preparations, men tightening saddle girths and loading wagons with provisions. Robb stood at his father's side as the Northmen filed through the gate. Arya watched from a high window, face solemn. In the swirling snow, Great John bellowed a farewell, brandishing his great sword, promising to send the Lannisters fleeing back to their ships. Then they were gone, vanishing into the pale haze of winter. Ned turned away, uneasy. He could already feel how precarious their situation was. A chunk of their fighting force committed eastward, Moat Cailin undermanned, White Harbor threatened, and the rest of the South's intentions unknown. Any day, a new blow could fall. He dreaded each raven that arrived. A night passed, then another. The fortress settled into a tense routine. Lady Brienne of Tarth and her men proved honorable guests. They helped patrol the walls, trained in the yard, and asked few questions about the North's politics. Some of Ned's lords viewed them with suspicion, stormlanders under the roof of Winterfell, but Ned believed in being gracious as long as they kept the peace. Amid this calm, a surprising raven arrived from the west. It bore the seal of the Golden Lion, yet the letter inside was not from Tywin Lannister. Instead, it was from Lord Kevin Lannister, Tywin's brother. The words were carefully chosen. "Lord Eddard Stark, I write in hopes of preventing further bloodshed. My brother Tywin musters forces at Casterly Rock, but he also confers with the king at Harrenhal. There is talk that the king will soon march, or that Tywin might lead a contingent east. I see a realm on the brink of calamity. If there is a path to peace, I urge you to consider parley. My nephew Jaime has pressed for swift action, but perhaps cooler heads might yet prevail. Lord Kevin Lannister of Casterly Rock." Ned read it twice, suspicious. Kevin Lannister was known to be loyal to Tywin, yet also more moderate than his brother or nephew. Could this be genuine, or a ruse to glean intelligence? He convened a quick gathering with his closest advisors, Catelyn, Maester Luwin, Karstark, Bolton. They debated the letter's merit. Catelyn frowned. "A parley with the Lannisters? We tried meeting with Robert and you saw how that went." Karstark tapped the table. "If it's a chance to keep Tywin out of the north, we should at least respond. But do we trust them?" Roose Bolton's voice was barely above a whisper. "Trust is not the issue. They seek advantage. Perhaps Lord Kevin hopes to slow your preparations or learn your strength. Possibly Tywin told him to send this letter. Yet if you do not answer, they can claim we spurned peace." Ned sighed. We cannot be seen as the ones refusing a chance to talk. I will write back, stating that we remain open to any resolution that does not involve killing a pregnant girl across the sea or exacting vengeance on the North for refusing that crime. I doubt Tywin Lannister will find that acceptable, but it costs us little to send a courteous reply. So he wrote, and a raven flew west, lost among the winter skies. No immediate answer came. Life at Winterfell trudged on through the cold. The nights lengthened, the days dimmed beneath iron-gray clouds. Snow piled around the godwood trees, their red leaves drifting onto white drifts like droplets of blood. Ned prayed there often, seeking guidance he did not expect to receive. The old gods remained silent. Then, one morning, as Ned returned from the godwood, he found a page waiting with urgent news. A rider had arrived from White Harbor, exhausted and near-frozen. Ned hurried to the great hall, where the man slumped at a bench, gulping hot mulled wine, his cheeks ruddy with frostbite. 2 guards stood by. Catelyn arrived shortly after Ned, anxiety etched in her brow. The messenger struggled to his feet and bowed. "My lord, I've come straight from Lord Wyman. He begs you to know the Lannister raiders are more numerous than we thought. They're burning fishing villages along the coast, capturing or killing small folk. Lord Wyman and the Blackfish have engaged them, but more men landed from the ships. Great John Umber arrived in time to aid us. A fierce skirmish left many dead." Ned gripped the man's shoulder. "And the outcome?" Uncertain, the messenger rasped. "We threw them back from the gates of one small town, but the Lannisters retreated to their ships only to land again farther north. It's like fighting ghosts on the shoreline. Great John is chasing them up and down the coast, but they strike where we are not. Lord Wyman fears a larger invasion soon if these are but scouts." Ned felt a churn of anger in his gut. "What is the final request from Lord Wyman?" "To send more men if you can spare them. Food, too. The fighting has disrupted fishers and the winter roads are hard." "My lord, the small folk suffer." A hush fell. Ned exchanged a look with Catelyn, who touched his arm. "We can't ignore this." He turned to the guards. "Take him to the kitchens and see he's fed, then find him a warm bed. He's done his duty." The guards led the messenger away. Ned stood, shoulders tense. The Lannisters have begun a war of raids. This was no idle threat. Catelyn lowered her voice. "They keep us divided. We already sent 800 men with Great John. How many more can we spare without leaving Winterfell vulnerable to a direct strike?" "Fewer than we'd like," Ned muttered. "But we must send something. Let them see the North stands united. The Lannisters cannot raid with impunity." Soon he had summoned Karstark, Bolton, and other lords. They agreed that a second force of 500 would march east, led by Karstark this time. Bolton volunteered to go as well, but Ned was uneasy about placing such power in Bolton's hands. Nonetheless, if Bolton wanted to show his loyalty, let him do so on the battlefield. They planned to split that second force in 2, one part under Karstark, the other under Bolton, to patrol different stretches of the coast. Ravens flew to White Harbor again, announcing the reinforcements. 2 days later, Karstark's men and Bolton's detachments set out. Winterfell's garrison grew thinner. The yard grew emptier, with only the training recruits and a handful of knights left behind. Snow drifted over footprints of the departing soldiers, erasing signs of their passing. Ned found himself standing by the main gate once more, watching yet another column vanish into the swirling white. He couldn't escape the feeling that with each unit he sent forth, he risked exposing Winterfell itself to Robert's wrath. But how could he watch his eastern coast burn? The depth of winter pressed in. Ice formed on the edges of the moat. The weirwood trees in the godwood stood gaunt, their leaves turning black and crisp where they clung to the branches. Torches sputtered in the biting wind. The NXT ravens from White Harbor brought conflicting reports. One message boasted that Brynden Tully and the Great John had cornered a band of Lannisters and driven them into the sea. Another told of heavy losses among the Northmen, forced to watch helplessly as 2 more villages were sacked. The sea remained under Lannister control, allowing them to strike, retreat, and strike again. The hit-and-run tactics bloodied the North's defenders. Morale frayed. Through it all, the men from Tarth quietly lent their aid. Lady Brienne volunteered a squad to help guard supply wagons heading east, although the snows made such journeys perilous. Ned, grateful, accepted. These exiles from the Stormlands proved their goodwill through small deeds, though it left Ned wondering if they might eventually contact Renly Baratheon with news from the north. That could be either beneficial or harmful, depending on Renly's stance. For a short time, the cycle of uneasy waiting resumed. Each morning, Ned stared at the Raven's tower, dreading the black birds that might bring word of further calamity. Each night, he faced his children's anxious eyes at supper, trying to exude confidence he did not feel. Robb pushed himself in training, presumably to bury his fears. Sansa prayed more fervently, while Arya seemed torn between restless frustration and quiet brooding. Bran asked to learn archery from the older men, wanting to be useful, while Rickon remained too young to fully grasp why everyone looked so strained. Then the next blow fell, not from the east but from the south. A raven arrived bearing the seal of the Eyrie. For a moment, Ned allowed himself hope that Lysa Arryn had changed her mind. But the letter was short. Grim, Lord Stark, a force from King's Landing approaches the Bloody Gate, requesting passage into the Vale. They are led by Lord Tywin Lannister himself, in the name of King Robert. Lady Regent Lysa Arryn has thus far refused them entry, citing the neutrality of the Vale. Tension is high. I fear conflict may erupt if Tywin presses his claim to pass. Lord Royce and I attempt to calm matters, but Lady Arryn remains unmoved. Pray the gods for sense. Ser Vanya Corbray, Knight of Heart's Home. Ned read it aloud to Catelyn in a strained voice. Tywin is on the move. If Lysa truly denies them passage, she might inadvertently help us, slowing the Lannisters. But if Tywin breaks through or bribes her, Catelyn's lips parted in shock. Tywin Lannister at the Bloody Gate? That's near impossible to believe, unless Robert truly gave him royal power to command. Or else Tywin moves in Robert's name, no matter the king's actual orders. Either way, Ned said, the Vale is caught. If Lysa yields, Tywin's army could pour into the Trident from the east, or even swing north around the mountains. If she refuses, he might attempt to storm the passes. War in the Vale could erupt, and if the Vale falls to the Lannisters, we'll be flanked on two fronts. Catelyn sank into a chair. What can we do? Ned walked to the window slit. Snow coated the courtyard, the sky a dull white. We send Lysa a message urging her to stand firm. We promise her that if Tywin forces entry, we will see it as an act of aggression not just against the Vale, but against the North. We'll do what we can to coordinate defense, though, gods help us, we're stretched thin already. So he penned the letter, pleading with Lysa Arryn to hold to neutrality if she refused to side with the North. At least do not let Tywin's army slip through unchallenged. Remind her that letting a host of lions pass was tantamount to letting them devour the realm. Another raven, another desperate gamble. And so the realm continued unraveling. Daenerys Targaryen remained in distant Essos, presumably alive, though Ned heard nothing certain about her. Jorah Mormont's success or failure went unreported. In Harrenhal, King Robert stirred, though what precisely he plotted was unknown. The Lannisters advanced on multiple fronts, aided by their mastery of ships and gold. The Vale teetered, the riverlands bled, and the North braced for an onslaught. As if to mirror the kingdom's crisis, winter's grip tightened. Blizzards howled across the plains. Snow-buried roads drifted against farmhouses, forced travelers to hole up in whatever shelter they could find. A trickle of refugees still reached Winterfell from the south, telling tales of lawless bands and frozen highways. Ned's stewards rationed out bread and ale to keep the newcomers from starving. Garrison men spent hours each day shoveling passages clear within the castle. The solitary comfort was that an invading army might suffer even more deeply in these conditions. One evening after the day's weary councils ended, Ned visited the crypts below Winterfell. Torch in hand, he walked the long, echoing hall where stone kings of old stood vigil with stone direwolves at their feet. The flickering light revealed dust motes dancing in the cold air. He paused before the statues of his father and brother, recalling the nightmare that had spurred Robert's hatred of Targaryens. If only the Mad King's cruelty had died with him. But that brutality haunted the realm still. He knelt, letting the torchlight flicker over their stone faces. Rickard Stark, Brandon Stark, victims of Aerys' madness. His father had died screaming in wildfire, his brother strangled in a savage device while trying to save him. The memory twisted Ned's heart. He understood Robert's fury at House Targaryen, but he could not condone the death of innocent children. Honor demanded a line be drawn. He closed his eyes. Father, Brandon, I pray you guide me. Our cause is just, but the realm stands on the brink of ruin. No voices answered in that cold darkness. Only the distant drip of water from somewhere deeper in the crypt. Eventually, Ned rose, the torch guttering. He turned and climbed the winding steps back to the surface. Snow met him once more, swirling in the courtyard. Winter held them all in its embrace, and the war showed no sign of thawing. The next morning, a frantic raven call spread through the castle. A flight of black wings arrived from White Harbor, bearing an urgent message from Brynden Tully. Ned, called from breakfast, snatched the scroll from the maester's hand. Its contents made his blood run colder than the snow. Lord Stark, we have pressed the Lannister raiders hard, but they strike and vanish. We lost many men in a fierce engagement near the mouth of the White Knife. Great John was wounded, though he still fights on. Lord Bolton's detachment has disappeared to the north in pursuit of a band rumored to be commanded by a Lannister officer named Ser Gregor Clegane, called the Mountain. We fear a larger invasion is imminent. A second wave of ships has been sighted on the horizon, far more numerous. Lord Wyman urges you to send all you can spare, else White Harbor may fall. The raiders have begun using wildfire to torch storehouses. Morale wavers. Brynden Tully. Ned's hands shook. He read it aloud to Catelyn, Robb, and the lords who arrived in the Solar. Karstark cursed. Robb's face went pale. Lady Brienne, who stood nearby, grimaced. The request was impossible. White Harbor needed all you can spare, but Winterfell had precious few men left who could march east. The route was beset by snowdrifts and soon would be impassable for large forces. Catelyn spoke quietly. We cannot leave White Harbor to burn. It's our main port, our gateway for trade. If it falls, the north is cut off. Ned's gaze swept the assembled lords. But if we march the remainder of our forces, we leave Winterfell vulnerable. Moat Cailin is weakened. The Vale might fall to Tywin. We could be attacked from the south or west. Silence fell. The burden of leadership weighed on Ned like a millstone. His own moral code dictated he defend his people, yet if he overextended, Robert or Tywin might walk into Winterfell unopposed. Robb broke the hush. Father, we must help them. Without White Harbor, we starve. The Lannisters might then roll up the coast, capturing everything in their path. If we don't act, the war is lost before it begins. Ned closed his eyes briefly. You speak true, though I dread the consequences. Very well. We will muster every man we can. But I cannot leave Winterfell entirely. Someone must remain behind with enough force to hold the castle if the king appears. Karstark offered, leave me, my lord. I'll hold Winterfell with what men remain loyal. My sons and I can gather the northern houses not yet deployed. Ned nodded slowly. And I will lead the relief force to White Harbor. Robb, you will come as well. We'll ride as soon as we can outfit the horses for the snow. The gods help us if we're ambushed en route. Alarm shot through Catelyn. Ned, do you truly think you should lead? If Robert or Tywin hears you've gone east, they might direct a strike at Winterfell. Ned touched her hand. If White Harbor falls, there will be no victory for the north, no matter what we hold here. I must go, or our men might lose heart. Karstark will defend Winterfell in my stead. Cat, you and the children should remain behind. Keep them safe. She swallowed hard, tears threatening. Yes. But be careful. This is what the Lannisters want, luring you out. It may be, Ned said, but I see no choice. I cannot abandon Lord Wyman or the Blackfish. The Great John bleeds for us. We must repay that loyalty. They embraced. Robb stood nearby, eyes grim, jaw set. He was not yet a man grown, but war gave no quarter for age. That very day, Ned ordered the horns sounded and men began readying to depart. Supplies were packed onto sledges and carts, for normal wagons would not travel well through the drifts. Horses were shod with frost-nailed shoes. Bows and swords were checked, winter cloaks distributed. Lady Brienne volunteered to join them, along with a handful of her Stormlanders, and Ned accepted. Every sword might prove critical. The castle courtyard filled with the clang of armor, the snort of horses, the calls of sergeants. Snow fluttered down from a leaden sky, dusting helms and cloaks. Ned gave final instructions to Karstark, who pledged to hold Winterfell or die in the attempt. Then Ned turned to Catelyn, who clasped his hands. She tried to appear strong for the children standing behind her. May the gods go with you, she whispered. End this quickly if you can. Ned nodded. I'll try. Protect them, Cat. I'll return as soon as I'm able. She blinked away tears. Sansa and Arya came forward, Sansa trembling, Arya scowling with frustration. They each hugged him in turn, a fierce, brief warmth in a cold world. Bran peered from the steps, wanting to appear older than he was, and waved silently. Little Rickon clung to Catelyn's skirts, eyes wide. Robb mounted his horse, face drawn. Ned climbed onto his own steed, scanning the men assembled, a meager force of 700, about half cavalry, half infantry. Hardly enough to overwhelm a determined Lannister landing, but it was all they had left to give. With a final salute, he led them out through Winterfell's gates into the snowy beyond. That journey toward White Harbor proved treacherous from the start. Ice slicked the King's Road, forcing the column to move at half-pace. Drifts piled higher each day, and men had to dismount and push or dig at times. Wolves prowled the edges of the forest, drawn by the smell of pack-horses. Nights brought sub-freezing temperatures so cold that Ned feared losing men to frostbite. Yet they pressed on day after day, mindful that the coast bled with every delay. Robb rode at Ned's side, silent. Sometimes Ned caught him staring at the swirling snow with a haunted expression as though reliving the bloodshed at Moat Cailin. Lady Brienne and her handful of Stormlanders lent discipline to the marches, urging men to keep formation and keep moving. Each night, they huddled around fires, telling stories in hushed voices to ward off despair. Ned found himself thinking of Robert. How would the King's Southerners fare in this weather if they came north? After more than a fortnight on the road, the condition of men and horses grew dire, yet they finally drew within a day's ride of White Harbor. Scouting parties encountered evidence of battle, burnt farms, torn-up roads, footprints leading to half-frozen corpses in the snow. The acrid smell of cinders lingered in the icy air. Smoke smudged the horizon. Ned's stomach clenched as he thought of what might await them in the port city. At dusk, they spotted a group of riders approaching from the opposite direction. Banners flapped in the wind, a gray direwolf for House Stark, a silver trout for Tully. Ned recognized Brynden Tully riding at the head, his cloak stained with mud and blood. Behind him rode a battered contingent of Northmen, among them a few from House Glover, House Manderly. They hailed Ned's column with ragged cheer. When the two parties met, Ned clasped the Blackfish's arm. "Brynden, we came as soon as we could. What's the situation?" Brendan's lined face was etched with exhaustion. "Dire, my lord. The second wave of Lannister ships arrived, disgorging more men. They now hold several villages along the coast to the south of White Harbor. Lord Wyman keeps them from the gates, but they wreak havoc in the countryside. Great John Umber took a wound in the side. He still fights, but infection threatens. Bolton and Karstark's men are scattered, trying to chase the raiders. The Lannisters move quickly along the shoreline, torching anything they can. We suspect they hope to starve the city into submission or lure you out of Winterfell. If that was their aim, well, they succeeded. But your arrival is a relief. We need every sword." Ned pressed his lips together. "How far to White Harbor from here?" "A day's ride on the main road if the snow doesn't bury it. But the Lannisters prowl those roads. We had to circle wide, lost men to frost and ambush. If your column marches straight, you'll likely face a fight soon." Robb, riding up behind Ned, asked, "Do you have numbers on the Lannisters?" Brynden shook his head. "Several hundred more than they had. At least 2,000 total, possibly more. They're commanded by some of Tywin's captains. There was talk Ser Gregor Clegane lurks among them, but I've not seen him with my own eyes. The mountain that rides. We did catch glimpses of that monstrous man, though. He left corpses in a hamlet near the Shivering Shore. If we can pin him down, we might break their morale." Ned felt a spike of dread at hearing that name. Gregor Clegane's reputation for brutality was infamous. If he truly led a portion of this force, the devastation would be immense. "Then we'll do what must be done. We press on. You'll guide us?" Brynden nodded. "I will, though the route is perilous." They trudged onward through the deepening gloom, Brendan's riders blending with Ned's column. The night was mercilessly cold, so they made camp in a copse of wind-whipped pines, building fires that flickered eerily among the branches. Men ate what stale bread and salt pork remained, speaking in hushed tones about the coming battle. The wind keened like a lost soul. Ned walked among the fires, offering words of encouragement. He found the Great John in a tent near the center, propped on a bedroll, feverish from a bandaged wound in his flank. Yet the big man grinned fiercely upon seeing Ned. "Took you long enough, my lord," Great John rasped. "We gave those lions a taste of the north, but they keep slipping away." Ned placed a hand on Umber's shoulder. "Rest, Great John. We'll drive them off together. Then we'll get you home." The Great John spat as if unimpressed by his own infirmity. "I'll be on my feet tomorrow, see if I don't." "Ha!" By first light, the snow had eased, leaving a brittle frost. Ned roused the column early. Brynden recommended a route skirting the main road to avoid the worst ambush sites. They advanced in two wings, with scouts riding ahead on the lookout for Lannister outriders. Tension gripped every man, hearts pounding in the cold morning air. Near midday, they reached a broad stretch of farmland covered in snow, the fences half buried. In the distance, black columns of smoke rose from smoldering ruins, a village burned. Brynden cursed under his breath. The devils were here recently. They pressed on warily until a horn blast sounded from a snow-laden orchard to the west. Shapes moved among the trees, men in lion-crested helms, glimpses of red cloaks. An ambush. Ned shouted orders to form ranks. The men scrambled into a defensive posture, shields up, archers knocking arrows. Lady Brienne and her Stormlanders took position on the flank while Robb stayed close to Ned with a mounted reserve. The orchard erupted with movement. Perhaps 200 Lannister men emerged, charging through the snow, swords glinting in the weak sun. Archers in Ned's line loosed a volley. Some Lannisters fell, but the rest crashed into the front ranks. The cold air filled with the clang of steel, the grunts of men struggling in drifting snow. Ned spurred his horse, calling for an advance. Robb followed, leading half the cavalry around the orchard's edge to flank the attackers. For a frantic quarter hour, the orchard was a swirling melee. Snow churned red with blood, branches snapped under the weight of men colliding. Lady Brienne hacked down a knight in gold filigree, then pivoted to block a spear thrust aimed at her back. Robb nearly toppled from his saddle when a Lannister footman lunged at him, but he managed to parry and slash the man's face. Arrows whistled from the Stark archers, dropping more foes. Ned plunged into the thick, parrying an axe blow and knocking a foe aside with his shield. All the while, he listened for the horn that might signal more enemies from behind. But no reinforcements appeared for the Lannisters. Outnumbered, they began to falter. A final cavalry charge led by Brienne shattered their line. Survivors fled into the snow-laden woods. Ned's men pursued until Brynden Tully shouted for them to stop, wary of another ambush deeper in the forest. They regrouped, panting, steam rising from men and horses alike. Broken bodies littered the orchard. Stark banners waved in victory, though that victory felt hollow amid the carnage. A quick count revealed a few dozen Northmen had fallen, with twice that many Lannisters. Yet the war was not decided here. Robb dismounted, wiping blood from his cheek, eyes wide with adrenaline. "Father, they attacked so suddenly. We might face more of them any moment." Ned nodded, chest heaving. "We must press on. White Harbor is close. If we let them chip away at us with these ambushes, we'll never reach the city in strength." They buried their dead in a shallow grave, giving what rights they could in the freezing ground. Then the column marched again, battered but unbroken. Snow shrouded the orchard behind them, soon to hide the bodies left for the crows. A bitter wind whipped across the farmland, carrying the faint tang of the sea. By late afternoon, they sighted the White Knife River, half frozen along its edges. Across that river, perched on a low, fortified rise, stood White Harbor. Its walls, usually gleaming white, were dulled by soot in places, faint plumes of smoke rising where Lannister attacks had brushed close. Northman banners fluttered over the ramparts, including the Merman sigil of Manderley and the silver trout of Tully. The harbor itself was faintly visible beyond the walls, studded with ships, some battered, presumably from attempts to repel Lannister vessels. A forest of masts swayed in the icy wind, and Ned thought he glimpsed drifting wreckage. The city was clearly under siege conditions, though. The Lannisters did not appear to have established a full blockade. Some ships with the lion crest lurked out in deeper water. At the landward gate, Ned's arrival sparked relief. Guards let them in quickly, cheering the Stark banners. Once inside, the scale of the city's plight became clear. Streets were lined with people missing limbs or bandaged from the raids. Soldiers patrolled, eyes hollow with fatigue. Houses near the southern wall bore scorch marks from catapulted pitch or wildfire. The usual bustle of trade was replaced by an air of desperation, bread lines forming at the market squares. War had come to the North's sole large port, and the scars were everywhere. Lord Wyman Manderley awaited them in the main courtyard of his keep, half limping from a recent injury. He greeted Ned with a grim smile. "Lord Stark, by the gods, you've come in our hour of need." Ned dismounted, clasping the man's hand. "Lord Wyman, we came as soon as we could. I wish it had been sooner. Brynden Tully told us of your plight." Manderley's broad face creased with gratitude mixed with sorrow. "We've done our best to keep the city gates intact, but they circle us by sea, striking at the outlying settlements. Wildfire has destroyed half our stockpiles. I fear the next major assault will come soon." The Lannisters sail with impunity, lobbing pots of green fire where they will. Ned's expression hardened. We'll reinforce your walls. Where are the Great John and Brynden Tully now? Manderly gestured behind him. The Great John rests in the keep. His fever broke, but he's not fit for heavy fighting yet. Lord Brynden led a sortie outside the walls yesterday, along with Bolton's men. They've been patrolling to the south, trying to push back raiders. Your arrival might let them focus on seizing the advantage, if we can plan a coordinated strike. Robb stepped forward, eyes shining with determination. My lord, show us where you need us. We have men eager to rid these shores of Lannisters. Lord Wyman nodded. We'll hold a war council immediately, though let me warn you, Gregor Clegane is said to be among them. He leads the most vicious raids. Our scouts claim he has a fierce band of men trained in terror tactics. They come at night, burn granaries, vanish. Ned's mouth set in a grim line. Then we end it. Show me where they last struck. Darkness fell, but within an hour, Ned found himself in a cramped council chamber with Manderly's officers, the Blackfish, who had returned from patrol just in time, and a limping Great John Umber. Robb stood near Ned, quietly absorbing all the talk of strategy. Maps were spread out, corners weighted with stones. Candlelight flickered over men's weary faces. Brynden Tully summarized the Lannister dispositions. They hold smaller forces scattered along the coast, with boats allowing them quick movement. Gregor Clegane's main group is somewhere south. Near the Wolf's Den, cell sails harass fishing vessels on the water. Meanwhile, a separate Lannister force remains afloat offshore, occasionally bombarding us with flaming projectiles. If we had ships to chase them off, Manderly grimaced. Alas, many of our war galleys were lost early on. The rest are outnumbered by the Lannister fleet. Even Brynden's cunning can't conjure more ships from the air. Ned studied the map. A direct assault on their ships might be suicide. But if we can corner Gregor's land-based forces, remove their ability to raid, we might relieve pressure on White Harbor. Then at least the city can endure the blockade. Brynden pointed. I propose a two-pronged approach. We gather a strong cavalry detachment to sweep south, flushing Gregor's men from the hamlets. Meanwhile, a second group stands guard here in case of a frontal assault. If we catch Gregor in the open, we might bring him to battle. Great John let out a muffled laugh, wincing from the pain in his side. That's the fight I want. I'll put that giant dog down once and for all. Ned, cautious, nodded. We must coordinate carefully. They know the coastline well by now, and the snows hamper large-scale movement. But yes, we try. Bolster the walls with half our force, plus the city's garrison. The rest we lead south. If we can trap the mountain, we cut off the serpent's head. Plan took shape. The men parted to prepare, each side aware that the next days might bring the decisive clash. Robb insisted on riding with the cavalry detachment. Ned hesitated, but the boy was now tested in battle. He gave his consent, albeit with stern warnings to stay close and heed commands. The Great John, half chafing under his wounds, agreed to remain with Manderly in the city for now, guarding the walls. Brynden Tully, Lady Brienne, and Bolton's forces would accompany Ned and Robb to sweep south. That night, White Harbor's squares and alleyways lay hushed under the threat of renewed flame. Snow glimmered in the faint torchlight. Ned took a moment alone on a rampart, gazing at the black shape of the sea beyond. Distant lights bobbed, likely the Lannister fleet. A lump formed in his throat as he thought of the once proud realm, now devouring itself over a war of vengeance. King Robert had forced his hand, and now the North bled. He found a fleeting sense of resolve in the rising wind. Tomorrow or the day after, they would meet Gregor Clegane's men in battle. It might be savage, but if they prevailed, White Harbor could hold. Another day survived might bring them closer to the moment Robert realized the futility of this war, if such a moment would ever come. Ned allowed himself a short prayer to the old gods, though none stood here but the faint memory of them in foreign stone. Then he descended to gather what rest he could. Outside, the sea wind keened, and the flicker of distant fires reminded all who gazed upon them that war never truly slept. Dawn broke with a veil of mist over the white knife. Columns of mounted men formed in the courtyard, silent and purposeful. Ned, Brynden Tully, and Lady Brienne rode at the head with Robb close behind. Bolton's grim contingent followed, their banners half lost in the haze. Manderley and the great John mustered on the walls to see them off, their breath steaming in the cold air. A horn blast opened the gates. The cavalry poured out, hooves thudding across frozen ground. They turned south, guided by scouts who whispered of Lannister movements near a cluster of burned villages. White Harbor's walls faded behind them. Among the men, tension crackled. They rode in two wedges, determined to find Gregor Clegane's raiders and put an end to the terror. Snow kicked up under the horses' hooves, swirling in pale clouds. As the morning waned, the land opened into rolling fields, half buried in drifts and pocked with blackened husks of huts. Smoke rose in tendrils from smoldering remains. A silent dread hung in the air. Ned forced himself to keep his focus on the horizon. So many innocents had likely died here, victims of the Lannister thirst for destruction. His jaw clenched. Then, at a crossroads near a broken mill, they saw movement, a small band of riders wearing dark cloaks. As soon as the riders spotted the Stark banners, they wheeled about and galloped away. Brynden barked an order, and a squad of scouts pursued. Minutes later, the scouts returned, breathless, reporting that the strangers vanished into a wooded hollow. Likely Lannister outriders. Ned led the main force forward cautiously. If the outriders carried word of their approach, Gregor might set an ambush. They advanced slowly through the drifting snow, flanks spread wide. Robb took one flank with Lady Brienne, while Ned, Brynden, and Bolton rode at the center. After an hour, they crested a gentle rise overlooking a shallow valley. Smoke rose from multiple sites below. The shapes of men and horses dotted the fields, possibly rummaging through a half-ruined barn. Ned squinted, straining to see. The black banner or sigil on one figure's shield might have been a towering shape, a monstrous helmet. He inhaled sharply. That could be Clegane. Gods be with us. Brynden signaled to the men. They split into 3 prongs, planning to encircle the valley from east, west, and center. The wind bit at Ned's cheeks as he led the central column down the slope. Bolton took the right flank, Robb and Brienne the left. Hoofs thundered over the frozen earth, the men tense with anticipation. Partway down, a horn sounded from the valley. The shapes below moved with sudden urgency. Ned could see a massive knight looming above the others, well over 6.5 feet tall, Gregor Clegane. He wore dark plate, spiked at the shoulders, a great sword strapped to his back. Around him, a force of at least 100 cavalry and infantry formed into a rough line, while beyond them more men scrambled to mount up. The scent of smoke and blood hung in the air. With a roar, Ned's cavalry charged. The snow-laden field erupted in chaos as the Lannisters tried to form a shield wall. Bolton's men smashed into the right flank. Robb's group swept in from the left, driving lances into the enemy line. Screams and steel rang out, horses rearing, men toppling. Ned urged his mount forward, sword drawn, ignoring the sting of frost in his lungs. Gregor Clegane barreled straight into the fray, swinging a colossal two-handed sword. He hewed a Stark bannerman nearly in half, sending up a spray of crimson on the white snow. Shouts of fear rippled among the Northmen who faced him. Ned felt a rush of dread. This was the beast who had helped sack King's Landing, rumored to have murdered Rhaegar's children. A monstrous fury in human form. Yet the Northmen outnumbered the Lannisters here. Brynden Tully's riders hammered into the center, scattering lesser knights. Bolton's men pressed the flank, though the Dreadfort soldiers fought with a cruel efficiency that alarmed even their allies. Robb and Brienne, on the far left, carved through infantry. Ned glimpsed Robb's blade whirling, parrying a spear. The boy's hair whipped in the wind, face set. Brienne rode behind him, blocking a blow aimed at his back. They moved in tandem, forging a path deeper into the enemy line. A swirl of riders parted, and Ned found himself within reach of Gregor Clegane. The mountain spotted him, pivoting, eyes blazing through his helm's slit. Ned's stomach lurched. He remembered Robert's savage strength, but this man was something else, a juggernaut of violence. Gregor advanced, bellowing, sword raised high. Before Ned could brace, a cluster of Stark men rushed in to protect him. One crashed into Gregor's side, but the mountain rammed his sword down, impaling the poor man. Another Northman thrust a spear at Gregor's horse, but Gregor swung that massive blade sideways, knocking the spear aside and taking the soldier's arm with it. Blood splattered. The man screamed. Ned tried to angle his horse for a blow, but the chaos was thick. Then, from the opposite side, a figure slammed into Gregor's flank, Brynden Tully. The blackfish slashed at Gregor's shoulder, denting the plate but not piercing it. Gregor roared and lashed out. The blow shattered Brynden's shield, sending him reeling in the saddle. Seizing the chance, Ned spurred forward. He aimed a cut at Gregor's back. Gregor twisted, deflecting with monstrous strength, sparks flying. Ned nearly lost his sword from the impact. The mountain's gauntlet fist swung around, bashing Ned's shield. Pain flared in Ned's arm. He barely kept his seat. The reek of sweat and blood enveloped them, men dying left and right. Then a new figure joined the melee. Roose Bolton on horseback, face expressionless. His men hacked into Gregor's supporting knights, isolating the giant. Bolton thrust a wicked-looking spear at Gregor's flank. The mountain pivoted to block. This gave Ned the opening he needed. He slashed downward at Gregor's exposed armpit, feeling the blade bite flesh. Gregor howled, staggering, blood seeping from the joint in his armor. Bolton pressed the advantage, jabbing. Gregor parried clumsily, rage fueling him. He battered Bolton's spear aside, lunged, but Ned darted in again, driving his sword into a gap at Gregor's thigh. Another roar, another spray of blood. The mountain tottered, huge and wounded, swinging wildly at them both. Bolton's horse shrieked as Gregor's blade slashed its flank. The horse collapsed, pinning Bolton's leg. Gregor raised his sword to finish the kill, only for Brynden Tully to lunge back in, stabbing at Gregor's neck from behind. The blow glanced off the thick gorget, but it jarred the giant knight. He swung about, ignoring the fresh wound in his thigh. Ned seized that instant to thrust his sword up under Gregor's helmet, aiming for the jaw. Steel scraped bone. The giant jerked, blood spattering from his mouth. With a final, ragged gasp, Gregor's knees buckled. He toppled sideways, crashing to the ground like a felled oak. Snow flew up around him. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then Bolton dragged himself free of his dying horse, and the Northmen around them let out a ragged cheer. Gregor Clegane, the mountain that rides, lay dying in the snow, gargling on his own blood. All around, the Lannister lines broke. Some surrendered, others fled, pursued by Stark cavalry. In the swirl of white and crimson, Ned panted, sword dripping, heart hammering. Brynden Tully leaned heavily on his broken shield, exhaustion on his lined face. Roose Bolton stood with an eerie calm, ignoring the gore that splattered his furs. Gregor Clegane gave one last strangled breath, then fell still, eyes vacant in death. Ned looked up to see Robb riding toward them, face pale but triumphant. Lady Brienne trailed behind, sword reddened. The battle was won. They had killed the mountain, shattered his men. This was a major blow to the Lannister campaign on the coast. Yet as the wind howled across the field, Ned felt no exultation. The realm still bled. Robert's hatred still festered. Tywin Lannister still commanded great hosts. White Harbor still lay half besieged by the Lannister fleet. But for this day, at least, they had struck a blow for the North and avenged countless innocents. The mountain was dead. Perhaps the gods might take note. He dismounted, sinking to his knees in the snow, sword trembling in his grip. Robb swung down beside him, placing a hand on his father's shoulder. All around them, men cheered or groaned over wounds, the swirl of victory mingling with the agony of war. The thickening snowfall threatened to bury the carnage soon enough. Ned closed his eyes, letting the wind sting his cheeks. He offered silent thanks to the old gods that he and Robb had both survived. Then, summoning what strength he had left, he rose. There was still so much more to do. Securing White Harbor, defending the North, and hoping, somehow, that Robert might see reason before the kingdom was ravaged beyond repair. Behind him, Gregor Clegane's corpse lay as a fallen giant on the blood-stained snow, a symbol of the realm's cruelty undone, if only for a moment. Ned Stark turned away from the body and looked to the horizon, where the future of the Seven Kingdoms lay shrouded in winter's unrelenting gray. In the aftermath of Gregor Clegane's death, a hush descended upon the blood-stained field south of White Harbor. The sky remained a dreary gray, the wind howling over banks of trampled snow. Northmen stood in ragged clusters, staring at the fallen giant of a knight whose death had eluded so many for so long. Steam rose from the wounds in Gregor's body, mixing with the frozen air in brief wisps. The fierce hush might have felt like victory if not for the sight of so many newly slain on both sides. Ned Stark pulled his sword free from the mountain's corpse, wiping the blade against the dead man's surcoat. Crimson stained the snow beneath his boots, and he exhaled unsteadily, glancing around at the men who stood around him. Many were wounded, their cloaks splattered with gore. The acrid tang of spilled entrails and burning timber lingered. Somewhere in the distance, remnants of the day's fires still smoldered. His arm burned from the force of the final strikes. Each breath reminded him of the savage nature of this war, how far it had traveled from the original cause. Roose Bolton stood a few paces away, dismounting his injured horse with quiet efficiency. A stable boy approached, but Bolton waved him off, eyes fixed on Gregor's body. There was no gloat in his pale gaze, only a mild curiosity. Brynden Tully leaned heavily on a broken shield, pain etched across his lined face. He spat a red string of saliva, testing his mouth where the mountain's blow had nearly knocked him senseless. Nearby, Lady Brienne of Tarth removed her dented helm, her cheeks flushed with the cold, giving a short nod of grim satisfaction at the sight of the monstrous corpse. Robb Stark limped forward, streaks of blood across the leather of his saddle and on one sleeve. His breath steamed in the sharp air, but he managed to grin at Ned. "We did it," he murmured, half in disbelief. "The mountain is dead. They'll remember this, father." Ned placed a hand on Robb's shoulder, feeling his son tremble with exhaustion. "Yes, but we have more to do. The battle around us is not finished." He gestured toward the chaos in the valley. Clusters of Northmen and Tully riders still skirmished with the remnants of Gregor's force. The Lannisters, those who had not fled or surrendered, fought with desperate ferocity, cut off from any route of escape. Steel clanged on steel, and the screams of dying horses carried on the wind. "Pull back the men who can still fight," Ned commanded. "Have them surround the remaining enemies. Let them lay down their arms if they wish to surrender." No need for further butchery now that Clegane is gone. Robb nodded and turned away, calling for a horn blast to signal the Northmen. Lady Brienne strode off to her Stormlanders, who joined in corralling the last pockets of resistance. Brynden Tully spat again, then straightened, breathing raggedly. "Clegane's death should break their spirits. I've known few men who followed him willingly. They served out of fear or gold. I doubt they'll have any will left to keep fighting." Ned studied the field. "I hope you're right." His voice sounded grim even to his own ears. With the mountain slain, they had ripped out one of House Lannister's most fearsome weapons, but the war was not about a single knight's brutality. The realm's dividing lines ran deeper than one monstrous man. Still, for the men in this valley, it was no small triumph. They advanced across the churned ground, snow and half-frozen mud sucking at boots and hooves. Stark riders fanned out to gather prisoners. Some Lannister men broke and ran, only to be run down or forced to yield. A few flung aside swords and fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Ned told his men to spare any who surrendered, no sense in more slaughter, and perhaps these captives would give valuable information. Bolton's men, as always, looked reluctant to show mercy, but they obeyed Ned's command. In a matter of half an hour, the valley fell quiet. Bodies and broken weapons littered the snow. A frigid wind carried the stench of gore. Archers wandered, kicking aside the battered shields of the fallen. Everywhere, men panted from the hard riding and close combat, the winter cold stealing the last of their warmth. Ned found a vantage point on a low hillock near a cluster of blackened trees. From there, he watched the final pockets of fighting snuff out, replaced by the dragging of corpses and the moans of the wounded. Robb returned, dismounting stiffly. "We've taken some 30 prisoners. Another 20 or so dead Lannisters lie scattered. Maybe a dozen got away into the woods. We'll send SC Outs after them, but the snows are deep. They won't last long if they don't head for the ships." His eyes drifted to where Gregor's corpse lay, a crumpled heap like a dead ox. "Do we burn him here?" Ned inhaled sharply, the cold searing his lungs. "Aye. If any man deserves no burial in northern ground, it's him. He's done too many horrors for a decent grave." He paused, thinking of the stories from the sack of King's Landing, from Harrenhal, from the Riverlands. Let him be ashes on the wind. A small justice for all he's done. Robb nodded. "I'll see it done." They marched on, leading their battered host southward, searching for any sign of more Lannister raiders. But it seemed Gregor's band was the main body in this region. Farther to the east lay White Harbor's outlying farms, which had been sacked in the earlier waves. Now, with the mountain gone, the scattered Lannister forces lacked strong leadership. Some would likely flee to the coastline, hoping to rejoin the blockade or the ships anchored offshore. Others might roam as brigands, though they wouldn't last long in the deep snows. By mid-afternoon, the Northmen had regrouped near an abandoned farmstead. Great palls of smoke still trailed off in the distance, indicating other pockets of burning or skirmishes. But for the moment, Ned's detachment could at least catch its breath. Sentries posted around the perimeter and men set to work building fires. A few looted the half-burnt barn for salvageable timbers to keep warm. The sky threatened more snow. The air tasted of it, crisp and biting. Brynden Tully limped forward, accompanied by Roose Bolton. The Blackfish's face twitched as he walked. He had taken a blow to the ribs that made every step agony. Bolton showed no sign of outward emotion, though dried blood streaked his furs. "We've done a head count," Brynden said. "We lost perhaps 20 men in that fight. Another 40 or so wounded. We can still ride, but we'll need to tend to them soon." Ned nodded. "We'll find shelter. White Harbor is a day's ride back north if we push. Perhaps we should return and ensure the city is prepared for a larger assault. Gregor is dead, but the Lannister fleet remains. We can't ignore that threat." Bolton's voice was soft. "It's rumored the Lannister ships continue to lurk off the coast, launching small raids. Now that their most feared commander is gone, they might alter their tactics, perhaps focus on blocking supply lines by sea. We may have stung them, but the war is far from finished." Ned brushed a hand through his hair, feeling the grit of battle and the sting of cold sweat. "We'll regroup in White Harbor, bury our dead, treat the wounded. Then we plan. We can't chase a fleet across the sea, but we can make sure they gain no foothold on land." Brendan's mouth set in a line. "Aye, let's do that. The city needs to hear the news of Gregor's downfall. It should lift morale. Mayhaps some of their cell sails will think twice before launching the next raid." They pressed on, retracing their route. Though exhausted, the men raised a thin cheer at the prospect of returning to the city. Each mile felt agonizing in the deep drifts. The sun sank behind clouds, painting the sky a dull steel. The only comfort was the knowledge that they had struck a telling blow, removing the mountain from Tywin's arsenal. They made camp that night in a shallow glen, establishing a defensive ring of wagons. Snow began falling softly, dusting the men's cloaks and the frozen ground. Though cold, they built small fires and took turns sleeping. Ned found he could not rest more than a few snatches at a time. He woke twice from half-formed nightmares, memories of Gregor's roar, the flash of steel, the reek of blood. Each time, he rose to walk the perimeter, exchanging nods with watchful sentries. Robb, too, seemed restless, pacing near the edge of the camp with Lady Brienne. The boy was still high on the thrill of victory, though the horrors of war weighed on him visibly. By dawn, they marched again, their breath billowing in thick clouds. No sign of fresh ambush harried them. Perhaps the Lannisters had learned caution. By midday, they spotted the snow-capped walls of White Harbor rising ahead, the banners of House Manderley still flapping in the breeze. A horn blast from the gates signaled relief at their return. The party entered through the gates, weary and wounded but triumphant. People rushed forward in the streets, calling out inquiries. Word of Gregor's death flew from mouth to mouth, spreading a wave of cautious joy among the populace. Soldiers gripped each other's shoulders. Fishermen cheered, though not too loudly, for fear of jinxing themselves against the blockade. Lord Wyman Manderley awaited them in the main courtyard, wrapped in thick furs, leaning on a cane. The Great John stood beside him, face wan but determined, his side heavily bandaged. At the sight of Ned and Brynden Tully, they both let out exhalations of relief. "You live," Great John boomed, his voice echoing off the stone walls. "I dreamed a dream of your death last night, figured I'd have to chase you into the Godwood in the afterlife if you'd gone and got yourself killed." Ned allowed a faint smile. Still alive, though not unscathed. He gestured toward the battered column behind him. "We lost men, but Gregor Clegane is gone. You can spread that news from here to the Dread Fort if you like." The Great John's eyes gleamed. "Ha! I'll do more than spread it. I'll sing it if I must. That bastard has taken too many lives in the north." "Dead, is he? How'd he fall?" Ned spared the grisly details. "Steel and blood. He died roaring curses." He turned to Lord Wyman. "Now we must see to the next step. The Lannister blockade remains. Has there been any fresh assaults since we left?" Manderley's features pinched. "They've tested our walls with more wildfire catapults, but no direct assault on the gates. They're content to starve us, it seems, or punish the outlying hamlets. Our fishermen can't leave the harbor for fear of Lannister galleys. Supplies grow short. If the winter deepens, we'll be in dire straits soon." Ned rubbed at the back of his neck. "We can't conjure ships from thin air. Are there any loyal captains here who might attempt to break out at night, run for White Harbor's allies on the narrow sea? Or perhaps we can contact the Iron Islands, even. I loathe to consider them, but the Greyjoys might see an opportunity to harry Lannister shipping." Brynden Tully snorted. "That's a gamble, inviting ironborn reavers to the eastern coast of the north. They'd plunder friend and foe alike." Ned exhaled. "True enough, another dead end. All we can do is fortify, hold, and pray the realm's tides shift. If we can keep the Lannisters from capturing White Harbor, We still hold a gateway to trade, should the seas ever clear." Lord Wyman nodded. "We'll endure. Your men's arrival has helped. Morale is up, and with the mountain gone, fewer raids might come. But Tywin or the king could always dispatch a larger force in spring. We must be ready." They settled into an uneasy routine. Each day, Ned convened councils with Manderly, Tully, and the other commanders, discussing supply rations, watch rotations, and possible sally attempts to drive away Lannister scouts. They rode patrols along the coast, chasing off any bold raiders who ventured inland. The harsh winter impeded large-scale conflict, as the Lannisters relied on their ships for mobility. On the rare calm days, they lobbed fire at White Harbor's walls from catapults mounted on deck, or they challenged any fisherboat that tried to slip out. A few times, Northmen launched small nighttime raids from the city, sneaking along the shoreline to torch enemy landing craft. The results were limited but gave the defenders a glimmer of hope. In quiet moments, Ned worried about the broader state of the realm. White Harbor was only one corner of a sprawling war. The Vale, the Riverlands, the Crownlands, he knew little of their fate. Ravens came sporadically, hampered by storms. Some carried grim tidings. Tywin Lannister had forced a standoff at the Bloody Gate, though Lady Lisa Arryn still refused him passage. The Riverlands were in turmoil. Edmure Tully wavered, faced with roving Lannister or royal forces on one side and rebellious small folk on the other. King Robert remained in Harrenhal or near it, gathering men from the Crownlands and the Stormlands. The rumors were inconsistent, but they all painted a picture of a kingdom unraveling day by day. Roose Bolton, though outwardly obedient to Ned's leadership, spent his idle hours sending messages to the Dreadfort. He seemed keen to expand his own influence, occasionally dropping suggestions that the North might need a single, unyielding force to survive. His words always came in that measured, whispery tone, but they unsettled Ned. The thought of Bolton's men taking advantage of chaos to settle old grudges was never far from his mind. Robb, for his part, threw himself into every duty he could, patrolling the walls, drilling with the men, learning from Brynden Tully how to coordinate cavalry. Yet Ned caught the shadow in his son's eyes. Moat Cailin, the Orchard ambush, Gregor's savage end. These memories wore on Robb's youthful bravado. Late at night, father and son would share a few whispered words in one of White Harbor's drafty corridors, speaking of the snows, the hopes for peace. Arya, Sansa, Bran, Rickon, and Catelyn remained far away in Winterfell, their safety uncertain if Robert or Tywin turned north in force. That worry never left Ned's mind. The days shortened further, each dawn a cold haze. Tensions rose inside White Harbor's walls. The folk there were proud and loyal, but the siege ground them down, limiting trade, thinning food supplies. Wyman Manderly instituted rationing, and grumbles began among the populace. Fires broke out in the cramped neighborhoods near the docks, possibly sabotaged by hidden Lannister agents. Ned ordered a thorough sweep of the city, but White Harbor's winding streets and alleyways made it easy for spies to vanish. Amid these hardships, rumors of hope arrived one chilly morning in the form of a solitary trading cog that somehow slipped past the Lannister blockade in the pre-dawn gloom. It carried no official banner, just a battered sail, and the exhausted crew claimed to hail from Bravos. They bore word that Daenerys Targaryen yet lived, and that the Dothraki Khal she had wed was rumored to have fallen ill or been wounded, halting any plans to cross the sea. Further rumors said the Targaryen girl had lost her child or was near to birthing. No one was certain. The swirl of Associ gossip offered no clarity, only the knowledge that she still existed, far from Westeros. Ned heard the news with mixed feelings. If Daenerys was alive, Robert's vendetta would rage on. But if she was truly in no condition to muster an army, perhaps that might erode the king's justification for war. Still, Ned doubted Robert cared about evidence. The king saw the Targaryen name as poison, and he had threatened murder to purge it. One late afternoon, as Ned stood on the walls, gazing at the ice-crusted harbor where Lannister sails loomed in the distance, Brynden Tully approached. The Blackfish's breath curled in the chill. "We've done what we can here," he said quietly. "But if no aid comes from outside, White Harbor may starve by spring's thaw. The Lannisters might simply wait us out, or wait for Robert to gather enough men to march on Winterfell. Ned nodded slowly. I know. I must find a way to break this stalemate. Perhaps a final attempt at reason, or an appeal to Stannis, Renly, or someone else who can intervene. If the Stormlords truly doubt Robert's cause, we need them. If the Vale stands firm against Tywin, that could hamper the king. The Riverlands remain uncertain, but maybe Edmure Tully will remember the alliance his father once made with us. Brynden let out a soft snort. We've tried letters. They vanish into the storms. People read them or ignore them as they choose. And we can't cross the lines easily to see them face to face. Still, I must try, Ned said, turning away from the frigid sea. I'll send ravens again. Perhaps events have changed in the south. War does strange things to men's resolves. Even if we glean a single new ally from those letters, it might shift the balance. So once more, Ned and the scribes in White Harbor composed pleas, cautious messages to lords across the Seven Kingdoms. They wrote to Dorne, reminding Prince Doran of the cruelty the Lannisters inflicted upon Elia Martell and her children, and hinting that Robert now repeated such cruelties in the name of vengeance. They wrote to Storm's End, appealing to any Stormlord with a conscience to see reason. They sent more to Edmure Tully, to Lysa Arryn, to Yohn Royce, to Stannis Baratheon. Each sealed dispatch flew from the rookery, the ravens cutting across iron-gray skies, seeking a realm in chaos. Time slid past in the monotony of siege. Patrols, meager rations, nightly catapult attacks from the Lannister ships. The city endured, though morale ran thin. A few weeks after Gregor's death, an early morning horn blast roused Ned from a restless sleep. He rushed to the battlements, heart pounding, to see a swirl of activity by the eastern docks. Soldiers were pointing at the horizon, where a line of ships with unfamiliar sigils approached, slender masts, triangular sails. For a moment, Ned feared an even larger Lannister fleet had arrived. Then a cry went up from a watchman. They fly the red apple of Fossaway, their reach ships. Ned narrowed his eyes, trying to make out more details. If House Fossaway was among them, that suggested a Reach contingent. But was the Reach not bound to the crown? Or had something changed? A spasm of hope lit through him. Perhaps the Tyrells, unsettled by the prospect of endless war, had decided to break ranks. Or maybe these were mercenaries come for gold. The Watchers soon confirmed half a dozen ships bore sigils of minor houses from the Reach, along with others that looked foreign. They glided cautiously toward the White Harbor blockade, where the Lannister galleys drifted in a menacing line. The city's walls thronged with onlookers. Then the Watchers saw something else, a second cluster of vessels rising behind the first, as if hidden by the morning mist, 20 or more. The Lannister blockade stirred, rearranging to confront this new threat. Through a spyglass, Ned glimpsed the bright golden rows of Highgarden on a large war galley. A wave of commotion rippled through White Harbor's defenders. Could it be that Mace Tyrell had sent a fleet? Or was it a smaller alliance of rebellious lords? The Watchers called out that the incoming ships displayed no hostility to White Harbor. Indeed, they seemed to challenge the Lannister blockade, fanning out in a half-circle. Nervous tension tightened every stomach on the walls. Would these two fleets clash? Or had the newcomers come to join the blockade? Minutes stretched into an agonizing hush. Then, in a sudden burst of movement, the new arrivals unfurled sails and advanced. The Lannister galleys scrambled to reposition. A horn's echo bounced over the water. The Watchers on the walls cheered as they saw catapults swing into position on the Tyrell-led ships. Chunks of flaming pitch launched toward the blockade. A stunned Lannister galley reeled under the barrage. Men leapt overboard. Another volley soared, and a second Lannister vessel caught fire in its rigging. A roar of excitement tore through White Harbor's walls. Ned found himself gripping the battlement, hardly daring to believe it. The newcomers had attacked the blockade. If they truly represented the Reach, that meant a fracturing of the king's alliances, a sign that Robert's cause might not hold monolithic support. The sea churned with gouts of flame. The Lannister galleys tried to return fire, but they were outnumbered. Many cut sails and fled for open water, pursued by the Tyrell ships. White Harbor erupted in cheers as the blockade began to break. Another Lannister galley sank beneath the waves, hissing steam as it went under. Men flailed, drifting on debris. Lord Wyman, Brynden Tully, Robb, and a crowd of soldiers gathered around Ned on the battlements, faces alight with hope. "They're driving them off," someone cried. "We'll be free of the blockade." Ned's heart hammered. He glanced at Brynden Tully. The Tyrells. Or at least a portion of them. This changes everything. Brynden permitted himself a rare grin. I always suspected Mace Tyrell lacked the spine to defy the Iron Throne, but perhaps his lords or bannermen saw the futility of this war. Or maybe they act without Mace's blessing. We'll know soon enough. The naval battle raged for another hour, a spectacle of flaming projectiles and battered hulls. Eventually, the surviving Lannister galleys cut their losses and made for deeper waters, vanishing into the horizon. The newcomers reorganized, a few circling as if to guard the harbor mouth. One large galley approached the docks, flying white pennants of truce. White Harbor's defenders rushed to open the main harbor gate. By the time the ship moored, half the city thronged along the quays, shouting welcomes and curiosity in equal measure. Ned descended with a retinue, accompanied by Robb, Brynden, Lord Wyman, and a handful of guards. The morning sun reflected off the water, revealing the battered sides of the newly arrived ship. Its sails bore the golden rose of Highgarden, but Ned spotted also the red apple of Fossaway, the green hand of House Meadows, and other lesser-reached sigils on flags hung along the rails. A plank was lowered. Armed men in half-plates stepped onto the dock first, scanning for threats. Then one figure descended, slender, draped in a thick cloak of green and gold with the silver spines of a wreath pinned at the collar. She pulled back the hood, revealing a sharp-featured face, her brown hair pinned back. "I am Lady Alice B. Barry of Hunholt," she announced, voice carrying over the hush. "I come in the name of Lord Garland Tyrell, brother to Willis Tyrell, to speak with Lord Stark. We have broken the blockade on White Harbor in protest of King Robert's war against innocence. Will you receive us?" Ned stepped forward, an astonished hush passing among his retinue. He had expected perhaps a Tyrell cousin or a minor bannerman, but not a lady bearing words of defiance against the Iron Throne. Bowing politely, he said, "I am Eddard Stark, Warden of the North. You have done us a great service today, Lady Beesbury. You and your allies are most welcome here. Come, we will parley inside." A wave of murmurs spread through the onlookers. Robb exchanged an incredulous glance with Brynden Tully. Someone of the Reach had openly defied the crown. This might change the entire war. The new arrivals, numbering around 30 knights and attendants, followed Ned's group away from the docks. Word spread like wildfire through White Harbor that the siege was broken, that House Tyrell's ships had scattered the Lannister blockade. Strangers stopped in the streets to cheer or gawk. As they moved uphill toward Manderley's Keep, some of Lady Beesbury's knights nodded politely at the city folk, while others kept their hands on sword hilts, clearly wary of entering a war-torn city. Before long, they assembled in a hastily cleared audience chamber. Torches flickered on the walls. Lord Wyman sat with as much dignity as his wounded knee allowed, while Ned took a seat next to him. Robb stood at Ned's shoulder, as did Brynden Tully and Lady Brienne. Lady B. Barry and a handful of her lords, Fossaway, Meadows, a knight of House Mullendore, aligned themselves facing the north. "Men." A scribe perched at a table, quill at the ready. Ned inclined his head. "My lady, you arrived in our darkest hour. For that, you have my thanks and the thanks of the North. We thought we stood alone. May I ask how you came to break with the King's campaign?" Lady Beesbury lifted her chin, speaking in a crisp accent of the Reach. "We come not as traitors to the realm, my lord, but as those who see no justice in murdering a pregnant girl across the sea, nor in punishing every corner of Westeros for refusing such an atrocity. Lord Mace Tyrell has been slow to move, but his sons, Willis and Garland, feel strongly that this war has no honor. King Robert's hatred for the Targaryens is his affair, not the realm's. And so, with some of our loyal banners, we set sail, hoping to strike a blow that might force the king to reconsider. Or at least hamper House Lannister's outrages." Wyman Manderley shifted, wincing. "Your blow is well aimed indeed, Lady Beesbury. You freed our harbor from their blockade. But do you act on behalf of Highgarden itself, or only a faction within House Tyrell?" Her lips pressed together. "Lord Mace remains uncertain. His loyalties to the Iron Throne run deep. He fears retribution should Robert prevail. Yet his sons have sway, particularly Willis, heir to Highgarden. We travel under Lord Garland's direct orders, with tacit support from Lady Allery Hightower, Mace's wife. In truth, there's a rift in Highgarden's court. Some say we must stand with the king no matter what. Others see the folly in continuing down this bloody path. My companions and I have chosen to act. The ships you saw are from houses sworn to Tyrell who share our view. It is not the full might of the Reach, but enough to make a statement." Brynden Tully stroked his gray whiskers, a thoughtful glint in his eye. "A statement indeed. If Robert learns that part of the Reach has risen in defiance, it might embolden other regions. The Stormlords, the Vale, any who question the king's cause. You might ignite a wider rebellion." Lady Beesbury did not flinch. "We hope so, my lord. The war tears Westeros asunder, all for the sake of one exiled Targaryen girl and the child in her womb. How many more must die to slake the king's hatred? House Tyrell believes that peace must be found, or at least an end to wanton slaughter. Ned let out a slow breath. You speak words I've longed to hear. The North took a stand for the same reason. We refused to murder a child. Robert branded us traitors, threatened to burn Winterfell. Now half the realm stands on a knife's edge. Your arrival gives us hope that we aren't alone in seeing the injustice of this war. She nodded. We know it's a perilous road. If Robert or Tywin Lannister crushes us, they'll make an example of our houses. But Garland Tyrell believes that if enough lords unite, if the Vale, the North, the Riverlands, and perhaps even Dorne see reason, we can force King Robert to abandon this mad vendetta. Wyman Manderley cleared his throat. For now, you've given White Harbor a reprieve. Will your fleet remain to guard us, or do you plan to sail south again? Lady B. Barry turned to him. We'll remain as long as we can, though we lack the resources for a prolonged station. Our men and ships need provisions, and winter is not kind to sailors. But if you can supply us enough to survive these coming months, we can keep the Lannisters from reclaiming the bay. That should allow trade ships to enter, so you can replenish your stores. House Hightower might be persuaded to send more relief if we can hold out. The ocean is ours to navigate, at least until the king dispatches an even larger navy. Ned and Wyman exchanged a glance. Provisioning a foreign fleet would strain White Harbor's supplies. But the blockade must remain broken if the North was to receive any shipments from abroad. We will do what we can, Ned said firmly. Though it won't be lavish. The siege and the winter have left us lean. Still, if we can open the port for trade, perhaps Braavosi or Pentoshi merchants will bring goods in exchange for furs or iron ore. It might sustain us all. One of the other Reach men, a young knight wearing a gold-embroidered surcoat, stepped forward. If the North can hold out here, we should coordinate with House Tyrell's allies to the south. Send word that White Harbor stands open, that the blockade is broken. Merchants might be bold enough to come. The Lannisters won't challenge us easily, not with their main fleet scattered. Brynden Tully drummed his fingers on the table. This is a precarious but momentous shift. Lady Beesbury, do you have news of the broader realm? We've heard rumor that King Robert still lingers near Harrenhal. Are the Tyrell forces summoned there? She pursed her lips. Mace Tyrell had sent a token force to Robert, commanded by Randall Tarly, but Tarly is not a man of blind loyalty. He's formidable, yes, but from what we hear, he grows uneasy about the war. No final commitment has been made. Meanwhile, the Lannisters hold the King's Ear, and men from the Stormlands trickle in. But the Storm Lords are divided. Renly has whispered dissatisfaction, even if not open revolt. Dorne remains silent. The Vale has turned Tywin away at the Bloody Gate. It's all in flux, my lords. The entire realm stands at a crossroads. Wyman Manderley exhaled in a heavy gust. Then let this be the place we turn the tide. If we hold White Harbor, bring in supplies, prove the blockade is broken, others may see the king's cause is not invincible. Perhaps that will force Robert to the table. Ned rose from his chair, head pounding with the enormity of it all. Then let's make a plan. We'll bring what we can from the city's stores to supply your ships. In return, your fleet will shield our coasts. We'll send ravens far and wide announcing the blockade's end, inviting merchants to trade. That alone might encourage them to bring in food and weapons. So long as they know the Lannisters aren't waiting to sink them. Meanwhile, we share news that part of the Reach has turned against the war. That might spur others to act. Lady B. Barry inclined her head. Agreed, Lord Stark. We are at your disposal. My people remain loyal to Highgarden, but we are resolved to see this madness ended. If that means siding with you openly, so be it. Robb, standing behind Ned, allowed himself a rare, hopeful smile. The tension in the chamber lifted slightly, replaced by a sense of cautious optimism. The blockade was gone, Gregor was slain, and now allies from the Reach had arrived to challenge the king's unstoppable aura. The war was not won, but at least the North no longer fought alone. That evening, a raucous sort of celebration broke out in the city. The common folk had endured too many weeks under siege, and the sight of enemy ships fleeing was cause for cheer. Taverns opened casks of ale, minstrels braved the snowy streets with half-frozen fingers plucking strings. Soldiers hammered cups on tables, singing off-key songs about the demise of the mountain. Ned and the other lords found themselves toasted at every corner. Even the gloomiest of Bolton's men cracked the occasional grin. Yet Ned could not entirely share in the revels. He walked the ramparts, looking at the dark sea beyond. The Tyrell fleet's lanterns bobbed in the harbor, a sign of recent triumph, but deeper waters still awaited them. At any moment, King Robert could dispatch another 100 ships if he persuaded the Red Wine Fleet or the Royal Navy to act. The conflict with Lannister forces in the Riverlands, the Vale, or the Crownlands might still engulf them. And all the while, winter deepened. Late that night, he met with Lady Beesbury, Brynden Tully, Roose Bolton, and Lord Wyman in a smaller war room. There, they mapped out routes for potential supply ships from Essos, guessing how soon they might arrive. They discussed the possibility of forging a direct alliance with the Tyrell heirs, Willis and Garland, convincing them to declare openly against Robert if he would not relent. Roose Bolton even suggested a bolder plan, marching a combined Northreach army south, forcing the king to defend King's Landing. But that would require a large host, and White Harbor's battered defenders were in no state to undertake it. The conversation circled the same central problem: how to push Robert to negotiation. As the candlelight guttered and the hour grew late, Ned sat back, exhaustion weighing on him. "We'll do what we can for as long as we can. If the realm is to avoid a second rebellion, others must step forward. We cannot force them, but we can show them the North will not bow to murder." Lady Beesbury gave him a small, respectful nod. "I see why many speak of your honor, Lord Stark. Let us hope the rest of Westeros does the same." They parted ways, the halls dark and cold. Ned made his way to the quiet chamber assigned to him, mind spinning. He found Robb there, waiting, arms folded. The boy's expression held a mix of excitement and nerves. "Father, is it true? The Tyrells might truly break from the king." Ned sighed. "Not fully, not yet. Some of them, yes. Enough to help us. But Highgarden itself hasn't declared open rebellion." Robb's brow knit in frustration. "We need them. Otherwise, we can't face the entire South if Robert unites the Crownlands and the Westerlands. Even the Vale might not hold out forever. And the Riverlands remain split." Ned put a hand on his son's shoulder. "We have to rely on each alliance that comes, in whatever form it takes. We're not seeking to conquer the realm only to stop the king from committing atrocities. Allies will come if they share our revulsion for his path. But it will take time." Robb nodded, gaze dropping. "I just worry how much time we have. Winter's tightening its grip." A pang of weariness ran through Ned. "So do I. But the best we can do is push forward, day by day." They shared a brief embrace, father and son, then parted for the night. Sleep came fitfully to Ned, troubled by visions of warships and Robert's accusing glare. At dawn, the city stirred to new realities. The Tyrell fleet anchored in the harbor, sending small parties ashore to coordinate with White Harbor's officers. Word spread that a few intrepid merchant cogs from Bravos were likely inbound, hoping to exploit the new trade opportunity. The snows had not relented, but men trudged through them with renewed purpose, clearing piers, repairing damaged storehouses, salvaging what they could. If goods began to flow in, White Harbor might stave off famine until spring. Of course, the Lannisters would not yield quietly. Within days, watchers reported a few Lannister ships prowling the far horizon, likely scouting for a chance to strike again. The Tyrell-led flotilla responded in kind, sending swift cutters to chase them away. Minor skirmishes dotted the waters. But the blockade, that heavy ring around White Harbor, was gone. Letters flew out announcing the victory over Gregor Clegane, the liberation of White Harbor, and the newly arrived Reach allies. Ned wrote personal missives to Catelyn explaining the developments and urging her to stand firm in Winterfell. He wrote to Karstark, who held Moat Cailin, telling him to hold the neck in case Robert tried a winter march. He even penned a note to Lisa Arryn urging her to remain resolute at the Bloody Gate. Another to Edmure Tully, revealing that part of the Reach now opposed the King's War. Another to Dorne, reminding them of how House Lannister spilled Dornish blood at the sack of King's Landing. Would they stand by and watch more innocents die? Another to Stannis, repeating that Daenerys Targaryen posed no immediate threat, that the realm should not be torn apart over her. If any shred of reason remained in the Baratheon brothers, perhaps they would see the folly. The ravens carried these words into the swirling snows, uncertain if they would meet open ears or deaf hearts. In the second week after the Tyrell fleet's arrival, White Harbor saw its first foreign merchant ship glide into port. The crew emerged carefully, as though expecting a Lannister ambush at any moment. But they found only Tyrell warships standing guard and a city eager to trade. Their cargo included dried fruit, olive oil, some Essosi spices. Though modest, the goods stirred excitement in the markets, a taste of normalcy after months of siege. More ships arrived in the following days, forging a tenuous but vital supply line. Ned negotiated fair prices where possible, though the North's coin was scarce. Barter replaced coin in many exchanges, with furs, iron, and timber swapped for precious foodstuffs and other essentials. As White Harbor regained a semblance of normal life, Ned turned his attention to the next stage, forging a broader alliance. Lady Barry and her fellow Reach Lords had no illusions. They were outlaws in the eyes of the Iron Throne now. They sought official ties with the North, urging Ned to sign a treaty of mutual defense. Ned hesitated, mindful of how the realm might see an official pact between the North and a rebel faction of the Reach. But in the end, he agreed in principle, if only to strengthen the bond that had freed White Harbor. The scribes drafted a formal agreement recognized by both sides that House Stark and these allied houses of the Reach would stand together against the king's campaign of regicide. They carefully phrased it as a pact for defense of the innocent rather than an outright secession from the Iron Throne. Even so, it was an incendiary document. Lady Barry affixed her seal. Ned pressed the direwolf sigil. Brynden Tully added a note of witness. Wyman Manderley signified White Harbor's support. The paper crackled with the weight of treason. Once the ink dried, Ned felt an odd mixture of dread and relief. There was no going back now. He had effectively formalized a stance against the Iron Throne unless Robert recanted. At least they weren't alone. If more men in the Reach followed, Robert's power base would further erode. If enough houses turned away from him, he would have to relent or risk plunging the entire continent into devastation. The dice were cast. Tom crawled forward. Snow piled higher around White Harbor's walls, but the presence of the Tyrell fleet kept the shipping lanes open for the moment. Small victories accumulated. A Lannister scouting galley was seized by the Allied ships and its crew confessed that King's Landing was in turmoil. Queen Cersei reportedly quarreled with Robert's absence and resented Tywin's deeper involvement. Another rumor said the Storm Lords refused to march north unless Robert guaranteed Targaryen extermination. Rival rumors insisted Stannis was forging an alliance with certain Crownlands lords to overthrow Cersei's influence. Everything was rumor, swirling around an uncertain truth. In private, Ned worried about his family in Winterfell. Letters arrived intermittently. Catelyn described how Karstark and others continued to fortify Moat Cailin while the smallfolk around Winterfell braced for deeper snows. Arya trained with sword and needle, Sansa prayed, Bran studied archery, Rickon asked daily when his father and brother would come home. The separation weighed on Ned's heart, but he dared not leave White Harbor in the midst of crisis. Any day might bring a renewed Lannister assault or new developments from the south. One cold dawn, a small group of riders clattered into White Harbor's gates, nearly frostbitten. They claimed to have come from the Riverlands, carrying a sealed letter from Edmure Tully. The city guards rushed them inside to warm up. Ned, roused from a fitful sleep, met them in the keep's entry hall, tension coiling. The lead rider, a gaunt man with Tully devices on his cloak, bowed weakly and handed over a battered scroll. Ned tore it open, scanning Edmure's messy script. Gods, Ned muttered under his breath, reading the lines. The gist: Tywin Lannister, blocked at the Vale, had turned his forces back into the Riverlands, skirmishing with local lords. Edmure Tully tried to rally them, but found reluctance among certain bannermen who feared the crown's wrath. Some smaller lords had declared neutrality or even sided with the Lannisters to avoid destruction. The letter also mentioned that Robert himself might soon move from Harrenhal to join Tywin or demand Edmure's submission. The Riverlands teetered close to a second burning, reminiscent of the Mad King's era. I fear we can't hold them alone, Edmure wrote. Without a larger alliance or a direct threat to the king from another quarter, the Trident may soon be drowned in blood. Ned clenched his teeth. Edmure's plight might be beyond the help of the North. Brynden Tully read the letter, lips tightening. My nephew tries, but he's no Hoster Tully. The Riverlords are fractious. They won't unify unless a strong hand compels them. Lady Beesbury, summoned to read the letter, shook her head. If the Riverlands fall, the king secures a route to the north. Moat Cailin alone might not stop him. We need more time to gather allies. Roose Bolton stood in the corner, arms folded. Time is a luxury. Tywin Lannister won't dither if he sees a chance to crush the Riverlands swiftly. Then he might turn on White Harbor again. Should we send men to aid Edmure Tully? Ned eyed the map spread across a nearby table. We have few to spare here unless we abandon White Harbor. And if we do that, the coastline is open to a renewed blockade. The North needs this port. Our supply lines must remain open. A direct march into the Riverlands would be long and perilous in winter snows. Brynden Tully pressed a hand to the table, face grim. I could go. With a small contingent, slip through the neck, gather loyal Riverlords, try to stiffen their resolve. But we'd be outnumbered. Tywin has thousands, and Robert commands an even larger host if he merges his forces. Lady Beesbury exhaled. If only the Storm Lords or the Vale would intervene. Or if Dorne would rise, a single strong ally from the south might tie up the king's men, forcing Tywin to split his army. Ned's mind churned. We've tried letters. Maybe we need an envoy who can speak face-to-face with Stannis, or with Renly, or even with Prince Doran. But that's a dangerous journey and time is short. In the end, they decided that Brynden Tully would lead a small force of cavalry westward, skirting the snows as best he could, aiming for Riverrun. He knew the terrain well. He would rally loyal houses, coordinate with Edmure, and if possible, draw the Lannisters into stalemate. Meanwhile, White Harbor would hold, forging new lines of trade, demonstrating the North's resilience and hoping the Tyrell allies could dissuade fresh assaults. It was a thin plan, full of risks. Before Brynden departed, Ned met him privately in a secluded tower room. The older man's step was heavier these days, haunted by the war's toll. "Uncle," Ned said softly, using the term he'd adopted after marrying Catelyn, "I want to thank you. You've stood by the North from the start. If not for your arrival at Moat Cailin, we might have been crushed. Now you risk your life again." Brynden shrugged. "I do what's right. The Mad King's tyranny should have ended all such cruelty. Yet here we are. If I can save my nephew Edmure from seeing the trident burn, I must try." He clapped Ned's shoulder. "Don't let White Harbor fall, Stark. The realm needs at least one port of sanity in this winter." They parted at dawn. Brynden Tully, accompanied by a handful of Tully and Stark knights, slipped out of the gates, forging a path west. The swirl of white flakes swallowed them swiftly. Ned prayed the old gods would guide them. The next week brought new ships bearing goods from Braavos, Lys, even Pentos. Word spread across Essos that the North's main port was open to trade, albeit precariously. Lady Beesbury's fleet patrolled the waters, chasing away the occasional Lannister scout. The city's mood improved despite the knowledge that the war raged elsewhere. Ned walked the docks, hearing the clang of carpenters and the banter of foreign sailors. He glimpsed robed magisters from Pentos speaking in hushed tones with Manderly's men about future shipments. A sense of possibility took root, though overshadowed by fear that the king could strike at any moment. One gray afternoon, a merchant vessel from Volantis arrived, carrying a sealed letter addressed to Eddard Stark. The captain claimed to have received it from a middleman in Pentos, who insisted it came from old friends of the Targaryens. Ned almost refused to open it, wary of a trick, but curiosity and caution demanded he read. He slit the seal and scanned the parchment. It was written in a flowing Essosi hand. "Lord Eddard Stark, we write to inform you that Daenerys Targaryen lives. She has suffered grievous losses among her Dothraki, but rumor says she endured and that her child was stillborn. Khal Drogo is dead, leaving her vulnerable. Yet she shows unexpected fortitude. Some say she wanders the Red Waste. Others claim she found shelter in the city of Karth. Regardless, her threat to Westeros is minimal at present. We warn you that assassins continue to hunt her, funded by the king. If you still oppose the murder of innocents, know that your stance is not unnoticed across the sea. A friend of justice." Ned set the parchment aside, heart heavy. If Daenerys' child had died, that might quell Robert's fear of another Targaryen heir. But would it quell his hatred, or only intensify the idea that she must be finished off before she could bear more children? Either way, the realm still bled. Another rumor from the seas, that was all. Yet Ned recalled the day he parted with Jorah Mormont, hoping the exiled knight might save the girl. Perhaps he'd succeeded, perhaps not. The letter's cryptic tone gave no certain answers. He shared the news with Lady Beesbury, who frowned. So the Targaryen threat, if it ever truly existed, grows weaker still. Will the king relent, or will he cling to his vengeance? Ned shook his head, gazing out the window at the harbor. "I fear he will cling to it. A single rumor of her survival might keep him bent on blood. The rational thing would be to stand down, end this war. But Robert is not rational where Targaryens are concerned." She sighed. "Then our fight continues. Let us hope your letters bear fruit." The days dragged on. Snowstorms battered the region. A few more war galleys from the Reach arrived, apparently spurred by House Hightower's blessing, further bolstering the Allied fleet. White Harbor's trade trickled upward. Yet no message came from Robert or Tywin acknowledging the city's liberation. It was as though the king pretended not to notice that a major port had slipped from his grasp. This worried Ned. It might mean Robert intended a hammer blow come spring or a cunning strike sooner. The watchers kept vigil. Finally, near the turn of the new year, a raven arrived from Winterfell bearing Catelyn's script. Ned read it in hurried excitement, then felt his blood chill. "My love, we have heard rumors that King Robert gathers an army in the Crownlands, intending to march north despite the snows. Moat Catelyn's scouts report movement, though uncertain in number. Karstark stands ready, but he doubts we can hold if the king brings a massive force. We cannot confirm Tywin Lannister's location. Some say he's in the Riverlands, others that he returned to Harrenhal. The children are well enough, though Arya grows restless and Sansa prays every day for peace. Rickon and Bran ask daily of you and Robb. Please, if there is any chance to stop this march, do so. The North fears a second storm. Catelyn." Ned clenched the parchment, dread rippling through him. If Robert truly marched, the entire kingdom might become a field of blood. The illusions that the heavy snows would deter the king might have been just that, illusions. Robert had threatened to burn Winterfell. Perhaps he meant to seize the north and end the defiance once and for all. Moat Catelyn would slow him, but not if he mustered a force large enough to break it. He summoned Lady Beesbury, Wyman Manderly, and the other commanders, reading them Catelyn's words. "We must prepare," he said bluntly. "If Robert marches and Tywin links with him, they might field tens of thousands. Even the snow might not stop them if they are determined. Should we remain here in White Harbor, or try to return to Winterfell to defend it?" Lady Beesbury frowned. "If we abandon White Harbor, the Lannisters could reclaim it by sea, severing your supply lines. But if you stay, who defends Winterfell from Robert? The north is vast, but Moat Catelyn alone may not hold." Roose Bolton's voice came soft as a serpent's hiss. "Perhaps we do both. Split our forces, Lord Stark and some men go back to Winterfell while Lady Beesbury's fleet and a garrison remain to protect White Harbor. We risk weakening both positions, but we cannot be in two places at once." Wyman Manderly cleared his throat. "I'll remain here and maintain the city's defenses with the help of the Reach allies. My men know the walls best. If you gather the rest at Winterfell, you might force Robert into a winter siege he cannot sustain." Ned felt torn. He longed to see his family, to stand with them in defense of Winterfell. But White Harbor's strategic importance was undeniable. If the city fell again, the north would be cut off. "Yes," he said quietly. "That might be our only option. I can leave a respectable garrison here, enough to hold the walls with the Tyrell fleet's aid. The rest of us hurry north, reinforcing Karstark and the Neck. We'll harass Robert's approach if indeed he comes. The snows might aid us." Lady Beesbury nodded, face solemn. "My men and I will remain. We started this blockade breaking. We'll not abandon you now. We can guard the harbor while you rally the main host up north." It was decided in that grim fashion. Once more, Ned prepared to depart. He would bring Robb, Bolton's men, and a significant portion of the Northmen who had survived the earlier battles. They would haul as many supplies as they could by cart or sledge. Manderly, Lady Beesbury, and her knights would maintain White Harbor's defenses, the Tyrell ships patrolling the waters. The city had endured the siege, hopefully it could endure whatever came next. If Robert marched, they must meet him at Moat Catelyn or Winterfell. Gathering the men took a week as they needed to arrange for new recruits from the city to fill the empty ranks left by casualties. Some local fisherfolk volunteered, many with anger in their hearts for the Lannister raids that had killed their kin. Others were Sellswords from Essos, keen on pay and adventure. Once the muster was complete, Ned said his farewells to Lord Wyman and Lady Beesbury in the castle's great hall. "You have done the North a service I'll never forget," he told her. "Hold this port as long as you can. If the gods are good, we'll see an end to the war before the next year's harvest." She inclined her head. "May fortune favor you, Lord Stark. And if King Robert sees sense, let him know the Reach need not be his enemy if he recalls what is just." With that, Ned and Robb led their column out of White Harbor. The city folk lined the streets to watch them depart, some cheering, some blessing them with calls of "the North remembers," or "Stark. Stark." Drums rolled in a solemn cadence. The wind carried the tang of salt and the sting of ice. Ned looked back at the harbor where Allied ships bobbed on the tide, seeming almost serene after the months of chaos. He prayed it would remain free, that the blockade would not return. Then he focused forward toward Winterfell, Catelyn, and the uncertain road. The march proved arduous from the start, the snow deeper than ever. Days shortened and darkness set in early. Men wore double layers of furs, leading horses that snorted steam in the frozen air. The column advanced by half stages, sometimes forced to detour around drifts or half-frozen rivers. Roose Bolton's riders scouted ahead while Robb and a core group maintained discipline in the ranks. Despite the hardships, the men trudged on, for the alternative was to watch King Robert's host smash into their homeland unopposed. They passed the scattered remains of earlier battles, a ravaged hamlet, a half-burnt watchtower, footprints frozen in the shape of a desperate skirmish. This land had known war in the dead of winter, a testament to Robert's fierce obsession. Ned's anger simmered. He thought of the bright young warrior Robert had once been, the man who had fought for love, for the overthrow of a tyrant. Where had that man gone? Around midday on the 8th day of marching, watchers spied a small group approaching from the south. At first, some worried it might be Lannister outriders. But as they neared, the banner of House Tarth became visible, Lady Brienne's men, riding hard. Ned signaled a halt. The men from Tarth had parted ways with her after Gregor's death, traveling to gather information. Now they returned, faces chiseled by cold and urgency. Their leader, a knight named Ser Clovis, bowed to Ned in the snow. "My lord," he said between ragged breaths, "I bring news from the southern coasts. A large royal fleet has set sail from King's Landing, rumored to be bound for White Harbor. It includes red wine galleys and some royal warships, possibly 100 vessels or more. They might converge with any Lannister survivors at sea." Ned's heart sank. 100 ships. The new Tyrell blockade breakers can't match that number. White Harbor could be besieged again. Ser Clovis bowed his head. "That is our fear. We tried to outpace them, riding north overland. They're likely still some days away, but they sail swiftly if the winds favor them." Ned glanced at Robb and Bolton, who exchanged grim looks. So Robert or his allies respond at last. "Lady Beesbury might be overwhelmed if they bring enough force. We left them to guard the city with fewer men." Roose Bolton's pale eyes flickered. "Should we turn back? We're not even halfway to Winterfell." Robb blanched at the dilemma. "If we rush back to White Harbor, we might be too late. And if we do go back and the king marches on Winterfell, we leave our families exposed. Father, what do we do?" Ned felt torn in two. White Harbor was crucial, but Winterfell was home. If Robert had truly mustered an army to march, or if Tywin hammered the Riverlands, the North needed Ned at Winterfell. If the city fell, they lost the port and the Tyrell alliance might crumble. He took a moment, quiet, the wind whipping snow across his boots. "We've come too far. We cannot rescue White Harbor if 100 ships descend upon them. The best we can do is warn them." Ser Clovis nodded. "We have a few fast riders who can circle back with the news. Perhaps they'll arrive before the royal fleet. White Harbor's watchers might see them, but time is short." Ned exhaled shakily. "Then do so. Ride with all speed, deliver word to Lady Beesbury and Lord Manderley that a royal armada may be inbound. Tell them to brace themselves or evacuate if it's hopeless. The Tyrell fleet might fight valiantly, but 100 ships. I fear they'll be outmatched. If they can hold, though, every day they delay the Royal Navy is a day for the North to prepare." The Tarth Knights saluted, then peeled away, taking fresh horses from the column's supply. Ned watched them gallop off into the swirling whiteness, bearing the dire tidings. If White Harbor fell, the war's complexion would shift again, and the North might be isolated. All Ned could do was pray they found the strength or cunning to resist. The next days of the march felt like a funeral procession. The men sensed the blow that might befall their newly won port. Some whispered that the Tyrell allies had come too late, others that the city's recapture was inevitable. Robb tried to keep spirits up, riding among the rankers, talking of how White Harbor's walls and allied ships might hold. But the men wore bleak expressions under their frost-lined hoods, as though the goddess of winter had already declared the realm doomed to unending war. At last, the snows parted enough that they reached the outskirts of Moat Cailin. Ned's heart clenched to see the ancient fortress half-ruined, battered by the earlier siege and by time itself. Karstark's men still garrisoned it, watchfires flickering along the crumbling walls. A horn blast greeted their approach, and the gates opened to admit them. Karstark himself strode out, cloak heavy with ice, face set in a grim mask of relief. "Lord Stark, we feared the worst." Ned clasped his hand. "Where does the king stand?" Karstark's voice lowered. "South of the Neck, still mustering. We've seen outriders, heard rumors from travelers that Robert's host is enormous. Some say 15,000, others claim more. Enough to do great harm. He's biding his time, or may be forced to wait for supply lines. Either way, we expect an attack come spring, if not sooner." Ned felt a chill beyond the cold air. 15,000 or more. Moat Cailin had held once, but that was against a smaller vanguard, and the North had lost men at White Harbor. They could still hamper Robert's crossing, but if he came in full force, the fortress might crumble. "We must strengthen these defenses," he said. "Dig new ditches, erect palisades around the breaches. We'll rotate fresh men here from the surrounding holds. If Robert tries to force the neck in winter, let him see how harsh our land can be. Karstark's eyes flickered with a hint of despair. We can do that. But if he truly has thousands, he might simply starve us out or try another route like the coasts. If White Harbor falls to the Royal Navy, we might be flanked. Or they might come from the west if Tywin captures Riverrun and crosses near the Twins. Robb said, voice tight, we will not let that happen. The Vale denies Tywin entry and White Harbor might still hold. Father, once we've rested, we ride on to Winterfell, yes. Ned nodded. Yes. We must see the seat of House Stark secured. From there, we can coordinate all northern forces. We'll position men along the King's Road, near the Rills, at Deepwood Motte, wherever we can. If Robert tries to burn us out, we'll deny him easy victories. They camped in Moat Cailin for 2 days, giving the men a chance to recover from the arduous journey, then pressed on for Winterfell. The weather worsened, turning the road into an icy labyrinth. Wagon wheels skidded, horses slipped. Even the forward scouts risked frostbite. Nights were brutal. Sentries reported hearing wolves in the forests howling eerily. Yet the column persisted. The men told each other that if they endured this, Robert's southern host could scarcely fare better in the deep snow. At last, one mid-morning, Ned caught sight of Winterfell's tall towers, their gray stone dusted with white. The familiar ramparts and the smokestacks rose beyond the bare-limbed godwood. A pang of warmth stirred in him. Despite everything, the sight of home lifted his spirit. The gates stood open, watchers calling welcomes. Ned and Robb rode through, their men trudging behind, exhausted but relieved to have reached the northern seat. In the courtyard, Catelyn waited, flanked by Arya, Sansa, Bran, and Rickon. Maester Luwin hovered to one side, Karstark's kin to the other. The children's eyes lit up at the sight of Robb and Ned, though sadness flickered behind their smiles. War had stolen their innocence. Catelyn stepped forward, throwing her arms around Ned, then around Robb. The courtyard erupted in a flurry of greetings, men embracing old friends, stable boys rushing to take horses, stewards directing wagon unloading. That evening, in the great hall, a subdued feast was laid out to welcome Ned's return. Fires roared in the hearths, pushing back winter's chill. Mead and ale flowed, and minstrels played low tunes. Yet everyone knew the threat that loomed to the south. Catelyn sat close to Ned on the high dais, fingers entwined with his. Arya picked at her food, bright eyes scanning the warriors at the tables. Sansa, more poised, tried to smile politely whenever lords approached. Bran and Rickon sat quietly, absorbing the tension. Robb presided near his father's seat, answering well-wishers who asked about the battles at Moat Cailin and White Harbor. Eventually, the hall quieted enough for Ned to speak. He rose, leaning on the table's edge. "My friends," he began, voice carrying in the hush, "we have returned from White Harbor. The blockade is broken, thanks to unexpected allies from the Reach. For the moment, the Lannisters do not control our sea routes. But news says King Robert gathers a great host in the south, likely to march when he's ready. We must be prepared. Winterfell stands as the shield of the north. If the king insists on forcing this war upon us, we will not bend. We will defend our lands, our people. I ask each of you to do your part." A murmur rippled through the assembled lords and knights, declarations of loyalty, anxious talk of how they might defy such a large army. Ned looked across their faces, seeing both determination and fear. None wanted to fight the king who once freed Westeros from the Mad King. But Robert had become something else, or at least lost to his own hatred. The hall's torches sputtered, shadows dancing on the walls. The next days were a blur of planning. Karstark's men returned to Moat Cailin with additional supplies, new recruits from the local holds. The Umbers, the Glovers, the Reeds, the Boltons, each began to muster. Winter limited how quickly they could gather, but Ned pushed them to hurry. He told them all the same message. If Robert marched, they must be ready to resist. If word came that White Harbor was under renewed siege by a royal fleet, they would find a way to help, or at least hold the interior. Robb, eager to shoulder command responsibilities, helped plan the distribution of men along the King's Road. Arya pestered the master-at-arms for more sword lessons, while Sansa sewed new banners bearing the direwolf. Catelyn moved through the castle, organizing supplies, steeling herself for a siege if it came. The night skies remained cold and clear, 1,000 stars twinkling, uncaring of mortal strife. One morning, as Ned walked the walls, a raven swooped in. Its message had the seal of House Royce from the Vale. He read it in mounting disbelief. Tywin Lannister had tried again to force entry through the Bloody Gate, but was repelled. Rumors said the Vale's lords, led by Jon Royce and others, were fed up with the king's vendetta and might openly declare neutrality, or even side with the North if Robert pressed further. Lisa Arryn still dithered, but the Vale's sentiment had turned decidedly anti-Lannister. Another crack in the king's coalition. Ned clung to that silver lining. Perhaps, just perhaps, the realm's lords would gather the courage to oppose the war. If the Storm Lords followed the Vale's example, if the Tyrell faction grew, if Dorne woke from its slumber, Robert might stand alone except for the Westerlands. Then he would be forced to treat. Time would tell. Weeks went by, each day a test of winter's severity and the realm's patience. Snow drifts piled high outside Winterfell's walls, but the castle itself teemed with soldiers, well stocked for now. Ned ordered more farmland evacuated, herds driven inside or to nearby fortresses. Moat Cailin reported. Glimpses of outriders from the south, though no large army yet. Possibly Robert delayed, pinned down by supply troubles or other rebellions. Possibly the storms slowed him. Possibly he waited for spring. The watchers stayed vigilant. On a bitterly cold afternoon, as Ned oversaw the forging of new arrowheads in Winterfell's smithy, a horn blast sounded from the gates and arrival. He left the smithy, meeting Catelyn in the courtyard. Soldiers parted, revealing a cloaked figure mounted on a dark horse. The figure slid from the saddle, wincing, and pulled back the hood. A hush fell. It was Brynden Tully, gaunt and weary, streaks of frost in his hair and beard. He had returned from the Riverlands with fewer men than he took. Ned hastened forward. "Brynden! Gods, we feared you lost." The blackfish gripped Ned's arm, his eyes haunted. "I nearly was. Tywin is on the rampage. I tried to shore up Edmure's position, but half the river lords are too frightened to fight. I had no choice but to slip away. The Lannisters burned villages along the Red Fork. Riverrun is under siege, or near enough. Tywin's men ravaged the countryside, daring Edmure to come out. Meanwhile, King Robert remains at Harrenhal, or so rumor says. He might join Tywin soon. I had to flee north or be trapped." Ned's stomach churned. "So the Riverlands slip into the lion's jaws." Brynden nodded bitterly. "Yes. Riverrun may hold for a while, but not forever. If Edmure yields, Tywin gains the entire Trident. Then nothing stops them from turning on the Vale or marching north. I rode hard to warn you. We do not have the Riverlands at our backs anymore." Catelyn's face blanched at the mention of her home in peril. Ned placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, though he felt no reassurance himself. The war's shape was becoming plain. Tywin subjugated the Riverlands while Robert prepared to break the north if it did not yield. White Harbor teetered under threat from a new royal fleet. Allies in the Vale and the Reach existed, but not in enough force to save the entire kingdom. The realm was fracturing, piece by piece. They helped Brynden inside, offering him food and a chance to rest. That evening, in the Great Hall, the mood was leaden as he recounted the tragedies he had witnessed. Lannister outriders torching farms, refugees streaming toward Riverrun only to be turned away for lack of provisions, Edmure's men outnumbered, forced behind the castle walls. All the while, Robert lingered, presumably letting Tywin do the dirty work. "He never used to hide behind others," Brynden muttered angrily. "But now his hatred consumes him and he cares not how many must die for it." Ned sat at the high table, feeling a crushing burden. If Riverrun fell, Edmure might be forced to yield the Tully name as well, severing the last strong link to the north. The road from the Riverlands to the Neck would be open, except for Moat Cailin. That fortress could slow the king, but not forever. White Harbor could be blockaded anew. The illusions of a quick end to the war had vanished. Robb, standing near the dais, set his jaw. "Then we must fight. If they come north, let them find no purchase here." The Grey John, newly arrived with fresh men, roared agreement. Other lords pounded fists. Yet Ned saw the underlying desperation. War in the dead of winter was a dire prospect. The small folk would starve, farmland would burn. The north might endure, but only by turning itself into a frozen battlefield. "We will fight," he said quietly. "But we also keep searching for a way to stop this before it consumes us all." He rose. The hall quieted. "Send more ravens to White Harbor, to Lady Beesbury, to the Vale, to any who might stand against the king's madness. The day may come soon when we must unify or perish. The North will not yield to murder, and if the realm is wise, it will not allow Robert Baratheon and Tywin Lannister to reign unchecked. Until then, we hold our ground, gather strength, and brace for the storm." That night, Ned paced the silent corridors, his breath echoing off stone walls, the weight of the entire kingdom on his shoulders. The war had escalated beyond anything he imagined when he first refused Robert's order to kill Daenerys Targaryen. Yet he would not waver, no matter the cost. Honor demanded it, memory demanded it, the souls of his father and brother demanded it. He thought of Robert as he once was, a laughing youth brandishing a warhammer in the Vale, free of bitterness. Where had that man gone? From a high window he gazed upon Winterfell's courtyard, where the snow glowed faintly in the moonlight. Wolves howled in the distance. In the shimmering silence, Ned Stark whispered a prayer to the old gods, to the nameless spirits who watched from the heart tree, begging for an end to the bloodshed. He felt only the hush of a winter night, as unyielding and cold as the king's vendetta. If a resolution was to be found, it would not come from heaven but from the choices of mortal men. With that grim reflection, he turned and walked back into the darkness of the corridors, resolved to endure. War loomed at Winterfell's doorstep, a second rebellion that might well eclipse the first. The North would stand, or the North would fall, but it would not surrender the principle that had sparked this conflict, that they would not stain their honor by murdering the innocent even if the king himself demanded it. The direwolf of House Stark howled against the biting wind, and winter's chill set in deeper than ever before. Ned Stark rose before first light. The hearth fire in his solar had burned low, leaving red embers dusted by a fine layer of ash. A faint draft slithered through the old stones of Winterfell's walls, coaxing him to stir. Outside, a hushed white world awaited, a thin new snowfall coated the courtyard, and the wind keened like a restless ghost. Though some hours remained until dawn, his mind was too full for further sleep. He dressed in layers of wool and fur, tugged on high boots, and wrapped himself in a heavy cloak. Only then did he emerge into the cold corridor where torches guttered in their sconces. He passed few souls on his way to the great hall, a drowsy steward lighting fresh lanterns, a pair of guards stamping their feet against the chill. They bowed at his approach, murmuring, "My lord," as he went by. His breath showed in thin plumes, and every distant sound, dripping water from a melted icicle, a muffled cough, seemed amplified by the winter quiet. He marveled how war could churn so violently just beyond these walls while, within, life struggled to keep its old rhythms. In the hall, only a few candles glowed. The long trestle tables stood empty, save for an old stable hand dozing by the fire. Ned moved to the dais and sank onto the high seat, letting his eyes close a moment. The images of the last weeks flickered through his thoughts. Gregor Clegane dead in a snowy valley, White Harbor's blockade broken by Tyrell ships, Lady Beesbury's resolve in forging a pact with House Stark. Yet now came the ominous news of a massive royal fleet sailing from King's Landing, and the grim tidings that Tywin Lannister had effectively sealed off the Riverlands. Brynden Tully had returned ragged and near defeated in spirit. The Vale might waver further. And Robert himself massed an army large enough to pound at Moat Cailin's gates come spring, or sooner if the supply lines allowed. A faint shuffle of footsteps broke the silence. Ned opened his eyes to see Caitlin approaching, wrapped in a dark blue cloak. Her face was drawn, eyes shadowed with worry. "You left our bed so early," she said gently, sinking onto a bench beside him. "Are you well?" He managed a soft smile for her. "Well enough, given all that burdens us. I couldn't sleep. My mind turned circles, imagining what Robert might do or how White Harbor will fare if that royal fleet arrives. And what of Tywin's progress in the Riverlands?" She pressed a hand over his. "I wish there were answers to set you at ease. I feel the same dread each day. It is as though the entire realm stands on a precipice and any gust of wind might plunge us over." Ned threaded his fingers through hers as if anchoring himself. "You have always been my strength, Cat, even when storms rage. I only regret we must endure this a second time, this threat of war, of houses tearing at each other. We fought Robert's rebellion to end tyranny, not to replicate it." She leaned into him, her voice hushed in the cold hall. "We do what we must. Remember that allies still exist. The Tyrell ships in White Harbor, perhaps they can resist long enough. The Vale remains closed to Tywin for now. Dorne is silent, but if they see the Lannisters rising, they may move. War is uncertain. And your stand, our stand, against child murder is just. That counts for something, even in these dark times." He nodded, half convinced. The hall felt too large around them, the gloom thick with flickering shadows. He thought of Robert's unwavering hatred, how it had twisted a once decent man into an echo of the tyrant they'd overthrown. Honor demanded Ned oppose him, but the cost might be immeasurable. "Cat," he said softly, "whatever comes, no, I never wanted to drag our family into this. But I saw no other way." Her jaw trembled. "I know. We stand by you, Ned. The children do too, though Arya and Bran, they wonder if they'll see real battle here. Sansa prays to the Seven for a gentler outcome. Robb steels himself each day, but I see how the burden weighs on him. Ned's heart panged at the thought of his children grown too quickly by conflict. We can only protect them as best we can. Pray the old gods the war does not breach these walls. Or if it does, let it be swift and end with the king's surrender. They lingered there, taking comfort in each other's presence until the scullions arrived to tend the hearth fires for the morning. At length, Ned rose to see to his duties, shoulders squared with the old composure that had seen him through past trials. Catelyn placed a soft kiss on his cheek, then slipped away to wake the rest of the household. The morning brought more commotion. A group of new recruits from House Serwyn arrived, half-starved from traveling in the deep snow. Ned welcomed them, assigned them to the fortress garrison. Another raven from White Harbor carried anxious lines from Lord Wyman. No sign of the royal fleet yet, but the watchers suspected it could loom within days. Lady Beesbury's ships patrolled ceaselessly, yet they were mindful that a large enough royal armada might simply sweep them aside. Meanwhile, the city braced for the worst, storing grain in the Wolf's Den and fortifying the harbor chain. Ned composed a quick reply, urging them to hold if at all possible, but to preserve themselves if the odds grew impossible. He spent the midday in the training yard, overseeing as Robb drilled with a handful of knights. The ring of steel echoed in the frosty air. Around them, men labored to shape new spears to mend shattered shields. The yard was noisy with hammer blows, the shouts of the master-at-arms, the curses of stable hands wrestling with fractious horses and used to the bitter cold. Robb faced off with a grizzled knight in a half-speed spar, focusing on footwork. Ned watched his son's expression, grim, determined, older than his years. Each time Robb landed a blow or parried an attack, he seemed to exhale relief, as if proving to himself again that he could do it. When the drill ended, Robb tugged off his helm, steam rising from his hair. He approached Ned, breath ragged. "Father, have we heard any more from the Vale?" Ned shook his head. "Not since Lord Royce's last raven. Tywin is still stymied at the Bloody Gate, but the Riverlands burned behind him. I fear he may shift his forces. If the Vale truly commits to blocking him, he might turn north through the Twins or coordinate with Robert from the Crownlands. Then Moat Cailin stands in the path. If that host is large enough, the fortress may not hold." Robb's mouth thinned. "Then let them come. We'll not yield." He cast a glance around the yard. "We're forging new spears, new arrows. Every day men arrive from the northern holds. We have thousands, don't we?" Ned managed a weary nod. "We do. But the king has tens of thousands, possibly. War is not just about numbers, of course. Winter, distance, and morale matter. Yet it's a daunting measure. Let's not pretend otherwise." Robb's shoulders twitched, frustration roiling. "I know. But I can't stand idly waiting for them to hammer us. Could we lead a preemptive strike? Catch them in the Riverlands or near the neck before they gather fully?" Ned laid a hand on Robb's arm. "Our scouts can harass them, but a full invasion south might be suicide, especially with the Riverlands half subdued and allies scattered. Patience is our strength in the north. We hold the neck, we starve them, let them freeze in the open. It's cruel, but that is how we survive." Robb exhaled, nodding slowly. He handed off his sword to a nearby squire and followed Ned as they left the yard. "I just can't bear the thought of them ravaging the Riverlands or capturing White Harbor. We made an alliance with the Tyrell ships, but if the king's fleet arrives in force..." Ned patted his shoulder. "We do what we can and no more. The war may grow worse before it grows better." They parted ways in the outer ward, Robb hurrying to check on the new recruits. Ned wound his path to the Solar, where he found Maester Luwin sorting a fresh stack of Raven's messages. The old maester's face carried lines of tension deeper than usual, the chain around his neck clinking as he turned pages with careful precision. "You have something, Maester?" Ned inquired, shutting the door behind him. Luwin glanced up. "A letter from Lady Beesbury at White Harbor, my lord." He extended a parchment sealed with the Tyrell rose. "It arrived not long ago. You'll want to see it at once." Ned broke the seal and scanned the lines. His pulse quickened. "Gods," he murmured. "She says the Watchers sighted sails on the horizon, possibly the royal fleet. Dozens of war galleys. The Tyrell ships are preparing for battle, but they fear being outnumbered 3-1. Manderley warns that White Harbor could be enveloped in a siege worse than before." Luwin set aside the other letters. "Then it begins anew. If that harbor falls, the north is cut off from the sea." Ned read further. "She begs me to send help, but how can I? We can't march an army there in time, nor do we have a navy." He placed the parchment on the table, jaw tight. "We can only pray they hold or withdraw in an orderly retreat. If that royal fleet truly numbers 100 or more, White Harbor stands at dire risk." Luwin's voice was subdued. "Perhaps the Tyrell allies will fight fiercely, but if the Redwine fleet is with the king, they boast some of the largest warships in Westeros. The city walls can resist a land invasion, but a naval onslaught and blockade could starve them out once again. Ned nodded, recalling how the first blockade had nearly broken White Harbor's spirit. They overcame the Lannister flotilla, but the Royal Navy is another foe entirely. Lady Beesbury's position is precarious. She'll do what she can, but it may not be enough. His thoughts flicked to the many men and women who had joined him at White Harbor's request. The fishermen's families, the wounded from the earlier raids, the camaraderie forged in the streets after Gregor's death. All of it might be undone if Robert's ships hammered the city from the sea. The worst of it is, Robert still pretends this is all for the realm's good. Killing a Targaryen child, punishing the North for refusing, letting Tywin ravage the Riverlands. How has he become so blind? Luwin offered a small, sad look. Hatred can do that, my lord. We must hold to our own convictions no matter how bleak. And many in this castle support you fully. Ned forced a thin smile. Thank you, Maester. Yet the weight on his chest did not lessen. I'll write to Lady Beesbury at once, though I doubt a raven can carry any solution. She must choose how to defend or retreat. Perhaps the Tyrell fleet can maneuver again, slip away if the odds are too great. Better that than letting them all perish. He composed the letter swiftly, urging them to weigh their options, to preserve themselves rather than throw lives away in a hopeless stand. If retreat offered a chance to salvage the ships, it might be best. That done, he wrote a second missive to be sent widely, an impassioned plea for reason, addressed not just to Stormlords or the Vale, but to any who might read. If White Harbor fell again, it would prove Robert's campaign sought no justice, only destruction. Surely you see, he wrote, this war does not serve the realm, but grinds it to dust. He sealed it with the direwolf sigil. Luwin promised to dispatch the ravens by midday. The day's routine offered little relief, a session with local bannermen to confirm grain stores, a short council on Winterfell's own defenses, and repeated checks on Moat Caelin's condition. Reports from the fortress indicated no massive southern incursion yet, but the watchers were uneasy. The roads south of the neck lay quiet, too quiet. Then, just as dusk settled, the next blow landed, a new raven from the west, reporting that Tywin's men had begun a siege of Riverrun in earnest, catapults pounding at the walls. Edmure Tully was pinned inside with limited supplies. The Lannisters had severed contact with friendly river lords. Their outriders ranged as far east as the outskirts of the Twins, blocking any reinforcements. The crossing at the Green Fork was likewise watched by Crownland troops loyal to Robert. The letter ended, Riverrun may not last beyond the turning of the moon unless a miracle arrives. Ned rubbed his eyes in mounting despair. That night, dinner in the Great Hall felt subdued, the conversations hushed. Even the Great John, known for his roaring laughter, pushed at his stew with a dour expression. Bryn and Tully nursed a cup of ale at a side table, face hollow. The knowledge of Riverrun's peril weighed heavily on him. Catelyn tried to comfort him quietly, but hope was thin. When Ned retreated to his chamber, he found no comfort in the roaring hearth. An hour later, a knock sounded, and Roose Bolton slipped in, draped in a thick cloak. His pale eyes glimmered in the firelight. "My lord," he murmured, "forgive the intrusion. May I speak plainly?" Ned studied him warily. "Speak, Lord Bolton." Bolton's voice was a near whisper. "We stand on the brink, do we not? White Harbor threatened by the King's navy, Riverrun under siege, the King preparing to cross the neck in spring. Our allies are few. Some would say that unless we find a truly decisive stroke, we will lose this war of attrition." Ned felt a flicker of unease. "What stroke do you suggest?" Bolton's thin lips curved slightly. "We might consider bold measures, such as a daring strike at the King's person. If Robert were removed, the realm might shift quickly. Many who follow him do so out of fear or loyalty to the Baratheon name. If that name were ended, well, the entire conflict might unravel." Ned's stomach churned. "You speak of regicide." The very idea twisted his gut. He had opposed regicide on principle from the start. Daenerys was a child, and that was murder. But to kill Robert, the anointed king, his old friend, even after all that had passed? Bolton shrugged. "Men call it war. The king aims to murder Targaryen children. Why should we refrain from killing him if it ends the slaughter? A single arrow, a nighttime raid, less blood than an entire realm's worth of battles." Ned's voice hardened. "No. IW. They'll not become that which I oppose. We do not turn assassin. That was Robert's path, not ours." Bolton dipped his head, no disappointment showing on his calm features. "As you say, my lord. I merely present the logic some might adopt in desperate times. If White Harbor falls, if Moat Cailin falls, you will face choices. I hope your conviction endures." With that, he withdrew, leaving Ned shivering by the fire, more chilled than ever. The conversation haunted him. He hated that part of him could see the cold practicality in Bolton's suggestion. But no, he would not break his code. That line must hold, or else everything he fought for became meaningless. Sleep eluded him. In what few dreams he caught, he saw Robert's face twisted in rage, looming over the charred ruin of Winterfell, or glimpsed Tywin's gold and crimson banners rising on a broken wall. He woke with a start near dawn, a film of sweat chilling his skin. The day's demands pulled him from his bed soon enough. Across the next fortnight, a pattern of tension set in. Each new raven brought fresh urgency. White Harbor confirmed that a large fleet indeed loomed offshore, perhaps 60 or 70 war galleys under a royal admiral named Ardrian Celtigar. The Tyrell ships still contested them, but the ratio favored the king. Fighting flared in the bay with wildfire catapults flinging green flame at White Harbor's walls. So far, no direct land assault, but the blockade was re-established and no merchant ships dared run it. Inside White Harbor, supplies began to dwindle again. Lady Beesbury wrote, "We do not yield yet, but morale frays. Our men see the king's banners and wonder if the realm stands behind him after all. We may attempt a breakout or else fortify for a siege. The tide of advantage has turned." Ned penned back as encouragingly as he could, though his words felt hollow. The North had no navy to send, no swift solution to oust the royal fleet. At best, they could hope the Tyrell ships might slip away if the blockade became truly hopeless, preserving those vessels for another day. White Harbor might have to endure or fall. Meanwhile, from the Riverlands came no new letters at all. Riverrun was likely sealed tight. Brynden Tully paced the courtyard each morning, scanning the southern horizon as though expecting riders from his nephew. None came. The silence spoke volumes. Tywin pressed the siege, and Edmure Tully had no means to break free or call for help. The old conflicts Ned once fought with Robert to end the oppression of the Targaryens now replayed in cruel reverse, with the Lannisters as the unstoppable force, destroying any who stood in the king's path. Distant hopes flared and died. A rumor floated in from a band of travelers that Renly Baratheon might challenge Robert's campaign at Storm's End, but no proof surfaced. Another rumor insisted that Dor Martell was mustering swords in Dorne, outraged that Robert had once again allied with the Lannisters who slew Princess Elia. Yet no formal alliance materialized. Each day, winter deepened as if the land itself lamented the realm's downfall. At Moat Cailin, Karstark's men dug fresh ditches and propped timbers against the battered walls. Scouts roamed the southern bogs, returning with reports of small parties carrying the king's stag banner, though no sign of the full host. This watchful tension weighed heavily on the fortress. The men there joked bleakly that the frogs of the neck might freeze before the first battle came, leaving them with only the howling winds for company. But Ned suspected a savage confrontation once Robert made his move. If the king marched in winter, he might lose men at every step. Then again, Robert had never shied from hardship. At last, after another anxious week, a new raven arrived from White Harbor, the wax seal cracked and resealed multiple times, suggesting haste. The words inside, written by one of Manderly's stewards, described a harrowing turn. The city's defenders had tried a nighttime sally against the royal siege engines along the shore, led by Lady Beesbury and some Tyrell knights. The foray failed. The king's men had entrenched on the beach, supported by archers from the ships. Lady Beesbury was gravely wounded, her second-in-command killed. The Tyrell war galleys had pulled back into deeper water after sustaining heavy losses. White Harbor was effectively pinned again, battered by artillery from sea and land. "Surrender terms have been demanded in the king's name," the steward wrote. "Lord Wyman has refused thus far, but the city is near the brink. We beg for relief or counsel." Ned read it aloud to his gathered lords in Winterfell's great hall. A hush followed, filled by the crackle of torches. Rob's face clouded with anger. Great John Umber pounded a fist on a table. Karstark shook his head, while Roose Bolton's expression remained impassive. Brynden Tully stared at the floor. "How can we relieve them?" Rob asked, voice rough. "We have no ships and the roads are blocked by winter. The king's force is right outside White Harbor with catapults and archers. Lady Beesbury tried to break them. Now they're pinned inside." The lords spoke in tense, overlapping voices. Some demanded a forced march east, but others pointed out the weeks it would take in the snow. The city might already have fallen by then. Another suggestion was to rally more ships from the western coast, but that would require sailing around the entire continent or crossing the treacherous North Waters. Impossible in the midst of winter. A final suggestion was that White Harbor's defenders attempt a full evacuation at night, slipping away in small boats upriver. But the letter gave no sense that Manderley or the Tyrell allies had enough craft or secrecy to accomplish such a feat. The royal fleet ringed the harbor mouth. Ned closed his eyes. Write them telling them to do what they must to spare innocent lives. If that means retreat, so be it. If they can hold, we laud their bravery, but we cannot guarantee rescue. Gods forgive me, but I will not ask them to die in a hopeless stand. The great John rumbled frustration. He hated any notion of surrender, yet saw no better path. The men parted heavy-hearted. Ned remained, leaning on the dais, fists clenching and unclenching. White Harbor had been their beacon of hope, a symbol that the North could resist even on the seas. Now the king stamped it out with raw power. This was how Robert forged his new tyranny, ironically wearing the same crown he had once seized from the Mad King. That evening, after dinner, Ned spoke with Maester Luwin and Catelyn alone in the solar. He looked out the arrow-slit window at the swirling snow outside. If White Harbor truly falls, that leaves Moat Cailin as the last major barrier. The king might come over land or possibly by sea now that he controls the harbor. We should prepare to endure a siege here in Winterfell, though it grieves me to think of the devastation. Catelyn squeezed his hand. We always knew it could come to that. The lords remain loyal, though the cost will be high. Our stores are substantial. We can outlast a long siege if necessary. But the small folk, what of them scattered across the holds? Ned's voice turned grim. We bring in as many as we can behind the walls or send them to smaller keeps. Any who remain outside might starve or face the king's foragers. The war is cruel. If Robert truly comes, the land will bleed. Luwin adjusted his chain. There is one faint possibility. If Robert invests White Harbor and attempts to occupy it fully, that could tie up part of his forces. Splitting his might, he may be weaker when he finally advances on Winterfell. But that is scant consolation for those trapped in White Harbor. Ned nodded, bitterness welling. A cold mercy indeed. I can only pray that House Manderley and the Tyrell survivors find a way to slip free or negotiate terms that do not demand their slaughter. He paused, voice lower. I remember the day Robert told me after the war that he was done with bloodshed and wanted a realm at peace. How little the vow endures. Catelyn's gaze flickered to the letter on the table. This is the cost of vengeance. We can only hold true to ourselves. Word of White Harbor's dire plight spread through Winterfell swiftly. People whispered in corners, some cursing the king's name, others trembling at the notion of him arriving at their gates. The nights passed in uneasy quiet, the courtyard snow crunching underfoot as men paced the walls. Sentries kept watch for any sign of approach. The idea of a forced winter march might once have seemed absurd, but they could not underestimate Robert's resolve. At last, another raven arrived from White Harbor. The message was short, penned in a shaky hand. Lady B. Barry had succumbed to her wounds, passing in the night. Lord Wyman was near accepting terms of surrender to spare the city from total ruin. The Tyrell fleet had managed to slip out under cover of darkness, battered and half-scattered, some heading back to the open sea. The steward wrote that Manderley still refused to hand Ned Stark or the North over for punishment, but might have to open the gates in a matter of days. The king's men had threatened to burn every district of the city with wildfire if he did not submit. Ned's heart sank. The hope of White Harbor's continued freedom died in that single page. He summoned a small gathering in the Great Hall: Catelyn, Robb, Brynden Tully, Karstark, Bolton, Great John Umber, and a few others. They read the steward's words by torchlight. A hush settled. Brynden Tully closed his eyes, murmuring, "We tried. The Tyrell allies tried. It was never enough against the king's navy." Catelyn touched Ned's arm. "What can we do now?" Ned's voice was hollow. "Nothing. If they open the gates, Robert's men will occupy White Harbor. The blockade returns in earnest. The city might be spared the torch, but the cost will be subjugation." He lifted his gaze to the others. "We should assume that route into the north is compromised. Robert could land an army there and march up the King's Road or the White Knife. Or the Lannisters might come from the Riverlands. We must be ready for a two-pronged attack." Karstark swore under his breath. Great John scowled. Bolton merely nodded. Robb gazed at his father, stricken. "Then we're surrounded. Moat Cailin to the south, White Harbor to the east. They'll come in force and we face them alone." Ned's mouth felt dry. "Unless the Vale or the Stormlands intervene. Or the Tyrell faction reemerges with a grander force. But that is not likely soon. We must trust winter to hamper the king's campaign." They parted, gloom weighing on them. Word soon spread that White Harbor would likely yield to the Royal Navy. The last illusions of a northern advantage on the sea faded. By the next day, the winter wind howled across the battlements as though lamenting the city's fall. Ned trudged through old snow in the yard, feeling the quiet dread in every guard's face. They all awaited the final blow. Days crawled by. Moat Cailin still reported no major movement from the south, but scattered sightings indicated that small cavalry units tested the edges of the neck. Then, as the year turned, a fresh wave of rumors flooded in. Robert had left Harrenhal at last, traveling with a combined Crownlands and Stormlands army, rumored to be 10 or 15,000 strong, possibly more. Tywin Lannister, meanwhile, battered at Riverrun from the west. If the two forces converged near the Twins or the Neck, they might present an unstoppable wave of steel. In Winterfell's Great Hall, Ned laid out maps for his lords. He indicated strongholds like Deepwood Motte, the Dread Fort, Torrens Square. Each must muster men. We shall keep them ready to move at a moment's notice. If the king tries to cross the Neck at Moat Cailin, we meet him there with archers and pikes. The bogs favor us, as does the cold. If he tries a seaborne landing from White Harbor, we'll see it from the watchtowers. Prepare a fallback line near the last river. If we lose that, we retreat to Winterfell. We do not want to wage open field battles unless we choose the ground. The lords listened, some with stoic acceptance, others uneasy. Great John Umber slammed a fist on the table. Let them come. We'll see how they fare in the deep snows. Karstark nodded grimly. We made them bleed once. We can do so again. Though we had allies then. Roose Bolton said nothing, but Ned caught the faintest curve of his lips as if he relished the thought of foes dying by winter's cruelty. The meeting adjourned, each lord scattering to ready his men, fortify outlying watchtowers, stockpile more supplies. The old castle bustled with frenetic energy. Inside, the heat from countless hearths tried to fight the bone-deep chill, but morale was mixed. War felt inevitable, close as a predator crouched outside in the swirling drifts. Meanwhile, letters from White Harbor ceased. None arrived for nearly 2 weeks, fueling the fear that the city had fully fallen, its ravens intercepted or destroyed. Ned forced himself to remain stoic, though each day without word weighed on him like a lead weight. He could almost envision King Robert himself striding through White Harbor's battered gates, proclaiming the North traitors, savoring a victory that had cost so many lives. Robb threw himself into more rigorous training, rarely smiling. Arya grew testy, sneaking around the fortress with her wooden practice sword, shadowing guards on patrol. Sansa helped with sewing and reading to the younger siblings, but her face was often tear-streaked, feeling the dread of conflict. Bran watched from the walls, enthralled yet terrified of what might come. Rickon was too young to grasp the scale, but old enough to sense the tension in every corner of Winterfell. Each child carried a piece of Ned's heartbreak. Finally, well into the new year, a single raven arrived from White Harbor, as if by miracle. The seal was unrecognized. Ned ripped it open in private, scanning the uneven script. Lord Stark, I am a scribe in service to House Manderley. I write in secrecy, for the city has fallen under King Robert's occupation. Lord Wyman has been placed under guard, though not yet harmed, and the king's men roam the streets. Some houses were burned despite the king's proclaimed mercy. Many small folk suffer. The Tyrell ships fled. Lady Beesbury is dead, as you know. The king has promised to spare the city if the North will bend the knee, but so far we see no sign you will yield. He grows impatient. I fear he may sail upriver with an army to strike at your flank. He keeps Catspaw, one of the royal warships, in the harbor as a symbol. Some mention that Robert still hungers for Daenerys Targaryen's blood across the sea. Others say he plans to first break Winterfell. The city trembles. I pen this to inform you that the king's presence is real. He stands in our walls, commanding with an iron will. They question any who speak of House Stark favorably. Be warned, the tide of war moves swiftly now. A loyal friend. Ned sank onto a bench, reading the letter twice. Robert himself had come to White Harbor. That meant the once proud city was effectively in his grasp. He might leave a garrison and push inland, or remain there to gather more troops. The final mention of Daenerys hammered home that Robert's hatred persisted. He would not rest until every Targaryen was dead or until Ned's stand was crushed. He summoned his lords for an urgent council. Robert is in White Harbor, he announced. He occupies the city with the Manderleys under guard. Our contact warns that he could move inland by the White Knife or send outriders into the region. We must assume an attack might come from that direction in addition to Moat Cailin. Karstark slammed a fist on the table. 2 prongs indeed. We can't garrison every approach with enough men. The Drefort stands in the east, but would it hold them if they sail upriver? Great John muttered curses. The king does what he wants, now that the harbor is his. And Tywin might come from the west. We're hemmed in. Ned's voice was steady despite the fear roiling inside. The White Knife is not an easy river to navigate in winter, especially for a large host. They might face ice flows or risk traveling mostly on foot if the ships cannot pass. But we can't rely on that alone. We place watchers along the river. Any sign of movement, we deploy. If Robert tries a direct march, we have the advantage of interior lines. Roose Bolton asked quietly, should we consider evacuating Winterfell if it comes to that? Hide the children in the far north, beyond the reach of armies. Ned glanced at Catelyn. The prospect filled him with dread. A last resort, perhaps? For now, Winterfell remains the seat of House Stark. If Robert means to break us, he'll pay dearly for each step. That night, Ned found little sleep. He recalled the earliest days of Robert's rebellion, how they'd once dreamed of a just kingdom freed from the Targaryen madness. Now a new madness reigned. The lines blurred between friend and foe, and any chance of halting the war by diplomacy had seemingly slipped away. The Vale was half neutral, half sympathetic. The Riverlands lay under siege. The Reach was divided, with only a small faction openly defying the king. Dorne slumbered in silence. The North stood alone, as it had so often in history. Several days later, a battered messenger arrived at Moat Cailin from the east, escorted by Karstark's cavalry. Brought to Winterfell by horse, he collapsed in the courtyard from cold and exhaustion. Ned rushed out, flanked by Robb and Bolton. The man's lips were blue with frostbite, but he managed to gasp out that he came from a hamlet near the White Knife. He had glimpsed large parties of the king's men scouring the riverbanks, apparently preparing to bring heavier forces inland. They wore the crown stag sigil, joined by men bearing the lion of House Lannister. Ned's heart twisted. So the first wave had come. White Harbor's occupation now spilled outward, bridging the river approach. No large battles erupted just yet, but the messenger insisted that roving groups had torched local villages, demanding supplies. The messenger fled in the night, riding cross-country to reach the neck. They say the king soon marches in earnest, the man mumbled as healers tried to warm him by the kitchen fires. He'll bring the full host from White Harbor once the roads are somewhat cleared. That's what his men boast. They say the North will kneel or burn. A hush followed those words. Ned asked the man if Robert himself led these outriders, but the messenger knew little. Possibly the king remained in White Harbor, sending sub-commanders to secure the route. In either case, this was the dreaded confirmation. Robert intended to subjugate the north from the east while Tywin hammered the Riverlands. Moat Cailin might become a secondary front if Robert struck from an unexpected angle. A council convened immediately in the Great Hall, the torches flickering off anxious faces. The lords weighed how best to defend. Some proposed sending a strong force east to block the White Knife approach. Others argued that Moat Cailin was still the logical choke point if Robert turned north from the neck. Ultimately, they decided to dispatch a contingent to the Dread Fort region under Roose Bolton, telling him to gather men from House Hornwood, House Serwyn, and House Ryswell, enough to watch the White Knife from the east. Meanwhile, Karstark and the Great John would remain at Moat Cailin with a core group braced for a southern assault. Ned and Robb stayed in Winterfell, coordinating reinforcements wherever the threat lay. Largest. Roose Bolton agreed with measured politeness, though Ned saw that faint glimmer in his eyes again. Bolton took a portion of the North's cavalry and infantry, departing within 2 days. Snow whirled around them as they left the castle yard, silent lines of men trudging behind the flayed man banners. Ned disliked that symbol more than ever, but he needed Bolton's cunning. If Robert pressed along the river, at least the Dreadfort men might slow him. "Gods go with you," Ned said quietly when Bolton rode out. The man dipped his head, expression unreadable. With that, the Eastern Watchers were set in motion. News arrived soon after that White Harbor indeed swore fealty to Robert under duress. Lord Wyman Manderley was forced to pledge, though the letter suggested he did so through gritted teeth. The king left a garrison to keep order, but any Northmen loyal to Stark were watched closely. The Manderleys chafed under occupation, rumored to be paying tribute in gold and grain to feed the king's men. Then the letter ended abruptly, as if the scribe feared detection. Ned sat in the quiet of his solar, rereading that snippet. So it was done. White Harbor, the North's greatest city, subject to the Iron Throne. Robert had effectively carved out a forward stronghold inside Ned's domain. The consequences weighed on him. If a foreign power had done this, the realm would call it an invasion. Indeed, it was an invasion of Robert's own doing. The final lines repeated in Ned's mind. He vows Winterfell will be next if you do not bend the knee. Catelyn joined him, reading the letter. She set it down, anger glimmering in her usually calm eyes. "Will you bend the knee?" she asked quietly, though she knew the answer. Ned looked up, meeting her gaze. "He demands the death of Daenerys Targaryen. That has not changed. If I yield, I become complicit in that murder. I cannot. Honor forbids it, as does my conscience. She placed a trembling hand on his. Then so be it. We stand. He may come with 10,000 or 100,000. We will not bow to child killing. But oh, Ned, at what cost? His chest felt tight. I fear the cost will be high indeed. The days leading to late winter passed in a haze of anxious patrols, scattered news, and deepening cold. Scouts from the Dreadfort region reported glimpses of Crownland riders along the White Knife, but no large host yet. Moat Caelan's watchers noted some movement in the southern bogs, likely local sellswords or foragers testing the approach. The realm seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the moment Robert unleashed his full might. Some lords whispered that perhaps the king was delayed by storms or short on supplies. Others guessed he waited for Tywin to crush Riverrun so they could coordinate a final push. In either scenario, Winterfell braced. Then, without warning, a ragged party of Vale riders appeared at Moat Caelan's gates, carrying the sigil of House Royce. They were escorted north to Winterfell. Their leader, a tall knight with the bronze and runes armor typical of Royce men, stumbled into the great hall and announced that the Vale had driven Tywin's last attempts at the Bloody Gate, and Lady Lisa Arryn had agreed to let them muster a host of Vale lords who refused the king's war. Now, that host marched west, not south, to block any Lannister incursion. More importantly, some in the Vale openly declared that if the king persisted in tyranny, they would side with the North. A flicker of hope warmed Ned's heart. They come to aid us? The Royce knight was cautious. Not precisely. They hold to their own neutrality in principle, but Yohn Royce and other Vale lords abhor the idea of child murder. They have sworn not to let Tywin or the king cross the Vale to flank you. They might do more if truly forced. Lady Lisa is furious, but she cannot openly block them now that the lords have united. The young Lord Robert Arryn, a boy still, is used as a figurehead. Ned offered the man lodging and rest, acknowledging that even this partial support might prove crucial. If the Vale truly formed a protective barrier on the eastern flank, Robert could not easily circle behind Ned's forces. That left him only the White Harbor corridor or the direct route through Moat Caelan. A slender advantage, but advantage nonetheless. Rumors from the south still cast gloom. Riverrun remained under siege. The Tully banners battered. Edmure Tully had not yielded, yet Tywin starved him. The farmland around the castle burned, blackening the horizon. Some said the king's vanguard might link with Tywin soon, sealing the Riverlands' fate. Others insisted Robert was determined to crush the north first. All was confusion, a swirl of uncertain intelligence. As the days lengthened slightly, the final snows of deep winter fell thick around Winterfell. The castle soared above drifting banks. Inside, larders and storerooms had never been so full of men, food, and fear. Tensions ran high. Fights occasionally broke out among lesser knights, quarrels fueled by cabin fever or despair. Ned clamped down firmly, reminding them that disunity would doom them. The stable boys and blacksmiths labored from dawn to dusk, forging new arrowheads, repairing harnesses, ensuring the warhorses were fed. Robb ran himself ragged, assisting in every corner, determined to prove his readiness. One evening, as Ned paced the ramparts, footsteps approached. Brynden Tully joined him, cloak whipped by the wind. They leaned on the stone battlement, gazing at the moonlit expanse of trees and snow. Bryndon's scarred face looked etched with sorrow. "No word from Riverrun," he said quietly. "I can't stop thinking of Edmure, inside those walls, starving. Tywin won't relent, and Robert simply stands by." Ned nodded, sorrow matching Bryndon's. "I pray for a miracle, but Tywin invests that castle with methodical cruelty. If Edmure lacks supply lines or relief, it may only be a matter of time." Brynden clenched a fist. "It tears at me to stand idle here. Yet what can we do? The king blocks the roads. The Vale has shut its passes. The Stormlands are uncertain. We are caged." Ned placed a hand on Bryndon's shoulder. "I know. You've done more than most. If Robert or Tywin tries to push north, we'll force them back. That might buy time for Edmure. Perhaps a southwestern alliance might yet arise. The Tyrells remain partly at large, though Lady Beesbury's demise was a blow. Brynden exhaled a trembling sigh, shoulders sagging. War is rarely so hopeless. In Robert's rebellion, we had the outrage of many houses fueling us. A single tyrant to overthrow. Now the realm is tangled in hatred, uncertain who stands for what. The lines are blurred. They fell silent, listening to the wind rasp across the battlements. Then Brynden turned to Ned, eyes glinting. Whatever comes, know I stand with you. This is bigger than a single castle or a single name. This is about what is right. I saw enough atrocity under Aerys Targaryen. I won't see it repeated under Robert Baratheon without resistance. Ned managed a grateful nod. Your loyalty is an honor, uncle. We do what we must, though the cost is steep. They parted, each weighed by private anguish. The next morning, Ned found the courtyard astir with new arrivals. A grim-faced party from Deepwood Motte, led by Lady Sibel Glover, announcing that a small band of Robert's foragers had tested the northern forests near the rills, but local trackers drove them off. Another minor confrontation, more glimpses of the king's creeping approach. Ned thanked Lady Glover for the news and assigned her men quarters. The slow siege of the entire north continued, a swirl of scouts and small skirmishes, none decisive, all draining. On a bitterly cold afternoon soon after, the horns sounded at Moat Cailin. Word reached Winterfell that a significant force of King's men had reached the southern edge of the neck, possibly numbering a few thousand. Karstark and the Great John prepared to hold the bog fortress once more. Messages flew back and forth. The fortress watchers described columns of soldiers with crowned stag banners, along with some Lannister contingents in gold and crimson. The day had come. Robert was truly knocking. If he battered through Moat Cailin, the road to Winterfell lay open. Ned gathered his men, prepared to ride south with reinforcements. Robb insisted on joining. Catelyn, though fearful, did not object. Winterfell's garrison would remain strong enough to protect the children. But Ned wanted to ensure the Moat Cailin defenders had every advantage. They marched under a sullen sky, the cold wind slicing like knives. Sledges carried supplies, for the roads were near impassable to normal wagons. The drum of hooves beat in muffled rhythm against snow-packed ground. Each rider bore the direwolf sigil, cloaks billowing. Halfway to Moat Cailin, they encountered a Karstark scout, breathless and half-frozen, who reported that the king's vanguard had tested the bog with small attacks, losing men to arrow fire and hidden trenches. But a larger push was expected any day. Ned urged a quicker pace. They traveled until darkness forced them to make a cold camp among stunted trees. Snow drifted, forming little hills that men had to dig out to pitch tents. No one complained. They all understood the necessity. At dawn, they reached the familiar silhouette of Moat Cailin's ruined towers. The fortress bristled with watchmen and horns blared a welcome. Inside, Ned was greeted by Karstark, face-taut, and Great John Umber, who mustered a jovial roar but looked worried. They led Ned to the ramparts, pointing south. Even from here, one could glimpse distant plumes of smoke where the king's forces camped, likely building their own defenses on a slightly higher patch of ground. At intervals, the baying of hounds or the clang of hammers carried across the bog. Karstark explained, "They tested us 3 times in small scale. We repelled each. Bodies of their men litter the shallows. But we see more tents each day, suggesting reinforcements. The next assault might be massive." Great John spat over the wall. "I welcome them. Let them break themselves on these stones. Though truth be told, Moat Cailin is half-ruined. We've done what we can to fortify the breaches, but a determined effort with siege engines might punch through eventually." Ned surveyed the field. Even battered, Moat Cailin could hold off a far larger army provided the defenders stood firm and provided the attackers did not find a cunning path around. The bogs were deep, the ground treacherous. Robert might well attempt a direct frontal assault as he had once before, or he might try to starve them out. In either case, time and weather favored the defenders if their morale held. "We'll endure," Ned said quietly. "Let Robert come. We have archers, vantage, the bog on our side. If he tries to circumvent the fortress, the Crannogmen will harass him. Winter is our ally." He glimpsed Robb on a nearby battlement, scanning the horizon with fierce attention. The boy had grown taller since the day they first parted from King's Landing. War had shaped him, erasing some of his boyish softness. Ned prayed the gods would spare him the worst horrors yet to come. They spent the day reinforcing positions, checking arrow stock, rationing food. At dusk, a hush settled over the fortress, men huddling by fires. Drifting snow fell softly, muffling every sound. Beyond the walls, the king's camp glowed with torchlight. The watch commander reported scuffles in the bog, likely Robert's scouts testing paths. So it began again, the same dance as months before, only now with thousands of southern soldiers behind it, not a small vanguard. Ned tried to sleep in a cramped chamber of the old tower, but his mind churned. Near midnight, horns split the stillness. He jolted upright, seizing his sword and cloak, bounding down the spiral stairs. In the courtyard, men scrambled for positions, voices rising. Arrows hissed from the walls. Some distant shouting echoed from the southern approach. Ned rushed to the rampart and peered out. In the faint moonlight, shapes moved across the bog, a mass of them, half lost in swirling mist. A wave of the king's men, braving the swamp at night. Karstark's archers loosed volleys. Screams and splashes followed, some men stumbling into watery holes. Torches flared among the attackers, revealing ragged lines of shields and pikes. Ned's eyes narrowed. This might be a probing attack or a serious attempt to seize the walls under cover of darkness. The defenders answered with more arrows, scorpions launching heavier bolts. The barrage hammered the attackers, and soon horns on the southern side signaled a retreat. Torches bobbed away, leaving behind groans of the wounded drifting on the cold wind. An hour later, all was quiet again. Ned paced the rampart, heart pounding. Robb stood near, having come to help. "You see how it will be?" Ned murmured. "A series of night attacks, small and large, until they find a weak spot or drain our will. War in the middle of winter." Robb set his jaw. "They won't break us easily." Ned laid a hand on his son's shoulder. "No, we'll endure, for as long as we must." The next days followed a grim pattern. The king's men tested Moat Cailin by night, sometimes sending companies to draw arrow fire, while others probed for hidden paths through the bog. The fortress archers rained death on them. The stench of corpses drifted across the watery expanse by dawn. But the attackers showed no sign of giving up. Their distant camp kept swelling with new arrivals. Fires glowed each evening, a sign of an ever-growing army that eventually might outflank or starve the defenders. Once, Ned stood on the wall at dawn and saw a figure on horseback far in the southern lines, broad of shoulder, thick-bearded, though the distance was too great for detail. A crowned stag banner hung limp in the still air. His heart lurched with recognition, remembering the friend he once knew. Robert Baratheon. Could it truly be him out there in the gloom, commanding these men to storm Ned's stronghold? The swirl of memory threatened to choke him. He shook it off, focusing on the present. Friendship lay buried under old wounds and Targaryen hatred. A lull arrived for several days, as if the king's men regrouped. Then, without warning, they brought up siege towers and rams across makeshift causeways. The battered fortress answered with a hail of arrows and oil. Fire flickered in the bog, men screaming as they sank or burned. The defenders roared with savage triumph. But the attackers persisted. Day by day, the causeway extended closer to the walls. Great John Umber led a sally at dawn one morning, catching the work crews off guard, slaying dozens. It was reminiscent of the first siege of Moat Cailin, yet on a much larger scale. The carnage multiplied. Robb fought valiantly in one such sally, hacking through a line of Crownland spearmen before Ned ordered a withdrawal to avoid being encircled. Father and son returned spattered in mud and blood, hearts pounding. That evening, the entire fortress smelled of sweat, iron, and fear. The men set extra watchers, half expecting the king's next wave to strike at night. As the last day of that bitter campaign faded, Ned stood alone on a parapet. The moans of wounded drifted from the yard below. Across the bog, a faint glow showed where the king's army prepared for yet another assault. The black shape of siege engines loomed. He closed his eyes, exhaustion wearing him thin. How many more must die before Robert realized the Targaryen threat was a ghost? Or was he beyond reason? A soft crunch of boots sounded behind him. He turned to see Robb, face smudged with soot, wincing from a cut on his arm. The boy gazed across the bog. "Father," he said quietly, "do you think we can truly hold them? There's no end to their men." Ned hesitated, recalling how the previous siege ended only with the Blackfish's timely arrival from behind. We hold as long as we can, he said at last. The neck is ours, the fortress stands. Winter saps them. If we endure, maybe Robert yields or is forced back. Maybe we receive help from the Vale or the Tyrells. We can't know. But we do not surrender. Rob's eyes shone with uncertain fire. I won't. I swear it. They watched the gloom for a long moment. No new attack came that night, but the sense of impending doom thickened. The war had truly arrived at the doorstep of the North. Ned thought of Catelyn, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon waiting in Winterfell's halls. He thought of Brynden Tully's haunted eyes, of White Harbor's ruin, of the madness that gripped a once-beloved friend. And in the quiet that followed, he felt a cold, unearthly calm settle over him. They would stand. They would not yield. If Robert wanted to exterminate innocents in the name of vengeance, let him throw himself against Moat Caelan's walls. Let him see how the North remembers. Dawn broke with a pale, colorless light. Horns echoed from the southern camp, men mustering. Ned and Robb roused the fortress, archers stringing bows, spearmen forming along the parapets, pitch cauldrons heating. The day of reckoning might be at hand. If the siege towers rolled forth in force, they would need every ounce of courage. And so it went, father and son stepping side by side along Moat Caelan's battered walls, the direwolf banners overhead, the swirling snow underfoot bracing for the final clash. The realm might burn, but House Stark would not bend. In that moment, a hush fell over the men around them as though they felt the weight of centuries of northern kings standing behind them. Ned gazed over the bog, a silent vow on his lips. He would not yield to cruelty, not even for the friend he once loved. If the price was war and winter, then so be it. Honor was all that remained, and he would hold it come what may. The horns sounded with a fierce, shivering blast that echoed across the bog. Dawn had barely spread any light over the sky, and a faint orange glow rimmed the horizon. From Moat Caelan's ramparts, Eddard Stark peered into the half-light and saw the dim shape of the king's siege towers lurching forward, silhouettes outlined by flickering torches. In the marshy hollows, lines of crowned stag banners and crimson lions rippled as the soldiers mustered. A few days had passed since the initial probes. The king's men had tested the bog at night, hammered at the fortress with half-organized charges and retreating again. But now, if the scale of movement was any sign, Robert's army seemed ready for a full assault. A hush drifted over the Northmen stationed along the walls. As the siege towers advanced on rickety causeways, the watchers could hear the grind of heavy wooden wheels and the groan of ropes. There were at least 4 such towers, each tall enough to reach the fortress ramparts if they could be guided close without sinking into the mud. Further back, Ned spotted shapes that might have been scorpions or small catapults, hard to distinguish in the gloom. The attackers had spent days building those elevated walkways, using logs and stones wrested from drier patches of ground to form a precarious path. Ned stood with Robb and several captains, cloaked in fur over armor. His breath plumed in front of his face. The fortress's battered parapets, half ruined from previous assaults, had been shored up as best they could with wood and stone. Pitch cauldrons hissed over fires set deeper in the yard, ready to be hoisted up. Archers arrayed themselves at intervals, waiting with grim composure. Below them, the moat and marshlands spread out in a watery labyrinth. If the king's men lost their footing or the causeway gave way, they might sink thigh-deep in freezing bog. Ut from the early glimpses, Robert's army had made progress bridging the worst hazards. Ned closed a hand on his son's shoulder. You know your post? Robb nodded, jaw tight. I'll be at the eastern battlement, commanding the archers near the gate breach. If they push in from that side, then you harry them with arrows and fall back only if they bring overwhelming numbers. Protect those pitch cauldrons. Fire is our best friend today. Ned squeezed Robb's arm. Stay safe. Remember, you are my heir. We can't lose you in a reckless charge. Robb looked a little insulted but tried to hide it. I understand, father. I'll eat from the walls. If they breach, I'll pull back in good order. He hesitated, then gave a curt nod and strode off, a line of archers falling in behind him. Ned watched him go, feeling pride and sorrow mingled. This was not a place for a boy. But Robb had ceased to be a boy some time ago. War shaped them all. Ned turned to the older captains, Karstark, Great John Umber, and a few lesser lords. We know what's at stake. If we break here, the road to Winterfell lies open. Fight as though your families stand behind you, and so they do. Great John Umber rumbled a laugh that held little mirth. We'll fight, my lord. Let these Southrons taste our steel. They claim to come for some just cause, ha. They come to kill children in the name of a murdered Targaryen king. We'll show them the true north, see if that sours their thirst for blood. Karstark's expression was more somber. The king's numbers might be greater than ours by twofold or more. If they commit fully, we may not hold for long, but we'll bleed them dearly. That's a vow. A horn blast from the southern lines cut short any further talk. Up on the ramparts, men readied bows. Ned paced to a vantage point. Peering across the swamp, he could see lines of men pushing the siege towers along the causeway. The front lines bristled with pikes and large rectangular shields, forming a battered testudo to protect the tower crews from arrow fire. When a captain of the archers looked to Ned, he nodded. Loose. The archers along the walls released a storm of arrows. A whirring hiss filled the icy air. Most soared toward the causeway, aiming for the pike-bearers. Some found their targets, men fell, torches rolling into the bog. Others clattered off shields or sank uselessly into the wooden sides of the towers. The attackers slowed, but they pressed on. A second wave of Northmen arrows followed, more shrieks and thuds, but the columns advanced, stepping cautiously on the makeshift path. Karstark barked an order, and a group of defenders hauled ropes that lifted a pitch-filled brazier up to the parapet. Grunting with effort, they heaved it onto a stone ledge. One of the men ignited a torch from a glowing coal pit. At Ned's signal, they tipped the brazier forward, pouring a wave of flaming pitch. It fell in a noxious torrent, spattering across the causeway. Some of the king's men scrambled back with cries of alarm. Several unlucky souls caught the pitch in a direct splash, shrieking as the sticky flame latched onto flesh and cloth. Others managed to duck behind shields, though many stumbled off the narrow causeway into the mud. A ragged cheer rose from the fortress walls, but Ned did not join it. He saw men burning alive, flailing into the bog. The stench of scorched hair and flesh carried on the wind. This was war in its rawest form, no glory, only suffering. The attackers halted momentarily, though men at the rear shouted and shoved forward. In the dim morning light, Ned glimpsed the crowned stag sigil on a tall standard, half spattered with pitch. A faint memory of Robert's old battles flickered through him. He crushed it. This was no time for sentiment. The front ranks regrouped. Officers bellowed commands. More men bearing barrels of sand rushed up to extinguish the burning pitch on the causeway. The siege towers lurched again, slow but unstoppable. Archers from the southern lines began peppering the ramparts in return. Ned ducked behind a crumbling merlin as arrows whined overhead, striking stone with sharp cracks. One embedded itself near his foot. He stood again when the volley tapered, scanning the approach. At the fortress gate, an ancient, half-broken structure patched with timber, the eastern tower moved steadily. That was Robb's quadrant. Ned glimpsed his son's figure, cloak stirring behind him, pointing and shouting commands. Archers on that side loosed arrows at the approaching tower. Another cauldron of pitch poured down, igniting the base of the structure. For a moment, flames danced hungrily. Then southern soldiers raced forward with buckets of water and damp sand. They threw it onto the smoldering wood, suppressing the fire. The tower, though scorched, kept rolling. A second tower advanced on the western side, where Great John Umber's men defended a breach in the wall. The Great John roared, "Keep your backs to the stone. Let them come close. Then we break them." Swords clashed as a few southern soldiers found a partial ramp. Ned watched from across the courtyard as the Great John himself charged down to meet them. Steel rang, shield edges smashing. The Southerners reeled under the massive man's onslaught. But more men followed. A deafening crack resounded on the rampart. Ned spun and saw that one of the scorpions perched on the fortress wall had unleashed a bolt at the approaching siege tower. The huge iron-tipped projectile slammed into the tower's top, splintering wood. Shards flew, but the tower lumbered on, slowed but not stopped. The king's men bellowed war cries, pushing through arrow fire, stepping over the bodies of their dead. Blood slicked the causeway. Overhead, gulls wheeled, drawn by the stench of death. Ned felt his pulse thrum, recollecting all the battles he had fought alongside Robert. Rhaegar Targaryen's name hung somewhere in the recess of his mind, but he forced it aside. He moved along the battlements, calling for the next wave of pitch. The Northmen at his side obeyed. Flames spilled again, setting more soldiers ablaze. Screams echoed. Many faltered, but a smaller cluster advanced, forming a shield wall even as they trod on the remains of their burning comrades. The relentlessness chilled Ned more than the winter air. Robert's hatred had forged an army that pressed forward no matter how gruesome the cost. Behind that cluster, more men pushed a battering ram. They slogged across the causeway, still a good distance away, but closer than Ned liked. He glanced anxiously toward the eastern gate quadrant. The vantage was partially obscured by swirling smoke. "Rob," he muttered under his breath, scanning for his son. He saw only the flash of flames and the dark silhouettes of men locked in lethal dance. A trumpet blared from the southern lines. The siege towers ground to a halt. For a tense moment, Ned wondered if they were retreating. But no, he saw figures scurrying to reposition. Ladders were hoisted. This was a multi-pronged attack. Archers further back launched volley after volley, forcing the defenders to keep their heads down. A few arrows found marks. Ned heard the cry of a Northman falling from the wall, an arrow lodged in his throat. Another pitched backward, dead before he hit the stones. The southwestern rampart grew thick with arrow shafts sprouting from the crenellations. The first ladder slammed against the fortress wall with a reverberating clang. Southron infantry began climbing. The defenders rushed to push the ladder aside. One thick-limbed soldier used an iron pry bar to lever it, but an enemy swordsman at the top of the ladder lunged forward, driving steel into the Northman's neck. Blood sprayed. The ladder shook. Another wave of defenders slammed into it from the side, tipping it outward. Men on the ladder howled and fell, arms flailing, vanishing into the mud below. A second ladder appeared to the left. Then a third in the corner. The king's army assaulted every weak point they had scouted. Ned moved that way, sword in hand. He had tried to avoid direct combat, focusing on command, but he saw the risk of ladders hooking onto a half-crumbled section of wall. If the enemy established a foothold, they could flood onto the parapet. Karstark joined him, breath puffing. "They're pressing hard. The towers move slow, but these ladders are faster. I'll handle the western side, can you keep the center clear?" Ned nodded. "Yes, go. Send me more men if you can spare them." They parted. With a group of 4 Winterfell guards, Ned raced along the wall to where a half-dozen crown-wearing soldiers had just topped a ladder. Already they clashed with Northmen, swords ringing. One of Ned's men, a Harbert, a steady fellow, fell, a deep gash in his side. Ned stepped in, parrying a blow aimed at a younger guard. Their steel locked. The attacker was a big man with ruddy cheeks under a dented helmet. He snarled, pushing Ned back. Ned twisted free, then pivoted, slashing across the man's chest. The armor parted. The man reeled, choking on blood. Another soldier lunged from Ned's flank. Ned's arms ached, but reflex guided him. He ducked, swiped low at the man's legs. A cry blood splattered. The soldier toppled. Ned's guards finished him off with a spear thrust. The rest of the crown-labeled enemies retreated along the wall, trying to regroup, but an arrow from a Northman archer hit the lead man in the back. The group floundered, then tumbled onto the ladder, which wobbled precariously. Another push from inside the fortress and the entire ladder crashed away from the wall. The men on it plunged into the bog, screams cut short by the wet impact. Ned caught his breath, scanning for the next threat. On the southwestern corner, he glimpsed the Great John hurling an axe from the rampart, the weapon spinning to bury itself in a soldier's chest. The Great John let out a thunderous roar. More men from the south tried to scramble up, but a wave of Northmen battered the ladder aside. Below, the causeway was clogged with bodies. Arrows whistled from either side. Smoke hovered in patches where spilled pitch still burned. It was a scene of chaos and horror. In the midst of it, the battered siege towers rumbled forward once more, perhaps emboldened by the partial success of the ladders. Ned wiped sweat from his brow, ignoring the sting of an earlier graze on his arm. "Archers, concentrate on that first tower," he shouted, gesturing with his sword. Arrows launched in waves, peppering the tower's sides. Some found gaps, wounding men inside, but the main structure held. Ropes and logs braced it. The base was black with scorch marks from earlier pitch attempts, but apparently intact. A booming crash echoed as the tower's drawbridge slammed down onto Moat Caelan's wall. The fortress shuddered. Southron soldiers rushed out from inside the tower, stepping onto the parapet. Ned's archers pivoted, loosing at close range. At least 3 of the attackers fell instantly, feathered with shafts. The rest charged forward behind large kite shields, clashing with the defenders. Ned signaled men to form a shield wall. They locked shields, stepping forward. The southern soldiers collided with them in a jarring impact. Steel clanged, men snarled. Overhead, seagulls circled, drawn by the carnage. Ned found himself face to face with a knight wearing a gold circlet on his helm, perhaps a minor lord. Their swords rang off each other's shields. Ned gritted his teeth and shoved forward, feeling the press of bodies on every side. The man slashed, cutting across Ned's cloak, but Ned twisted, ramming his shield at the attacker's chest. The knight stumbled. Another Northman stabbed him through the side. He collapsed, and the wave of defenders pushed the rest back toward the tower's walkway. But more poured out from that tower, half a dozen at a time. The causeway behind it was jammed with men waiting to ascend. "Pour the pitch," Ned roared. His men struggled to hoist the last heated cauldron into position near the tower's base. They upended it. Thick black fluid splashed onto the boards beneath the drawbridge, igniting in a swirl of orange flame. Shrieks rose as men at the tower's foot caught the brunt of it. Some tried to scramble back inside or leap into the bog. The tower's wooden frame groaned under the sudden blaze. Still, a small wedge of attackers on the rampart fought on. Ned's guards engaged them in brutal close quarters. Swords, axes, spears all flashed in the smoky light. At last, the Northmen forced them back onto the blazing drawbridge. One soldier, armor drenched in flaming pitch, toppled with a final wail, carrying two of his fellows into the inferno. The walkway caved in. The tower, now halfway aflame at its base, swayed precariously. Those inside realized the danger and scrambled to escape. The entire structure gave a lurching crack, toppling sideways. The remains crashed into the bog. Wood shattered with an echoing crunch. Smoke and screams rose from the wreckage. A ragged shout of triumph went up from the fortress defenders. But Ned could not rest. He glanced across the walls, searching for the other towers. One near the eastern gate had also deployed its drawbridge. Smoke roiled around it. Had Robb succeeded in fending them off? Ned had to know. He passed command to a Karstark captain for the southwestern side, then sprinted along the battlements, stepping over bodies. The walkway was slick with blood, and the air thick with burning pitch stench. As he neared the eastern gate quadrant, he found a scene of savage conflict. A portion of the wall had partially collapsed when the second tower slammed its bridge down, allowing a cluster of the king's men onto the rampart. Robb stood in the thick of it, defending a breach with a small knot of archers. The tower still loomed, belching smoke from arrow strikes, but not yet fully ablaze. Opposing them were maybe 20 men wearing the crowned stag or the golden lion. Ned recognized the quality of their gear, likely a hand-picked vanguard. They pressed forward relentlessly, trying to widen the breach. Robb's sword flashed, parrying an overhead blow from a tall, lean swordsman. Another attacker lunged from the side, but an archer behind Robb skewered him with a short spear. The young Stark's face was grim, lips set in a tight line. His cloak had a slash, and a trickle of blood ran from a cut on his temple. Ned hurried to his side, cutting down a soldier who rushed at them. Metal rang as their blades met. Ned pivoted and slashed diagonally, cutting deep into the man's chest. The soldier dropped, sputtering. Robb glanced quickly at Ned. They broke part of the wall. The tower's bridging it. We're about to be overrun. Ned grimaced at the gap in the stone, wide enough for 3 men abreast if they forced it. We can't let them through. Call more men from the yard if possible. An arrow whistled by. Ned ducked. Robb gestured to an archer who sounded a horn note, 3 short blasts, the signal to reinforce the eastern gate. Then father and son turned back to the fray. The men of the king's vanguard roared, pushing at the gap. The defenders gave ground, stumbling on rubble. Ned saw a man wearing Lannister colors level a halberd at Robb. He lunged, intercepting with his shield. The halberd skittered off, but the shock jolted Ned's arm. Robb thrust his sword at the halberdier's exposed side. The man gasped and fell away. Within moments, a stream of additional Northmen arrived from below, swarming up the narrow stairs. They crashed into the intruders, driving them back by main force. Swords sang, shields bashed. The air thickened with the copper stink of blood. Robb, panting, hammered aside an enemy's guard. The man reeled backward, tripping over the tower's drawbridge. An arrow pinned him through the leg, finishing his resistance. Another wave of defenders hurled flaming torches onto the tower ramp, which had been soaked with some pitch earlier. Flames roared up, blocking the path. The attackers on the rampart found themselves cut off from reinforcements. 1 or 2 tried to jump the flames only to catch a blaze or be shot mid-leap. Ned pressed forward, heart-thudding, the old soldier instincts guiding him. His sword flicked aside a spear thrust. He saw Robb dispatch another foe with a well-aimed slash. The remaining crown-labeled men recognized their peril. They were outnumbered in a small, confined space with no escape route. A few fought to the death, cornered and savage, but the defenders overcame them. Steel rang on steel, final cries of agony reverberated off the stone. Then it was done. Bodies lay strewn around the breach, the flicker of flames dancing on their armor. The second tower's walkway had collapsed into a swirl of fire, rendering it unusable. Robb leaned on his sword, breathing in ragged gulps, sweat and blood staining his face. Ned clasped his shoulder. "Are you hurt badly?" Robb shook his head, voice shaky. "Just a cut to the head, I think. Nothing else." Ned nodded, relief surging through him. The immediate threat was contained. He scanned the fortress below, seeing other pockets of fighting. Another siege tower on the western side burned fiercely, a dark column of smoke twisting overhead. It appeared that the Northmen had set all the towers aflame or destroyed them. Ladders and partial rams lay abandoned in the bog. The king's men retreated, dragging the wounded with them or leaving them behind. Moat Caelin's defenders had held again. Still, the cost weighed heavily. Scores of Northmen lay dead or wounded along the walls. Ned saw watchers hauling the injured to the yard where makeshift chirurgeons worked with boiled wine and linen. The groans and cries echoed in the chilly air. Others stood watch at the battlements in case the king's men tried one more push. But from the vantage near the eastern gate, Ned could see the banners withdrawing. The causeway was littered with corpses and shards of wrecked siege towers. The entire southern approach looked blackened by spilled pitch. A hush settled as the defenders realized the immediate assault had ended. Some men sagged in relief, others shouted curses at the retreating foe. Robb closed his eyes briefly, letting out a quivering breath. Ned embraced him, ignoring the smear of blood. "Well done," he murmured. "You fought bravely." His son's eyes snapped open, still bright with battle adrenaline. "It's not over. They might come again tomorrow." Ned nodded, voice low. "Yes. Or they may try another approach. We must remain vigilant. They have the numbers." They spent the next hours tending the wounded, dragging the dead from the ramparts, and dousing lingering fires. The snow turned red in patches, and the fortress yard became a grim testament to the cost of defiance. Maester Lewin had remained at Winterfell, but Moat Caelin's assigned healers did what they could, reusing old cloth, improvising with poultices. The pitiful wails of men in agony filled the halls. Ned tried to offer quiet words of comfort where possible. In the late afternoon, Great John Umber limped up the battered steps to meet Ned and Robb. He had a fresh cut on his forearm but wore his usual boisterous scowl. "We gave them a thrashing," he said. "Looks like they lost hundreds. That first tower alone must have claimed 100 souls if you count the men inside it. They'll be licking wounds." Robb nodded. "But they might have thousands more to throw at us. This is only day one." Great John's scowl deepened. "Then let them come. The longer they wait, the more winter grips them. Perhaps we can arrange more welcomes." Ned exhaled wearily. "We can't celebrate while our own men lie wounded. But we did hold. Let's pray the king reconsiders." The Great John snorted. "Robert Baratheon. On his many things, but I doubt he's the sort to quit after a single defeat. He's tasted victory too often in his youth. He'll keep hammering until we're spent or until we kill him." That mention twisted Ned's gut. Once he would never have imagined that those words would be spoken of Robert. But it was no less true now. If the king insisted on continuing, only death or a shattered retreat would break the siege. The Great John gave a short nod, then stomped off to see to the ramparts. As dusk dimmed the sky, fires ringed the fortress. The king's camp further off flickered with torches, revealing glimpses of men moving among tents. From the walls, Ned could see figures dragging away broken siege equipment, piling corpses into rough heaps. No sign of an organized nighttime assault. Likely both sides needed to recover. Karstark approached Ned near one of the watchtowers. "My lord, the men say we killed or wounded hundreds, but we lost near 100 ourselves. That's a heavy blow. We can't afford many more days like this." Ned rubbed his temple. "We'll do our best to fortify. They must see it's no easy conquest. Let them bleed if they try again. Meanwhile, we can only hope for a shift in the realm. Perhaps news from the Vale or the Reach or anywhere might force Robert to draw back. Or the weather may worsen." Karstark nodded, though he looked unconvinced. "Let's brace for a second assault. They'll be more careful next time." Men spent the evening repairing damage to the walls, relocating stones to block fresh cracks. Archers reorganized their quivers and the watchers tried to catch sleep in shifts. Ned found a moment's rest in a small room near the gate. Robb joined him, sinking onto a stool, the color drained from his face. Blood crusted on his tunic where he'd wiped his sword hand. Ned gave him a waterskin. "Drink. Then go see if the chirurgeons can clean your wound." Robb shook his head, taking a swig. "A scratch, father. Others are worse off." He stared at the floor. I killed men today. I can still see their faces. I don't feel triumph. I just feel cold. Ned let out a slow breath. That's the truth of war. We fight for our people, for what's right, but it never feels like victory when we see the cost. Robb swallowed, shoulders slumping. I used to think it would be glorious, defending the North. Now I just want it to end. But I won't yield to Robert. Ned squeezed his arm gently. You are a Stark. None of us wanted this war, but we endure it. That is our way. The songs lie about the glory. They shared a quiet moment. Then Robb mustered a wan smile. I'll see the chirurgeons, as you said. He rose, footsteps dragging. Ned lingered, exhaustion tugging at his limbs. He forced himself to stand again after a short rest, checking on the men posted around the perimeter. The night was hushed, save for the moans of the wounded. A light snow drifted, covering old footprints. If the king attacked now, they would be caught off guard. But Ned guessed Robert's men needed a respite too. The fortress stank of pitch and charred wood, the yard littered with splinters and old arrow shafts. Weariness clung to everyone like a lead weight. Toward midnight, Ned found a corner of the yard quiet enough to let his mind wander. He gazed at the swirling flakes, remembering Robert's youthful grin. How had it come to this? By the time he tried to rest, dawn threatened the sky once more. The next day brought no grand assault. Instead, the king's men maneuvered about the bog, likely clearing a new approach or building more causeways. Scouts from the fortress reported hearing hammering and the rumble of wagons. Perhaps they were constructing new engines. Moat Caelan's defenders seized the opportunity to reinforce the walls further, distribute meager rations, and bury the dead. The ground was too frozen in many spots, forcing them to stack corpses in mass graves or burn them in pyres. The stench wafted over the battlements, mingling with the tang of smoke. Ned used the lull to pen a letter scratched on rough parchment, addressed to any who might intercept it, the Vale, the Tyrell allies, even Dorne. He described the siege, the brutality, the meaningless carnage, hoping to rouse sympathy or action. He gave it to a small band of crannogmen who offered to slip through the swamps and carry ravens from a concealed rookery. It was a desperate measure, but the North needed help. That night, the king's men unleashed a barrage of flaming arrows at Moat Caelan's walls, perhaps testing defenses. Most arrows fell short or sputtered uselessly. The fortress archers answered with a volley, wounding a few men in the darkness. Then silence returned. The watchers glimpsed torches shifting in the southern lines, no telling if Robert was among them. The next 3 days followed a pattern of smaller skirmishes, with the king's men probing, exchanging arrow fire, occasionally launching a brief push with ladders. The fortress held, exacting a toll on the attackers. Still, the defenders wore down too. Food supplies dwindled, especially with so many wounded to feed. Sleep was scarce. Men grew short-tempered, but Ned or Great John or Karstark quelled any dissent. This was their line, and they would not yield. At dawn on the 4th day after the major assault, horns blared from the southern camp once more. Through a haze of morning frost, watchers saw a group of riders approaching the causeway under a white banner of truce. The crown stag and the lion flags accompanied them, though no siege gear. Possibly a parley. Ned stepped onto the parapet with Karstark, exchanging uneasy glances. The riders halted out of arrow range. A single herald lifted a horn and blew twice, loud and clear. Then he shouted, "In the name of King Robert Baratheon, I call for Lord Eddard Stark to treat for terms." Men along the fortress wall muttered curses or exchanged glances. Karstark snorted. "Do you trust them?" Ned stared at the small group. They wore no heavy arms in evidence. The white flag soared. "I can't refuse a parley if it might spare more blood. Have the men remain watchful. If they try treachery, we answer with arrows. I will go speak with them at the causeway's midpoint." Karstark's mouth tightened. "Then at least take an armed escort. I recall the last time King Robert called a parley." Ned nodded grimly. "I'll not go alone." He summoned Robb, Great John, and a small guard of 12 stalwart men. They would meet the king's riders halfway on neutral ground in front of the fortress. If a trap was laid, the watchers on the walls would see it. When Ned announced the plan, Robb stiffened. "I'll come, but let me stand behind you if there's danger." Ned offered a thin smile. "We stand side by side. But keep your wits, Robert is cunning, or at least his lieutenants might be. We'll treat this carefully." They descended, crossing the battered gatehouse, stepping onto the edges of the causeway. The moorland beyond stank of old pitch and rotting corpses. The bog water was dark, swirling around lumps of half-submerged siege debris. A hush enveloped them as they walked, every footstep on the shaky wooden planks echoing in the crisp air. The watchers behind them manned the walls, bows half-drawn, scanning for any sign of betrayal. At the halfway point, Ned and his party waited. The king's riders advanced carefully, also numbering around a dozen. At their head rode a tall figure in black plate with gold inlays, bearded, broad-shouldered. Ned felt his pulse quicken. Even at a distance, he recognized the shape, the posture. Robert Baratheon himself, or someone wearing his armor. As the group came close, the figure lifted his visor, revealing an older Robert, thicker in the jowls, cheeks ruddy with cold. His eyes glinted with anger and wariness. Two men flanked him, one with the lion's sigil on his surcoat, a Lannister captain, perhaps, and the other an older knight who might be a Stormlands retainer. Ned and his guard halted. Robb stood on Ned's left, Great Jon on the right. The causeway felt precarious. Moat Caelan's ruins loomed behind them like a scarred sentinel, while behind Robert rose the sprawl of the southern encampment. The wind whipped across the bog, ruffling cloaks and swirling the odor of damp, half-frozen decay. For a moment, neither side spoke. Robert studied Ned from beneath his thick brows. Ned steeled himself, recalling every memory of the friend he had once fought beside. That memory was long dead now. Here stood a king who had demanded Daenerys Targaryen's head, threatened to burn Winterfell, and slaughtered countless men to get here. At last, Robert broke the silence. Ned. His voice was lower than in youth, rough with strain. You've cost me good men. Are you proud? Ned clenched his jaw. I regret every death, Robert, but you forced this war upon us. You demanded I condone murdering children. I refused. Robert's face darkened. Children. That Targaryen brat is no child, she is the seed of a line that nearly burned this realm. And you stand for her. You kill my men, my lords, all for a silver-haired whelp across the sea. Damn you, Ned. We were friends once. Ned bit back a flash of grief. We were. When we fought to end tyranny. Now you've become what we once opposed, someone willing to murder innocents for fear of a threat that may never come. Robert's gauntlet creaked on his reins. And you'd have me wait until she raises dragons or gets a foreign army? No. A Targaryen threat is like wildfire, best stamped out before it spreads. The Lannister captain barked a laugh. You speak of innocence while your archers burn our men alive with pitch. We saw the corpses in the bog. Great Jon Umber growled, you attacked us, or have you forgotten? You came with siege towers to break our walls. We only defended ourselves. Robert raised a hand to still the Lannister man. Enough. Ned, I've come to offer you one final chance. Surrender Moat Caelan, bend the knee, and come south in chains to answer for treason. If you do, I'll spare the north from further devastation. I'll let your children live as wards of the crown. White Harbor has submitted already. A swirl of emotions stormed through Ned, anger, sorrow, disbelief. He gazed at Robert, searching for a shred of the man he once knew. And what of Daenerys Targaryen? Would you accept if I say we do not condone her death? Robert's eyes flashed. That's not up for debate. She dies, or any children she births. A Targaryen must not rise again. The realm is safer that way. So ask your conscience if you'd sacrifice all the north for her. If you obey me, I can be merciful. If not, I burn your keeps, starve your people. Winter or not, I'll find a way. Ned's stomach twisted. He couldn't hide the revulsion in his face. You truly have no mercy left. We parted ways for this reason. I cannot yield to murder, Robert. My people stand behind me. Robert's nostrils flared, his breath streaming in the cold. You condemn them to ruin. Robb spoke up, voice trembling with controlled fury. You condemn them, your grace, by insisting on a mad vendetta. The North defends its honor. Turn back before more men die. Robert barked a harsh laugh. Ah, the boy speaks. Shouldn't you be at your mother's skirts, pup? Robb bristled. Ned placed a restraining hand on his son's arm. We have nothing more to discuss, Ned said. We'll defend the neck as we must. If you truly care for the realm, step away from this path. A short silence. Robert's eyes burned with an old grief and anger. Then he spat on the causeway. So be it. We crush you in Moat Caelan. And if you escape that, I'll burn Winterfell. Your father and brother died by the Mad King's flames. Do you want your children to meet that fate too? Bend the knee now, Ned, or there's no turning back. Ned's voice shook with quiet resolve. There was no turning back when you first demanded Daenerys' death. We stand by our refusal. Do as you will. Robert's face went pale with fury. He yanked on his reins, turning his horse. Very well. Expect no quarter. He jabbed a gloved finger at Ned. When I mount your ramparts, I'll remember your stubborn pride. You brought this on yourselves. And if you think winter will save you, you forget that I overcame Rhaegar on the Trident. I'll break you the same. He signaled to his men, pulling away. The Lannister captain glared at the Northmen, then followed. The parley ended with no peace. Ned stood there, heart pounding, as Robert's party rode back. He wanted to shout some final plea to stir the old friendship, but the moment was gone. In Robert's eyes, Ned was a traitor who had chosen Targaryens over the crown. The realm was in thrall to a vendetta. Slowly, Ned turned to his men. Robb's cheeks blazed with righteous anger, Grachan's fists clenched. Karstark's jaw set in grim acceptance. "That's it," Ned murmured. "He will press us until Moat Cailin falls, then move on Winterfell. Let's return inside. We must brace for the next assault." They retreated along the causeway, stepping over half-frozen bodies from previous battles. The weight of finality pressed on Ned's heart. He had refused the last offer of surrender, and Robert gave no chance for any settlement that spared Daenerys. War to the bitter end it would be. The following days saw the king's men laboring to build fresh siege engines, monstrous catapults, and covered battering rams. They formed new causeways across the bog, this time using layered logs and dirt. From the fortress walls, the watchers glimpsed constant activity. No major assaults came yet, but once or twice, the Southerners launched small raids at night, perhaps to test defenses or gather fallen equipment. They left behind more corpses. Moat Cailin felt like an island of misery in a sea of tension. Robb led daily patrols around the interior of the fortress, ensuring men kept discipline. Food supplies dwindled worryingly. The problem was not so much a lack of stored grain, but the number of wounded men who needed extra care. Some of the injured died in the night from fever or infected wounds. Others wandered the yard in a daze, holding bandaged limbs. Morale dipped, though Ned, Greatjon, and Karstark strove to keep the men's spirits afloat with words of defiance. "Winter fights for us," they'd say. Each day that passes, the king's men suffer the cold. But the men could see the sprawling camp that did not vanish. Robert was not turning away. At last, near the end of the second week of siege, a thunderous pounding woke the fortress at dawn. Men rushed to the parapets, finding the king's lines advancing with new catapults rolling behind them. The earliest red light showed massive throwing arms, each loaded with heavy stones or flaming pitch casks. Drums thudded in the southern ranks. A tide of infantry in crowned stag livery formed a broad front, likely to pin the fortress defenders while the catapults hammered the walls from mid-range. Ned recognized the strategy. A direct assault had cost them dearly. Now Robert might attempt to batter Moat Cailin to rubble before sending in the troops. The fortress was old, partially in ruin. Prolonged bombardment could open larger breaches. He hurried along the wall, calling out archers, "Target the catapult crews if they come within range." But the southern engineers seemed wise. They halted the catapults at a distance beyond easy arrow shot, intending to fling heavy stones. Robb joined Ned, breath curling in the cold. "We can't let them smash the walls. Should we sally out? Burn the catapults before they can do too much damage?" Ned grimaced. A sally might replicate what they had done in the last siege, but this time the king had many more men. If we attempt it, we risk being surrounded in open ground. But staying inside might let them breach the walls eventually. Karstark hurried over. "Lord Stark, I have men who can move swiftly in the bog. If we go in small numbers at night, we might sabotage a catapult or two. We can't destroy them all, though." Ned weighed the options. The risk was high, but the alternative might be letting the fortress endure days of bombardment. "Try it," he said at last. "Tonight, take a group and attempt to burn at least one of their catapults. We must do what we can. Till then, everyone keep to cover. They'll throw stones by day." As if on cue, the southern lines launched their first volley. Great arcs of stones soared overhead, slamming into Moat Cailin's courtyard or crashing against the parapets. One chunk of masonry shattered from an upper tower. Men cursed and ducked. Ned and Robb pressed their backs to the rampart as a stone whistled overhead and smashed into the yard, sending up a cloud of snow and debris. The defenders scrambled, organizing a bucket chain for any fires if the Southerners used flaming projectiles next. Thus began a pounding that continued intermittently through the day. Each crash jarred the old fortress. Some hits bounced off the sturdiest parts, but a few found weaker sections, punching holes in the masonry. One landed near the main gate, caving part of the arch. Another battered the southwestern tower, toppling stones. Each time, men scrambled to shore up or evacuate the battered spot. The king's men occasionally advanced under cover of catapult fire, only to be driven back by arrow volleys. Moat Cailin's archers huddled behind makeshift mantlets, returning fire whenever possible. Casualties on both sides crept upward. When dusk came, the bombardment eased. Ned prayed the respite might last through the night. Karstark and a small band prepared for their sabotage mission, blackening their armor with soot and carrying flasks of oil. The Crannogmen guided them out a sally port into the bog's partial concealment. Ned entrusted them with a silent hope, but warned them not to risk more than they must. If they could burn even one catapult, it might buy the fortress time. An uneasy hush settled over the fortress. Guards walked the ramparts, scanning the southern lines. Robert's camp seemed quieter, too, as though each side needed to gather breath. Inside the yard, the wounded moaned. Men tried to scrape together a meager stew from the last stores of turnips and salted fish. Rob and Ned took a bowl each, sitting by a small brazier in the yard. Soot and exhaustion stained their features. "I hate to see the men so grim," Rob admitted. "They talk of how even if we hold here, Robert's men might cross the White Knife or come from the west with Tywin. They wonder if it's all hopeless." Ned stirred the watery stew. "We hold because it's all we can do. Winter is on our side. If they try to outlast us, they risk their own supply lines. We have to trust that events elsewhere might turn in our favor." He did not voice the deeper worry that gnawed at him, that the realm, or at least the southern half, obeyed Robert Baratheon and no large alliance had formed to rescue them. The Vale stirred but had not marched. The Tyrell rebels were likely scattered after White Harbor's fall. Dorne had not spoken. If no shift occurred, eventually the North might be crushed by sheer attrition. But Ned could not voice that doubt. He must remain a pillar of resolve. Midnight came and went with no sign of Karstark's sabotage team. Then, near the second hour past midnight, watchers on the walls glimpsed a burst of flame in the southern camp, accompanied by faint shouting. Shortly after, a thunderous crash echoed. The watchers exhaled relief, perhaps a catapult had been toppled or burned. The glow of fire flared briefly, then was snuffed out by the king's men. Distant horns blared. Ned hurried to the rampart, scanning the darkness. He saw flickers of confusion in the southern lines. At least one catapult as presumably ablaze. If Karstark succeeded, it would slow the bombardment. Then the horns signaled again, and a wave of torches advanced, presumably a search or a pursuit party. The saboteurs had to flee or risk being trapped. Ned prayed for their safe return. An hour later, the Sally Port watchers reported Karstark's men returning, soaked and muddied, carrying their wounded. Karstark himself had a bleeding gash across his temple, but a savage grin. "We destroyed one catapult for sure, possibly damaged another. Lost 3 men, but we cut their cables and soaked the wood with oil. They'll be busy rebuilding." Ned clasped his arm. "You did well. Rest and see a healer." Karstark nodded, barely staying upright. The men disappeared into the gloom. Word spread through the fortress that at least one of the king's catapults was gone. It bolstered morale a little. By the time dawn arrived, the watchers confirmed the southern camp was indeed missing one catapult from its lineup. Another appeared partially disassembled. The enemy might salvage it in time, but for now they had fewer engines. That morning, Robert's lines answered with renewed fury. They launched heavier stones, possibly from the remaining catapults, smashing a gaping hole in Moat Caelin's western tower. One chunk of rock pulverized a corner of the courtyard, killing 4 men outright. Another battered the parapet near Great John Umber's position, burying defenders under rubble. The fortress fought back with arrow volleys and scorpion shots, but the range was tough. Despite the sabotage, the king's men kept up a punishing bombardment, taking advantage of calmer weather. By midday, the southwestern corner of the fortress threatened collapse. Ned ordered men out of the tower, leaving it mostly empty in case it fell. Once, Ned peered through a Far-Eyes device captured from a southern scout. He scanned the distant lines for a glimpse of Robert. Among the swirl of banners and tents, he thought he saw a tall figure in black plate, speaking with knights near a catapult. The man pointed angrily toward the fortress. Ned felt a pang. That might be the king himself, perhaps cursing the sabotage or urging them to push harder. Their catapults roared again. Rocks hammered Moat Caelin's walls. So it went for 3 more days, long hours of bombardment interspersed with arrow skirmishes, partial attempts to push the causeway, and small sabotage raids at night. Each side inflicted harm on the other. The fortress's stone grew more fragile. Entire sections near the southwestern tower threatened to crumble. The gate arch had cracked further. Dead men piled up, forcing repeated burials. The king's forces, too, took losses, as Karstark's night raids claimed more catapult crews. But it was clear that Robert's numbers gave him an advantage in the long grind. If the fortress fell, the north was open. On the evening of the third day, Ned and Robb stood with Great Jon, Karstark, and a cluster of captains in the old courtyard. Snow whirled around them. Soot smeared their faces. The battered walls loomed overhead, pitted, and collapsed in places. Torches sputtered in the wind. Ned surveyed them, voice hoarse. We've held longer than they expected. Each day costs them men, resources. But we too are near our limit. Food is low, men are exhausted, the fortress itself teeters. If a few more big stones strike that southwestern corner, it may come down entirely. The Great Jon spat. Better to die in the rubble than yield to that traitor king. Karstark's face was drawn, the bandage on his head stained with dried blood. Agreed. But if they breach the walls in multiple spots, we'll be forced to fight hand to hand. Even with narrow corridors, they can overwhelm us eventually. Robb bit his lip. Father, do we have any plan to retreat if it becomes hopeless? A grim silence. Ned closed his eyes briefly. If the fortress truly collapses, we might try to slip north through the swamps. But that would mean abandoning Moat Cailin entirely, giving the king a clear path to Winterfell. We'd face him at the castle gates with fewer men, no prepared outer defenses. It's a dire choice. For now, we remain. We'll only consider a retreat if the walls fail. No one argued. They parted, making final checks on defenses. A hush fell over the battered fortress that night. The watchers saw the king's camp quiet as well, aside from occasional torches. Each side likely recognized the siege had entered a deadly stalemate. Moat Cailin was close to ruin, but Robert's men had paid in blood for every splinter. Before dawn, Ned found himself pacing the southwestern parapet where cracks split the stones. A gloom of soot clung to the air. He gazed out at the silhouettes of catapults in the distance, stark against the faint glow of a hidden moon. The wind carried the smell of mud, burnt pitch, and rotting flesh. Suddenly, a voice drifted up from below, a faint cry, then silence. Possibly a wounded man in the bog or a soldier scouting. It reminded Ned how quickly life could be snuffed out. He forced himself to focus. The causeway was still, the enemy lines dozing. Another day of bombardment would dawn soon. And if the fortress collapsed? He steeled himself. The old gods might show no mercy, but the north remembered its own. He would not yield to a tyrant's demands, no matter how beloved that tyrant once was. Near sunrise, the watchers spotted large shapes being rolled forward. Ned's heart sank. More siege equipment likely replaced from behind the lines. The men at the walls groaned in dismay, seeing fresh catapults approach. Then came the thunderous pounding again, heavier than before. Stones rained down. One crashed into the southwestern tower base, and the entire structure groaned. The watchers scrambled back, shouting warnings. The tower tilted, then collapsed with a roar of crumbling rock, sending up a cloud of dust and shards. Dozens of defenders were crushed or flung to their deaths. Ned, on a different section of wall, shielded his eyes as debris rattled. When the dust cleared, a huge gap yawned in the fortress's southwestern corner. Shattered masonry lay in a slope of rubble that partially spilled into the swamp. Men scrambled to reposition. If the king attacked now, they could flood in through that breach. Horns echoed from the southern lines. Indeed, the king's infantry advanced, forming ranks across the battered causeway, ready to storm the gap. Form up! Ned bellowed, racing down the parapet stairs. All men to the southwestern breach. Robb, Great Jon, Karstark, and others joined him, rallying defenders. The yard churned with men grabbing spears and axes. He had them line up behind the collapsed tower, using the rubble as a partial barricade. If the king's men poured through, they would face a kill zone, but the Northmen had fewer places to hide now. The king's horns sounded again. A tide of crowned stag banners rolled forward, flanked by red-cloaked Lannister men. They stepped onto the causeway. Archers from the fortress fired, but many missed or found shields. The attackers advanced, bringing tall ladders, grapnels, and a battering ram repurposed to climb the rubble. Ned saw some with picks and shovels, presumably to clear or widen the breach. Among them, the Golden Lion's standard sword. A hush of fatalism fell over the defenders. The southwestern tower was gone, leaving a massive hole. If the king's men forced their way in, it could be the end of Moat Cailin. Yet the Northmen lined up stoically, forming a shield wall near the base of the rubble. They anchored themselves among jagged stones, anything to create a funnel. Ned placed Robb near him, while Great Jon took the far right flank, bellowing encouragement. Karstark commanded a left flank with bowmen positioned behind partial cover. When the attackers reached the rubble, a fierce volley of arrows from Karstark's flank rained down. Some men toppled off the slope, but more climbed onward. A few carried large mantlets to shield themselves from arrow fire. At Ned's command, defenders heaved spears and short-throwing axes. Blood splattered. The slope turned slippery with gore. But the king's men kept coming, stepping on the corpses of their fellows, hacking aside partial debris. Ned braced. He glimpsed a robust knight in black plate, possibly a Stormlander, cresting the rubble with a longsword raised. Ned rushed to meet him, steel clashing in a shriek of metal. Robb parried another foe close by. The entire line erupted into a swirling melee as the enemy poured in. Swords rang, men screamed. Stones shifted underfoot. Arrows from the fortress soared overhead, occasionally striking friend and foe alike in the chaos. The black-plated knight hammered at Ned's shield. Ned twisted, sliding the blow away, then thrust under the knight's arm. A grunt of pain. The knight crumpled, tumbling down the slope. Another soldier climbed up, stabbing at Ned with a spear. Ned pivoted behind a chunk of fallen stone, knocking the spear aside. The soldier lunged again, and Ned kicked a loose rock at his knee, sending him off balance. Robb finished him with a quick slash. Father and son fought side by side, panting, sweat freezing on their brows. Further down the line, the Great John roared like a bear, swinging a massive warhammer he'd scavenged from the rubble. He caved in one foe's skull, but a second thrust a sword into his side. Great John howled in pain, staggering, then seized the attacker's helmet and headbutted him brutally. Another wave of the king's men pressed in, stepping over bodies, the smell of blood saturating the cold air. Karstark's archers tried to volley, but the battle had turned too tight. The attackers and defenders were intermingled. All the archers could do was pick off stragglers at the slope's edge. The swirl of swords and shields at the gap resembled a butcher's yard. Ned felt a blow glance off his left shoulder. He hissed in pain, swinging his sword in a wide arc that bit into a southern soldier's collarbone. Another man jabbed a short sword at Ned, but Robb blocked it, pushing the foe back with his shield. Ned took advantage to strike. A hail of arrows from the southern lines soared overhead. Many clattered on the rubble or struck their own men, but some found Northmen. A defender near Ned shrieked as an arrow pierced his gut. He dropped, moaning. Robb nearly slipped on fresh blood. They had to push the attackers down the slope or more would flood in. Ned shouted forward. Drive them back. With effort, the Northmen advanced a step, shields locked. The collapsed tower debris served as a funnel, preventing the king's men from using their superior numbers all at once. That limited advantage might be the fortress's only salvation. The defenders hacked and stabbed. Step by brutal step, they forced the enemy to retreat down the slope. Bodies tumbled, kicking up snow and dust. The southern line wavered, uncertain. A second wave tried to climb, but the first wave's retreat blocked them. Momentarily, the gap cleared. The defenders, gasping, blood-smeared, held the breach. Ned's arm shook from exertion. He saw that many men lay dead around him. Robb clutched his side, though he insisted it was a minor wound. The Great John knelt, pressing a hand to his bleeding flank. Karstark bled from a slash on his forehead. But they still lived, still held the line. For a moment, it seemed the king's men might charge again. Banners waved, horns sounded. Then the entire assault faltered. Possibly they realized more men would only pile into the deadly funnel. Or perhaps other fortress defenses fired arrows in their flank. The southern infantry withdrew into the swirl of snow, carrying their wounded, leaving a field of shattered corpses. The battered defenders roared defiance, then sank to their knees in exhaustion. More hours of skirmishes raged around the perimeter, but no larger push emerged. Finally, near dusk, horns from the southern lines signaled a full retreat from the day's assault. Moat Cailin remained standing, though one tower was gone, a gaping hole replaced by rubble and bodies. The defenders mustered a hollow cheer. They had staved off a second major attempt. But each victory drained them further. That night, Ned hobbled through the courtyard, stiff from bruises and cuts. He found Robb near a makeshift infirmary, lying on straw. A chirurgeon stitched a deep slash in his side. Robb grimaced but tried not to cry out. Ned knelt by him, placing a hand on his son's arm. "You'll recover?" Robb exhaled sharply. "Yes. Or so they say. It's not fatal." He looked up with pain-glazed eyes. "Father, how many more days can we do this? The fortress is half ruined. We lost so many men." Ned bowed his head. He had no comforting lie. "We'll hold as long as we can. If the entire fortress collapses, we might have to withdraw to Winterfell." Robb closed his eyes. Robert might arrive there with the same unstoppable force. Ned clenched his jaw. "Then we defend Winterfell, too. The north is vast. He can claim a ruin, but never our submission." He helped the chirurgeon wrap Robb's bandage, then moved on, checking others. Men wept openly for lost friends. The Great John, battered but alive, insisted on limping around to bolster morale. Karstark collapsed from blood loss, but the healers stabilized him. The entire fortress reeked of mortality. At midnight, a messenger from the Watchers came panting into the yard. "My lord," riders approached from the east, carrying the direwolf banner. Possibly reinforcements from the Dreadfort side. Ned blinked. Reinforcements, or some news from Bolton? He told them to open the sally port if the Watchers confirmed their identity. Within the hour, a weary band of about 50 riders arrived, hoisting battered Stark banners. One of them, a thick-set man in partial plate, bowed to Ned. "We come from Lord Bolton. He holds the white knife approach but sends word that more of the king's men have moved upriver, possibly to outflank him. He's short on men. Still, he managed to free these 50 to reinforce you. Also, we carry messages." The man handed over a sealed letter. Ned read it by torchlight. Bolton wrote that the situation to the east was precarious. The Royal Navy dominated White Harbor and large patrols roamed the White Knife region, likely aiming to cross deeper into the north if Moat Cailin fell. Bolton did his best to block them, but their numbers grew. They might circle behind Moat Cailin eventually. "We cannot hold them all if they come en masse," Bolton wrote. "We do what we can." Ned let out a ragged sigh. The noose tightened. Robert hammered from the south, his men threatened from the east, and Tywin lurked in the riverlands. If the fortress collapsed, the entire north would be forced to face roving armies. He thanked the new arrivals, assigned them to help guard the battered southwestern breach. They looked grim, realizing the scale of devastation in Moat Cailin. Days blurred again into the same dreadful pattern: bombardments, attempts to fill the breach, small nighttime raids. The king's men lost men to cold and bog hazards. The fortress lost men to crumbling walls and constant arrow fire. Exhaustion took hold of both sides. The moors stank of rot. Great flocks of carrion birds circled overhead, fighting each other for scraps of flesh. The keep's stone corridors resounded with coughs and prayers, the men's eyes ringed with red from too many sleepless nights. At last, a single faint ray of hope arrived near the close of that week. Cranagman scouts slipped through the southern lines by night, carrying a letter from the Vale. Ned read it in a dusty corner by torchlight, his hands trembling with fatigue. It bore the seal of Jon Royce, stating that the Vale lords had mustered 1,000 knights and 3,000 foot, prepared to march west if Tywin tried crossing from the riverlands. They would not remain idle while King Robert laid waste to the north. They had also intercepted envoys from the Tully remnants who begged for help to break Riverrun siege. The letter ended, "We do not say we fight for House Stark outright, but we will oppose further violence that violates the realm's honor. If Robert does not relent, the Vale stands ready to intervene. May the gods preserve you." Ned let out a slow, shaky exhale. It was not a direct promise to send men to Moat Cailin, but it confirmed the Vale was no longer passively neutral. If they truly threatened to wage war on Robert's flank, he might be forced to lift the siege or dispatch part of his army away from the neck. Possibly that would relieve pressure on Moat Cailin. Possibly. He read the lines to Robb, Great John, Karstark, and the other captains. A subdued cheer rippled among them. They prayed the Vale would move soon, forcing Robert to reconsider. Perhaps the king's supply lines could be threatened from the east. If the men at Riverrun held out, if the Vale cut off Tywin, the realm might tip. But no one could be certain how swiftly or strongly the Vale would act. War was an unpredictable beast. Even so, that flicker of hope sustained the fortress defenders for another day of bombardment. Stones hammered the southwestern breach, but the Northmen dug trenches behind it, layering sharpened stakes. Another partial collapse threatened the gatehouse. Archers and Scorpion crews refused to yield, returning fire when they could. Casualties mounted. Snow blew in from the north, swirling across the courtyard. The month approached its end, rumored to be the harshest part of winter's heart. The men prayed it would hamper Robert more than themselves. On the 10th morning after that second major assault, watchers on the walls noticed unusual movement in the king's camp. Wagons and lines of men began streaming away to the south, hauling siege equipment. Ned's men at first suspected another cunning approach or a feint. Yet as the day wore on, more southern tents vanished, leaving behind only a rear guard. Could it be a partial withdrawal? Did Robert intend to starve Moat Cailin from a distance or relocate some troops to the White Knife approach? A tense hush gripped the fortress. By nightfall, about half the king's camp had pulled back, leaving fewer torches behind. The watchers reported they might be marching south or southeast. No open attack came. The bombardment eased. The next morning, the watchers confirmed that a large portion of Robert's army had indeed departed, presumably carrying catapults. A smaller force remained, enough to maintain a ring around Moat Cailin but not enough to mount a major assault. Ned and his lords gathered in the battered courtyard. The southwestern breach still gaped, the fortress half in ruin, but a lull had settled. The men stood uncertain. Robb's side was bandaged and he leaned on a spear for support. Karstark sat on a block of stone, looking dazed. Great John coughed from an infection in his wounded flank. All looked at Ned for an explanation. He exhaled. Either Robert decided to tighten supply lines or he faces a new threat. Possibly the Vale or Tywin's requests forced him to move. He might intend to leave a token siege while leading the bulk of his forces elsewhere. It's not a victory, but it's a reprieve. Slowly, a shaky optimism spread. Even if Moat Cailin remained encircled by a smaller host, that host might not dare a final assault. The fortress could hold them off. Meanwhile, Robert presumably left to address some crisis, maybe the Vale's threat. No one declared open celebration, too many men had died for that. But relief flickered in their eyes. For now, the worst storm had passed. When dusk came, Ned ascended the remains of the southwestern rampart, gazing at the distant southern lines. Fires glimmered, fewer than before. The hush of the night was broken only by occasional shouts. A half-moon cast pale light across the bog. He felt Robb approach, standing at his side. "Do you think Robert goes to fight the Vale?" his son asked quietly. Ned shrugged. "It's likely. The Vale lords threatened to intervene. He can't ignore that. Or perhaps Tywin summoned him to the Riverlands. In either case, we still have an enemy presence here, but not the unstoppable wave." He cast a look at Robb's drawn face. "We've bought time. We remain battered, but alive." Robb nodded, wincing at his wound. "Time for what?" Ned let out a long breath. "Time for the realm to see sense, or for other allies to rise. Time for us to rebuild. Time for winter to work its hardest on an army spread too thin. The North is not beaten yet." He placed a hand on his son's shoulder, gazing out at the moonlit bog. Corpses still dotted the water, half buried by drifting snow. Ashen rubble marked the southwestern tower. The heartbreak of war would never vanish, but at least they had survived the worst assault so far. If Robert truly had to split his forces to face the Vale, then Moat Cailin might stand for weeks or months more. Enough, perhaps, to see the tide turn. Enough to show the realm that the North would not bend. In the quiet swirl of the wind, father and son stood side by side, battered but unbroken. Their watchfires burned behind them, a stubborn light against the winter night. The cost had been unimaginable, and the war was hardly done. Yet Moat Cailin, the old sentinel of the Neck, still held, defying a king once hailed as a hero. Ned knew the conflict would rage on across the realm. But for now, for this brief lull, the North breathed. Perhaps there was a chance that tomorrow might bring a shift. Some new alliance, some final reason that forced Robert Baratheon to recall the man he once was. And if not, the Starks would endure as they always had, bound by honor, sharpened by winter, unyielding in the face of tyranny.